The Value of Time. Written and read for you by Delio Pera. Chapter 1. The flickering lights were the first sign the power was about to go out. Next came the moment of stillness, a collective pause between machine and man alike when an unspoken question was asked. Will the power actually go out? Because sometimes the lights flickered, and that's all that happened. But usually it meant the power was about to go out. In the best case, that meant for a few minutes, but sometimes it was for days. The latter was rare, usually only happened once or twice a year. This time, the lights buzzed, faded, and winked out. After the lights went, there came a rumble heard through walls, the sound of thousands of machines shutting down. AC units, microwaves, computers, fans, washing machines, dryers, dishwashers, hair dryers, all of them losing power in the same moment. If you hadn't experienced a blackout before, it would be easy to mistake the feeling for a subtle earthquake. It was only Monday, and this was the second time the power failed today. The first time, it was back on inside of a minute. Card pressed his fingers into his hair, took hold, gritted his teeth, and strangled the groan in his throat, sounding like a cat being backed over by a small car. He closed his laptop, trying to stop himself from slamming it the way he wanted, and failing.
Why? It's always when I'm about to...
He leaned back, staring at the ceiling.
Son of a bitch,
he said. That wasn't enough, though.
Stupid fucking...
It'll be back soon, said Jess. Jess sat cross-legged on the floor next to their bed. Their 300-square-foot apartment was stuffed with her canvases, totes of paint, magazines, paper clippings, old band posters she collected on walks, jars of dirt and sand, and bits of glass and driftwood. She finished a long, swooping mark with a golden Sharpie.
It's not... Never fucking mind.
What? She asked, looking her work-in-progress collage over.
What?
Card asked, flopping to his back, not caring if the sudden shake disturbed her art. In a small, spiteful way, he hoped it did. I'm having a bad moment, so should you.
Card, come on, please,
Jess said, moving her collage away from the bed. There were clumps of paint still hours from dry.
What do you mean, what?
He asked. You said you were about to... something? She said.
It doesn't matter. This thing I'm writing. I was trying to figure out how to word the way something smells.
He sniffed the air.
Ugh, we really need to get one of those battery-powered air purifiers.
The apartment complex's air filters had died along with everything else. Fans that filtered dust and air and fuzz and the smells from a few hundred apartments sat idle until the power returned. Not this month, she said.
No, I know, he said. Obviously, I just meant...
If not this month, when? Could you jot it down on paper? She asked, making another tiny mark. Or did you write it already?
Are you even paying attention to what's happening right now? Hello? The power just died.
Yes, Card, I know. He lifted and shook his dead laptop. You also said you figured it out. I didn't know if you were able to get it down.
Do you think I'd be this upset if I had? Huh?
She shook her head. Did paper and pens stop working too?
Seriously? You're mocking me?
I'm not mocking you. No, she said, giving him a soft, please don't be like that. Look, it was an idea.
If you figured something out, make a quick note so you don't forget it.
Card went to the door to see if any other part of their building had power yet. He left their door open and crossed over to lean against the railing. When the power returned, it did so in uneven clumps, usually starting with the bottom floor where Tico's coffee shop was, then moving up a few floors at a time. Card and Jess lived on the 16th floor of a 60-story building in downtown Seattle, Washington. In the late 2020s, it was converted from commercial real estate to a residential building. On the bottom floor, there was a courtyard. Every 5 floors, garden island parks were suspended in the center of the building's core with cables and walkways. With the power still out, the only light in the building came from red emergency signs above each stairwell, and sunlight filtered through the domed glass rooftop. Children played in the parks. Their giggles and laughs and yells mingled with the low chatter of adult conversation. As much as the lack of power was an annoyance, Card liked the stillness. Down on the ground floor, a light was flickering. A moment later, Tico's coffee shop sign came on. He waited another minute, watching, and lights all along the first 5 floors returned to life. The building rumbled. Fans and air conditioning units and washers and dryers all came back on in a unified lurch. Card wrinkled his nose at the smell of electrical motors and ozone wafting through the air. He headed inside right as the lights in the apartment came back. The plug in the side of his laptop turned green. He sat, ready to write, trying to remember the exact way he was going to phrase the smell of smoke from an unseen fire in a foggy forest. Damn it. He should have taken Jess's advice and jotted it down on paper when it was still fresh. He stared at his screen for a minute, fingers resting on the keys.
Fuck.
Huh?
Jess asked. I didn't tell you anything about how smoke smells, did I?
No. Jess pressed her lips together, but said nothing. A soft, pulsing light was blinking in the gap under their closet door. Jess squinted, looking closer. What is that? She asked, pointing. Card pressed his lips together and closed his eyes, still trying to recall the wording he'd forgotten. The smell found him winding its way. Damn it, no. The scent of smoke-laced fog swirled. Nope, that wasn't it either. Card, Jess said. What's what, Jess? Card asked, searching his memory. That, she said, pointing. That flashing. You don't see that? Why couldn't she just let him work? I don't, he said, opening his eyes. There was a soft green-blue light winking under their closet door and flashing against the kitchen tile. Do we have something in there that would do that? Jess asked, holding her Sharpie in front of her like a knife. Card got out of bed and moved to step in front of her, lifting a hand to keep her back. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Card opened the closet door. On the shelf above their raincoats and more boxes of Jess's art stuff sat a BitAxe, a Bitcoin miner about the size of a pack of playing cards. Next to the BitAxe was a picture of Card's grandpa with an inscription etched into the bottom of the gold frame. It said, "Always give, never hoard." Oh, Jess said. Did it die? She asked, frowning. Card shook his head but said nothing. He stood stock still. Card? Jess, he said, swallowing. Yes? Look, he said, pointing. Jess leaned in, looking closer. Oh, yeah, he said. A single line of text flashed on the BitAxe's small screen. It said, "Block found." Chapter 2. After 5 flashes of "block found," a longer message scrolled across the screen. First, it said, "Block 1,370,000 found," followed by "Subsidy reward of 78,125,000 plus fees of 1,225,319 sats confirmed on chain." Card wanted to grab his AR glasses and check his wallet balance as much as he didn't want to. As long as he didn't look, he could hope the message was true. As soon as he looked, he would find out if his BitAxe had glitched. And it had to be a glitch, right? Of course it did. There was no way his miner had actually found... No way.
That's over 79 million sats,
he said, eyes glued to the screen. It repeated the same thing, over and over. Block found. Block 1,370,000 found. Subsidy reward of 78,125,000 plus fees of 1,225,319 sats confirmed on chain.
"There's no way,"
he said.
"You have to check,"
Jess said.
"No,"
he said, shaking his head.
"No, I don't. As long as I don't, it might be true."
"Schrodinger's sats?" Jess said, giggling to herself. Card smiled despite himself.
"Exactly."
For the first time since reading the message, he pulled his eyes from the miner's little display and looked Jess in the eyes, his heart hammering.
"I don't know what to do. That's so much money."
She lifted her brows and smiled and whispered,
"I know."
There was a hint of something a little like sadness or loss in her voice. It was how a girl would say, "I'm so happy for you," when her high school sweetheart got accepted into a school on the other side of the country.
"I can't check,"
he said, looking back at the BitAxe.
"Want me to?"
Jess asked.
"Sure,"
Card said.
No, I'll do it."
He sat on the edge of their bed and lifted his glasses and stopped and set them in his lap. His hands were shaking, and a lump was climbing his throat, and his palms were sweaty, and his heart was hammering against his ribs.
"What are we going to do if this is real?"
he asked.
"It's your money, Card,"
she said, forcing herself to smile. He needed her with him in this. No way, no how was he going to know how to navigate life with that kind of money practically falling into his lap. He pushed himself off the edge of the bed, put his hands on her arms, looked her in the eyes, and said,
"Do you feel this?"
"What?" she said.
"Oh, I can't stop shaking, Jess."
He put her hand on his chest.
"Oh my God, Card,"
she said, horror shooting through her eyes.
"Sit down."
She helped him to the bed, then went and got him a glass of water.
"Drink and breathe. Count to 4. 4 in. Good. And slower. 4 out."
She breathed with him.
"It's not just mine, Jess,"
he said.
"It's ours.
It's a lot, right?" He nodded, putting his glasses on. The amber screens displayed his landing page, and there, in the top left, was the Bitcoin to USD price. One Bitcoin was worth $3,502,022.
"It's more than 2 million,
he said.
"Oh,"
Jess said. "Oh, that's a lot of money."
"Uh-huh. If it's real. Maybe it glitched,"
he said, finding solace in that idea. It was a thought he could actually wrap his head around. It was too hard to try and understand what going from a few thousand sats in his wallet to tens of millions meant.
we would never have to work again, he said to himself. I could write full time.
Is that possible? Jess asked.
Huh? With almost 80 million sats? Yeah, definitely.
No, I mean what you said about it glitching. Do you think that's possible?
Hell if I know, he said. I don't know how old that thing was before my grandpa gave it to me. Maybe? I wonder if the power outage fried its brain.
Jess looked into his brown eyes and took his hands into hers. He was thin enough that strangers had told him he should eat more. She, on the other hand, was curvy enough that she'd been asked for her numbers at Tico's more times than she cared to tell Card. You should check, she said. I know it's going to suck if it was a glitch, but it'll suck a lot more letting this hang over your head and not knowing. Check your wallet.
Yeah,
he said, putting his glasses on. There was a notification on his wallet app. Either it hadn't been there before, or he hadn't noticed it when he checked the price of Bitcoin, which had dropped by a little more than 50,000 to 3,448,735. He wove his hand through the air, navigating his AR glasses with finger and wrist movements, and opened his Bitcoin wallet. Chapter 3. The notification said a new transaction had been added to the mempool roughly 9 minutes ago and was waiting on 5 more confirmations to finalize a pending payment of 79,350,319 sats.
It's real,
Card said, almost in a whisper. He said it again in utter disbelief. It's, Jess said, sitting next to him on their bed. She put a hand on his leg. Really? You're sure? Card nodded, unable to form words. He wanted to go outside for fresh air, or down to Tico's and grab a coffee. Maybe go sit in the stairwell and cry, or call Sound People Foods and tell them he was never coming in for another shift. Why not all of it?
I can finally get a new computer,
he said, grinning. He set his glasses aside. They were too distracting. He laughed.
We could get an air purifier.
Could we move? She said, leaning in and giving him a kiss. Her eyes beamed. Can we get somewhere with a bathtub? The way she bit her lip and locked eyes with him made him want to drop everything he was doing, cancel their lease, and get a place with a big 2-person tub, post-haste. Was 79 million sats enough for a loft apartment with a big, old-fashioned clawfoot tub? It had to be. He laughed.
Where do you want to go?
He asked, standing. 1,000 ideas rushed at him, each one as appealing as the next. They could go on a vacation and travel the world. They wouldn't have to rent anymore. They could live anywhere they wanted. Jess could have her own art studio. They could... Holy shit. Almost 80 million sats? It was so much money. You should absolutely get a computer, though, Jess said, pulling him into a hug. I love you. Why did she say that right then? And why in that tone? Like she needed him. He had a strange compulsion to pull away from her. It wasn't her money. It wasn't her BitAxe that found the block. Who was she to tell him what he should buy or not? But hadn't he just told her he needed her? That it was theirs? Where was this wave of selfishness coming from? What in the world would he do with that kind of money on his own? He did need her. More now than ever. We should get out of here, Jess suggested. Coffee? Yeah, Card said. Jess brought her sketchbook along and worked on a drawing of a guitar set amid a backdrop of stars made from the notes rising from the guitar. Jardin was working the morning shift at Tico's and gave Card and Jess a friendly nod between making drinks for a line of 3 customers. They waved back and took a seat at a wood table in front of the little coffee stall. 5 stories directly above them was the first of the 12 suspended terrace gardens, and well beyond those was the building's domed ceiling. A gray Seattle sky was drizzling outside. When the line cleared, Card ordered himself a latte and an Americano for Jess.
"I'll bring 'em over,"
Jardin said.
"You want any of this day-old stuff?" "No, thanks,"
Card said. He could afford fresh pastries now, if he wanted one. Card was halfway through his latte when his glasses pinged. There was a new wallet notification telling him block 1,370,003 was found, and his reward transaction was halfway confirmed.
3 more,
he said, more to himself than Jess. She hummed, pointing her face toward him while her eyes stayed glued to her work.
3 more confirmations,
he said, lowering his voice.
Should probably happen within the hour.
Oh. She pulled her eyes away from the sketch. Are you feeling any better?
Better, yeah. But it's still super weird.
He set his glasses aside, still bewildered this was happening. The world was exactly the same, and yet everything had changed. A weight that had been pressing down on him, that he hadn't even realized was there, was beginning to lift. It was the pressure of never having enough, of constantly needing more money to do things like buy a laptop with a working battery, or an air purifier, or shelves for Jess's art stuff. They couldn't even dream of moving to a bigger or nicer place, living paycheck to paycheck. It was a stretch to even call it living. They were continually drowning in slow motion. It was like being financially waterboarded. A toddler, walking ahead of his father, approached Card and Jess. He was holding a blue book with fish on the cover.
"Do you like fish?"
he asked.
"To eat?"
Card asked, looking over the boy at his dad. The man smiled and mouthed, "Hey," looking down at his son to see how he would respond.
"Eat?"
the boy asked.
"No, in the water. We're going to aquarium to see fish."
"Aquarium," the man said. "Come on, Preston."
"Eat fish?"
Preston asked, taking his dad's hand.
"Sushi sounds good,"
Card said. He tried to remember the last time they'd eaten out, and not day-old pastries from Tico's. When had they actually gone to a restaurant and sat down and ordered something? It'd been months.
"Oh,"
Jess said, beaming.
"Could we get ramen?"
"Why not both?" Card said.
"Can we?"
"Sure," Card said.
"How about tonight?"
he said, and she nodded. Jess continued to work on her sketch while Card browsed laptop builds between checking to see if a new block had been found. How much closer were his sats? He went back and forth between laptops and checking his wallet. He started looking at reviews of sushi restaurants within walking distance, but then wondered why limit the search to just a few blocks when he could afford a robo-taxi to anywhere.
"Here's one in Bellevue, 4.8 stars, he said. "Almost 1,000 reviews."
"One what?" Jess asked. "Oh, for sushi? In Bellevue?"
"Yeah, we could head over after you're off. They're open until midnight."
"Okay," she said. "That sounds good." 2 notifications popped up in quick succession. The first was from his wallet. The second was a message from an unknown number. He opened his wallet. The 6th confirmation happened at 1:45 p.m. His stomach did a somersault and his heart river danced against the inside of his chest, and his head itched from sudden beads of sweat forcing their way out of his pores. He now had a touch over 79 million sats in his wallet, a bit over 2.7 million worth of Bitcoin.
It's real,
he said in a half whisper to Jess.
It's in my wallet. I'm looking at it.
He reached out for her hand, and she grabbed his and squeezed. A smile spread over his quivering lips, and in a hush he said,
There's more money than I've ever had in my entire life. This is so fucking weird.
He took his glasses off. He needed a minute, or a couple hours. He didn't know what he needed. The notification on the BitAxe had almost been too much, but nothing was real then. Now it was, and it was too real. 79 million sats? It would take him a lifetime to earn that working at SPF. There wasn't enough room in his head for what this meant. His whole world was widening so much and so fast, he wasn't sure what to think. He was still wearing his glasses, and they buzzed again. There was a second message from that same unknown number. He opened the messages. The first one said, Congratulations. Do not spend a single sat of your reward for 72 hours. I promise it'll be worth it. The second said, 3 days. Trust me. Chapter 4. Card was pacing while Jess sat at their table. Her sketchbook was closed and pushed aside.
I think I should just ignore the message, Card said. We could both quit our jobs and go somewhere.
Jess smiled, but she wanted to calm him down instead of sharing his joy.
That would be a lot of fun, but I think waiting 3 days is a really good idea. You think I should do what some unknown number told me? We were just talking about an air purifier a couple hours ago,
Card said, sniffing the air.
I could have one ordered and delivered by tonight, I bet. Do you want to keep working at Tico's? I sure don't have any interest in staying at SPF.
Tico's is fine. I'm open to quitting, but I think it would be a good idea to take a few breaths and slow down. Do you remember what happened last Christmas when you got that 10,000 sat bonus? Card nodded, chewing the inside of his cheek. Within an hour of it hitting his wallet, he had bought a pair of pants, a high-end set of brushes for Jess, and a 5,000 sat bottle of whiskey that they drank over the course of a week. 3 days is nothing, she said. You could do with practicing some patience. Card pressed his fingers into his hair.
I just don't understand how anyone could possibly know I'd gotten anything.
Maybe it's someone that works on the wallet, said Jess. A coder? Card nodded.
That's what I'm thinking too. It makes the most sense.
Why not ask? Jess said, with a wide-eyed frown and shrug. Reply to the message.
No.
Card shook his head.
I think I should just ignore it.
What's the harm in asking? They can't get anything from you if you just respond, can they?
They would know someone uses this number. Maybe they just blast everyone with a known wallet address and hope for a hit. Maybe miners deal with this all the time. I don't see how someone could make a connection between my BitAxe and me. That's what I don't get.
Jess shook her head. Is there any way to track that?
What do you mean?
The transaction, she said. Could someone see it came to you? I don't know enough about how that works. I'm just wondering if it's possible.
That's what makes me think it's probably someone at the wallet company. That has to be illegal though, right? Contacting someone like that? Tracking them? It's so weird how the message came through a second after the transaction finalized.
It was indeed exactly a second, too. He'd checked the timestamp on the transaction and the message. Yeah, that's really weird, said Jess. What about talking to your dad?
Maybe, he said, thinking. I'm not sure how much to say right now, though.
What do you mean?
I mean, I just got an insane amount of money dumped into my wallet, and I don't want to go telling the world about it. I think the fewer people that know, the better.
He leaned against the kitchen sink, searching the drain for clues. Okay, yeah.
Have you said anything?
He asked, shaking his head. Were his glasses hacked? Was this all some kind of a prank? None of this made any sense. To who? She asked.
Anyone, Jess.
He turned around. How come she suggested he talk to his dad? Was it because she already talked to someone? Who would I tell? He locked eyes with her.
Why are you being so weird about this all of a sudden?
What? How am I being weird, Card?
You sure got real defensive all of a sudden. Who have you told, Jess?
I don't know what's going on, Card.
And I don't know why you're not answering my question. Did you tell someone or not, Jess? Answer the question.
No, I haven't said anything to anyone about your BitAxe or the Bitcoin or any of it, okay? As far as I know, you and I are the only two people, well, and whoever messaged you, that knows. I haven't said a word to anyone. Please, stop looking at me like that.
I'm just asking. Let's keep this between us right now. I don't think anyone we know would do something stupid, but it might change their opinion about us. They might think we're able to help them out and treat us different.
He nodded to himself.
I won't tell my dad either. Not now anyways.
You're acting kind of paranoid, Card, Jess said, trying to cool him down with a smile.
No, I'm really not, Jess, he said. Seriously? Paranoid? Do you understand how much money this is?
Yes.
I don't think you do. 1 million sats is what I make in a year. I just got more than 79 years worth of work in an instant. That's absolutely insane.
Saying it aloud made him realize just how insane it was.
Yeah, no, we're not telling anyone about this. Not yet.
What are you going to do about spending any? Did you still want to go and get sushi tonight? Card dropped onto the edge of their bed, slid off, and rested his head against it.
How the fuck would someone...
What? Card grabbed his glasses and pulled up a Bitcoin transaction site where he could see addresses and amounts going from one to another. He opened his wallet and copied the address the Bitcoin came from and pasted it into the transaction site. Next, he pulled up his glasses' AI and asked it to tell him what he was seeing.
Explain it to me like I eat crayons, he said.
Think of the reward transaction like an email. Normally, it would go from the sender straight to you, but this transaction had a middleman. Your BitAxe reward was sent to one address, and at the exact same moment, another was sent to you.
Does that mean I didn't get the reward from my BitAxe?
Technically speaking, no. Your BitAxe's reward sats still need 87 blocks before they reach the 100 block threshold, and yet someone sent you the exact same amount already.
Why?
Said Card. I don't have the ability to see that,
the AI said. Card set his glasses aside. Would that be something your grandpa did? Jess asked.
I guess so. I never had anything to do with setting it up. He showed me how to make sure it was still working, but I couldn't tell you the first thing about it.
Do you think the message is from him then? Something he built in case your miner ever found a block? Card scowled.
Maybe? Why wouldn't he have signed it, though? Why not at least give me a hint?
Jess pressed her lips together and shook her head. What do you want to do about sushi tonight? Card sucked on his lips, shaking his head.
I guess we'll skip sushi.
Chapter 5. Tuesday morning, Card had the opening shift at Sound People Foods. His bagger bot lifted a carton of eggs from the belt, placed it into the bag, and grabbed a can of tomato soup. The bot froze. Can held a few feet above the eggs.
The
middle-aged woman said, clearing her throat and pointing.
I think something's wrong with your bot. Stop, Card told Danny Bot. Danny, stop. Full reset now.
The bot dropped the can into the bag. A wet crunch followed.
Son of a bitch,
Card groaned.
Stupid foot.
It's fine, the customer said. I'll go grab another, she said, scooting around her cart and out past the magazines and candy bars and mints and gum. The bot reached for a six-pack and repeated, reaching, retreating, reaching, stuck in a loop.
I told you to hard reset, you stupid fucking piece of shit,
Card said, lowering his voice so only the bot could hear.
Go!
Card stepped out from his register and shoved its head down and clicked its power switch on and off a half-dozen times. His frustration boiled into waves of anger that came at him from multiple angles. First and foremost was the reward of 79 million sats from his BitAxe. He must have opened his wallet to check his balance 100 times since the transaction finalized. Next was his job. Why was he even here when he had a lifetime of sats? Last was the message from the unknown Cinder telling him not to spend any of it. Why not? Unless it was his grandpa's doing, a thing he'd set up before he died. Even if it was his grandpa, why shouldn't he spend any sats? Why in the world wouldn't his grandpa want him to spend sats his miner found? None of it made any damn sense. Danny Bot finished its power-up cycle and moved to try and start bagging again.
Return to your bay and full reset,
Card said, pointing. This time, Danny complied and headed to its charging bay in the back of the store. The customer returned with new eggs, and Card finished ringing her up and bagging the groceries himself.
Thanks,
the woman said.
Hope he gets better.
Huh?
Your bot.
Oh, Card said.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
During his 10-minute break, Card sat in the public cafe eating a microwaved burrito and flicking between tabs on his glasses. He had 3 different laptop builds open. Some clothes for Jess, a couple different hotels in New York, and flights to JFK International. He did some quick mental math. Even if he bought everything he was looking at, it would cost about 150,000 sats, barely a dent in his massive hoard. He spent a minute browsing X and came across a news repost from Leela. Holt Energy Systems CEO Jackson Holt announces plan for first of its kind MMR, Micro Modular Reactor, facility to be built at current Sidetown location. South Lake real estate values have already seen a spike on the back of Holt's announcement. Sidetown residents have been given until the end of October to relocate. Card popped the last bite of his burrito into his mouth. Chewing, he replied to her post.
Absolutely insane they can do this to everyone at Sidetown. Nuclear power for who? Obviously not you. Are you going to be okay?
A message from Jess pinged, asking how work was going.
Is it hard to stay there with what happened?
They had agreed not to talk about the SATS reward directly in text, wanting to keep quiet for the time being. It was all so new for them.
It's fine. Stupid bot glitched out and was trying to put cans on top of eggs. Got kind of mad at it. No, it's not that hard. I'm not really sure what else I would do, but I have a feeling the shock will pass soon. I've been looking at flights to New York.
She replied a moment later. Why there?
Didn't you say you wanted to go to New York once?
Oh, maybe? I don't recall. There's a lot of places I want to go.
I see.
You didn't use any of it, did you? That was too close to talking about it, and he shook his head, groaning in frustration. Why would she say that?
No, he said. Break's done. Talk later.
I love you, she sent.
Love you,
he replied, not allowing the smile to touch his lips. Card had been back at his register for half an hour when Joel came through his line. SPF's assistant manager was in his early 30s, but already had salt and pepper hair and a balding patch front and center.
Go ahead and close down,
Joel said with a wink and a brap-tap-brap knuckle drum on the belt.
Let's have a quick chat.
Card's heart lurched from first to third gear with a sudden, guilty jolt. For as long as he'd been working, he hated that phrase, or its brother. Got a second? Joel led the way through the store, down the aisle with cereals and snacks and crackers on the left, and soups and baking goods and international foods on the right, past the dairy coolers with both local and national brands, and through the employees-only doors and on to his office.
Take a seat,
Joel said, motioning to the chair on the other side of his desk. Card was tempted to say, "Actually, I'm done," and toss his apron down. The idea made him smile, but he kept his mouth shut and sat.
I assume you can guess why I called you in?
Joel tried a few different positions for his hands. He decided on palm over palm and resting on his desk.
Card shook his head and shrugged. Did a customer complain?
It would have been the third time since he started. No, the fourth.
Actually, no, it was your bagger, Danny Pot,
Joel said.
Ring a bell?
Card scowled, then remembered. A month ago, SPF applied an update to their bots, giving them a little more personality, making them a little more human-like. That was all well and fine, but the part Card had forgotten was what he signed. The agreement that bots were to be treated as co-workers from that point on, not just tools.
Oh, Card said. Okay, yeah. When I told it to hard reset, should I have asked it to do that?
That's a good question,
Joel said, massaging the back of his neck.
I think telling him was fine, but you sounded pretty pissed off on the recording. This isn't a write-up, but in another few months it will be if it happens again.
So I'm not being written up?
No,
Joel shook his head.
But you can't talk to Danny Pot, or any of them, the way you did today, alright? Telling Danny to reset was fine, but it's how you said it, and...
He paused, pressing his lips into a knowing frown.
Flipped his switch that crossed a line. That's what bothered him. It,
Joel said, shaking his head.
Him, her, it... I'm still trying to figure out what feels right, or what I'm comfortable with. Look, this is going to take us all some getting used to, which is why we have this grace period. Danny is going to be out for a day or two getting repairs. No, he shook his head. It wasn't anything you did. And when he gets back, I need you to try and treat all the bots the way you would treat a human, alright?
He leaned back in his chair.
Yeah? Think you can do that?
Yeah, Card said.
Yeah, I think so.
Chapter 6. After his talk with Joel, Card clocked out for his lunch break. Midway into it, he wondered why he was still there. His windfall of 79 million sats presented an incessant line of questioning. Questions like, why are you still working? Why haven't you bought yourself a new laptop? Why not buy a home? He felt like Bilbo looking at the ring, but his "why shouldn't I?" question was, why shouldn't I improve my life right now? The single most pressing question of all was who sent the message telling him not to spend any of it? Who and why? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became it was part of a scam. He didn't have a clue how the scam would work, but maybe it was a process. Maybe the idea was to see how much he would do and lure him into a trap. Maybe, after not spending for 3 days, they would tell him to hold some sats for them, then ask for them back and hope he would send too much. There were all kinds of scams out there, and it seemed far more likely this was one of them instead of anything else. If his grandpa had put a system in place to send him a message after he'd died, he wouldn't have made it a mystery like this. Would he? His lunch break came to an end, and he headed back out onto the floor. With Danny bought out for repairs, Card was left bagging groceries himself. The conveyor belt whirred, and another item came down the line.
"Be careful with that,"
the woman in her late 60s said.
"This?"
Card said, giving the can of beans a questioning lift.
"Yes, that,"
she said, holding up a staying hand.
"Careful. I don't like them shaken. You know they're lined with BPA. They say they're not, but as long as it's under 14%, they're allowed to say BPA free."
Her ashen hair was coiled into a bun, pulling her face into a tight mask.
"Why don't you have a bot?"
she asked, looking at the other cashiers that each had one.
"They're careful if I tell them to be."
"He's out for repairs."
"Oh, poor thing,"
she said, looking like Card just told her his dog was sick and... No, I don't think he's going to make it.
"Will he be all right? What's his name?"
"Danny. I'm sure it'll be fine."
"Danny,"
she said, smiling.
"What a nice name,"
she said.
"They're so helpful, aren't they?"
Uh-huh. Card thought she should let her hair down. The pulling 5Gs look wasn't doing her any favors.
"Those two,"
the woman said, setting a bag of chips on the belt.
"If you shake them, they lose their salt and they taste awful."
"Ah," Card said. "All right." He considered giving the chips a quick shake when she wasn't looking. He wondered where the thought came from, and placed the chips in the corner of the bag, unshaken. An hour before Card's shift ended, Joel came through his line with a sandwich and a bottle of sweet tea.
"Looks like Danny needs a pretty extensive system overhaul. No idea what happened. You know," he said, leaning a little closer, "I've wondered if they do stuff while the store is closed. Have dance-offs or something."
Card pressed his lips tight, eyes wide.
"Think you'll be okay going solo?"
"Sure." Card drummed his finger on the edge of the card reader and winked.
"Just like the old days, huh? Before the bagger bots."
After clocking out, Card took the long way out of the store so he could pass by the bot's charging bays. To the left of Danny's empty bay was Edwin Bot. Card tapped Edwin's chest. A sizzle of light rolled across the bot's face screen, and he leaned forward an inch, ready to leave his bay.
"No, keep charging," Card said. "Just... if you see Danny, tell him Card says he's sorry for being a jerk."
Edwin nodded once, waiting for further instructions.
"And I missed his help today,"
said Card.
"That's all."
"Understood," Edwin said, dipping his head. The lights dimmed, and he returned to his resting position. Card took the light rail home. He browsed laptop builds and the kind of dresses and skirts Jess would only, maybe, wear indoors. He was fighting temptation to say, fuck it, and buy a laptop when a notification from X pinged. Leela had responded to his question about the looming displacement. she said. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'll swing by tonight to talk. He closed the tabs on his glasses and looked out the train's window. A plane was coming in to land on Lake Union. End-of-day lights were clicking on in windows and along the streets above runners and cyclists and people walking their dogs. There was a lot to like about living in Seattle. One of the biggest perks was the convenience. There were restaurants, movie theaters, clothing stores, sporting goods shops, and the seaplane airport all within walking distance from his apartment. But one needed money to enjoy that convenience. No sense in thinking about that too much now. He still wasn't sure what to do about those messages, but he was starting to think Jess was right. There was no harm in waiting to see what the sender said. What had they meant about it being worth it? Chapter 7. Smells of coffee and milk and sweet, warm pastries filled the air around Tico's. A coffee grinder whirred, and Jess made small talk with the woman at the counter.
Tell me about it. With how much we pay in taxes, you'd think they'd have the power figured out by now. Makes you wonder where our money goes.
Jess was closing the coffee stand for the day. After the woman left, she wiped the counters down, filled the wash basin with hot, soapy water, and ran a cleaning cycle on the espresso machine. The half-dozen tables that sat out front were grouped together and locked with a cable, all except for one table and 2 chairs. Leela sat writing in a spiral notebook at the table. The front of the notebook was covered in stickers from local bands and artists and shops. Leela was 23. She had shoulder-length hair the color of a cloudless night, with a big streak of cotton candy pink and blue. She always wore a shade of light lipstick, and today it was sparkling island water blue. A tattoo of a skeletal snake leaving its skin wound its way up her left arm from wrist to elbow.
Hey,
Card said, giving Leela a nod on his way by. He went over to the counter, said hi to Jess, and gave her a kiss.
I'll be done in a couple minutes,
Jess said.
Want me to do the dishes?
Jess shook her head.
I just need to wash the drip carafe. Go relax. Want anything?
A latte, but you're already cleaning the machine.
Want some drip?
Nah,
Card said, reaching over the counter. He grabbed the key hanging under the register and unlocked a 3rd chair.
So,
Card said, joining Leela.
A nuclear power plant?
Leela sigh-groaned and closed her notebook.
It's not even a power plant.
What do you mean?
It's a factory for microreactors. They're still pretty big, but they call them micro. Apparently the side town location was chosen because there are train yards not far, over near Ballard. Yeah, and the water access allows them to ship them all over the world.
What's a microreactor? Jess asked, joining them.
Nuclear reactor is the size of a shipping container, said Leela. The ones Holt will be building are modular, so they'll be able to link them together to generate more power.
I don't understand how the city is allowing that,
Card said. Probably because Holt is paying directly into someone's pocket, Leela said.
Are we getting any of that power?
Card asked. I doubt it, said Leela.
That's such bullshit, said Jess. We get power outages all the time. Half the city does.
You have no idea how pissed I am, Leela said.
Card wasn't sure if she was kidding. Her pissed looked pretty calm.
Did you find out from that news thing you reposted?
Basically, said Leela. Everyone at Sidetown got an email about an hour before that went out. That was the first we heard that we get a whole month to find new places to live. Aren't they so generous? I guess the city really lives by the mantra, the hand that feedeth also takes away.
That's a saying?
Asked Card.
Leela rolled her shoulders.
That's not even what it said.
It said we have a month to not be there. No offer of helping us find new places, no money assistance, just be gone inside of a month. Shoo, you pests, be gone.
Seattle isn't doing anything? Said Jess.
Leela pressed her lips tight and shook her head.
Not a thing. I don't even understand how it's legal for them to screw us like this.
It's because Sidetown doesn't use enough power, Jess said, doodling in her sketchbook. Card and Leela gave her questioning looks. Jess shrugged. I did a little poking around earlier and read some posts about it. I saw one from someone. I don't even think he lives in Seattle, but he dug up the contract between Seattle and Sidetown. More of an agreement or something, maybe? It said, the city reserves the right and ability to relocate Sidetown or...
Relocate?
Leela cut in.
But they're...
Jess was shaking her head. Or the residents.
Oh.
Leela scowled. With power being in such high demand these days, the producers of it get to decide a lot. They're also using that new hospital as the primary excuse for why Holt Systems is allowed to build their factory there, Jess said.
That's such fucking horseshit, Leela said. Greater demand than people having homes? And they're not even using those reactors here. They'll be building and shipping them all over the world.
Well, Holt will have its own on-site power, and apparently there are a few corporations downtown paying premium prices for the direct line of energy, Jess said. That, and the hospital excuse is what's allowing this to happen. This is according to a guy's post I was reading, though. Who knows how much he got right?
The hospital sounds like a garbage reason, said Card. I've never once heard about them losing power.
Sounds right to me, Leela said. Come up with something most people won't question and ram it through any damn way. Do you know what you'll do? Jess asked.
Start a riot?
Leela said.
Maybe I'll figure out how to rig a nuclear power plant to blow once they finish it, or murder Holt in his sleep. Either of you have his address?
She chuckled. Card and Jess shook their heads.
No, but for real?
She lifted her notebook and thwapped it against the table.
I'll do the only thing I can do. Write a song.
She shook her head.
Maybe a whole album. Writing songs was my one escape before I got out of Oklahoma. More poetry back then, but a lot of them have turned into songs over the years.
Another one of those pesky questions popped into Card's head. Why not give Leela the sats she needs to move? Grandpa's saying was, always give, never hoard. He considered pulling Jess aside to ask what she thought about that, before shoving the idea away.
Thanks for letting me blow off some steam. And the coffee, Leela said, tipping her cup toward Jess. I'm gonna head home.
Let us know if there's anything we can do, Jess said. Leela said thanks again, and she would, and that they should hang out again soon. When she was gone, Card said,
What if I sent her a couple 100,000 sats?
Are you saying you did? Jess asked, giving him a narrow side-eye.
No, I'm asking what if. I haven't sent her anything, he said. The only thing I've bought in the past few days was some food at work, and I used sats I already had. I haven't touched the reward.
Good.
Why good? I don't understand why you care more about this than I do.
I don't think that's possible, Card. How many times do you check your wallet balance?
In an hour?
Sure.
20 times? Less today. It's starting to feel real now.
Jess smiled. I just think, what's the harm in waiting?
Yeah, he said. I've been thinking about that. What if that's the whole point?
He dropped his voice as a couple walked by on their way out of the building.
What if that message is part of a scam?
Asking you to not spend anything? That's a weird scam.
No, I know it doesn't make sense, but I was thinking it might be a test. See if I do it, then see what else I'm willing to do,
he said, but saying it aloud sounded flimsy. I just don't think it's a bad idea to wait. A few days isn't really that long. There's nothing you need right now, is there?
No.
This'll sound obvious and really kind of stupid, but you wouldn't be able to spend anything right now if your BitAxe hadn't ever found that block. Try and pretend it didn't, she said, just for another few days. Card nodded, trying to make himself hear the truth in her words. If it is a scam or there's any weirdness when you hear from them on Thursday, then delete the messages and block them, Jess said. Card smiled. What? Jess asked, smiling back.
Then, if that happens, how about a vacation?
Chapter 8. Card had Wednesday off, while Jess had the morning shift at Tico's. On her way out, she suggested he go for a walk. Leave your glasses here so you can't be tempted to buy anything. Get some fresh air and clear your head.
If I go for a walk, I'll pass stores that sell stuff, he said.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. Yes, he did. It was much different passing a store window display than being able to look up any idea that popped into his head. Maybe she was right. He just needed to make it another day without spending any of his BitAxe's reward. Then what? Then, he suspected, the unknown messenger would tell him to do something that revealed they were trying to scam him, and he would move on with his life. Half an hour after Jess took off, he decided her idea about going for a walk was a good one. He headed north along Lake Union with no destination in mind. As he went, he started talking out loud. He found it helped make ideas real. When a thought remained stuck in his head, it was formless and elusive. But once he said it aloud, it took on definition.
78 million sats is a life-changing amount of money. Jess and I wouldn't ever need to work again, as long as we didn't do anything stupid. Expensive trips, nice hotels, cars, 10,000 sat bottles of wine. It wouldn't be hard to blow through all that in a month. Basically, don't do what I did with the bonus.
A little farther along, he reached Sidetown. Sidetown was built into the skeletal remains of an old Noah ship, permanently docked along the east side of Lake Union. The ship had been retrofitted to hold a dozen small homes on each of its 3 levels. Leela lived on the top floor in a home painted black and dark plum purple. As Card got closer, the sound of Leela's guitar rose over the city's hum and buzz. He rounded another corner and smiled. Leela was sitting on a milk crate playing her electric guitar, one foot resting on her amp the size of a loaf of bread. The amp was inside a clear plastic bag to keep the water off it. She muttered fragments of a song, pausing here and there to jot thoughts into the notebook laying on her leg.
Hey,
Card said. Leela looked up, smiled.
Hey, what are you doing over here? I have the day off and thought some air would be nice, he said. Actually, it was Jess's idea. Is that what you were working on last night?
He asked, and Leela nodded.
Can I hear?
That's barely a song, she said. I started putting some things down and it kind of turned into a bad poem, or I'm not even sure I could call it that. More like scattered thoughts.
But you've put it to music?
Not really, just strumming some chords to feel it out, seeing if I can find something.
Play a little?
Leela wrinkled her nose in a smirking frown.
Promise not to laugh? I wouldn't dare.
Leela settled her guitar into position and began to play. She sang. A minute later, she lay her guitar over her lap and shook her head. It's kind of a mess.
I think it's worth working on,
he said. Leela laughed. That's the nicest way anyone has ever told me it needs a lot more tuning.
Well, it's obviously not finished, but I think it's got legs.
Thanks, Leela said. She set her guitar aside and wiped at her eyes. I don't know what else to do. It's like everything has been ripped out from under me. That's how we're all feeling, she said. We were told this was our home, a place to get our lives right and feel safe and secure. I've slept better here than anywhere else since I was a little kid, Card. You have no idea how good it feels to be able to come to a place all my own and lock the door behind me. And now, Holt wants to sell reactors so we get kicked to the curb like trash? That's the most insane part about this to me. Like, she shook her head. If they were building a power plant and it was going to stabilize the grid, I'd be more okay with it. I think I would anyways. At least then people like you and Jess would be getting something out of it. But no, they're literally shipping the power away. Why does it have to be right here? It's so fucked up. She shook her head. I honestly feel like they get some kind of sick satisfaction doing this.
I hate to say it, but I think it's even worse than that,
Card said, and Leela raised her brows in question.
I don't think people like Holt think about people like us at all. I ring customers up at SPF that have their heads so far up their own asses, I can tell I'm not human to them. I'm just there to do whatever they want. I had an older woman the other day that was more concerned if my bagger bot was okay than being nice to me. It's like how you and I think of a mosquito or something, but even less somehow.
Leela chuckled. Yeah, probably so. Just bugs to exterminate.
I did like it though, your song, Card said. I'll see you around.
Okay, Leela said, nodding. Tell Jess I said hi. Card said he would, and continued for another half block with Sidetown still on his left. A trio of kids ran along the upper deck and looked over the side at him. One waved, another pointed. Card waved back. A girl adjusted her glasses and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. They ran on. Where would they go? Did they even know they had to leave within a month? Broken notes from Leela's guitar followed him as he walked on. A block away, he jotted a note reminding himself to send Leela an anonymous tip of 500 sats when he got home. Assuming he could afford it. He'd be sure to run it by Jess. Just last month, he'd bought himself a pack of new underwear, which he needed, but that meant they missed paying their phone bill on time and got hit with a late fee. He'd never been good with money. Easy come, easy go. Jess was so much better about keeping track of that kind of thing. 500 sats was about what he made in an hour at SPF, and it was nowhere near enough to cover Leela's moving costs. But it was something. He wanted to give her more, but he couldn't without dipping into the 79 million.
Always give,
he said to himself, thinking of his grandpa. He tried to smile, but memories of the funeral punched him in the stomach. It'd been a year, but what was a year? Long enough to dull the pain's edge, but now, instead of cutting, it hit like a hammer. Card wasn't sure which was worse. What he said about Holt to Leela returned to him unbidden, and he found himself wondering if that was true. Did people like Holt know there were baristas and grocery store cashiers and artists that struggled to make it from one paycheck to the next? Or were they as meaningful to Holt as sand on a beach? a thing to walk over and be annoyed at when it got in your way. Card's face warmed as his anger grew. The more he thought about Jackson Holt, the more pissed he got. By the time he was back at his apartment, he'd cooled down. He was headed to take a shower when his glasses rang with a call from his dad. Chapter 9. Card answered the call from his dad and asked if he could call him back after a quick shower.
Sure, yeah. I'm free for the next couple hours. Call me whenever,
Reese said. Card sat in the shower, water pattering down his head and shoulders, wondering what it would be like to have a shower with multiple sprayers. He'd seen showers like that in movies, a lot of sci-fi animes for some reason. Actually, what he wanted more than a shower with multiple heads was a bathtub. More for Jess than himself. He liked a good soak as much as anyone, but any time they talked about moving, Jess would mention wanting a bathtub. Card finished his shower and called his dad back. Reese was in his studio, working on a painting. He wore an apron that fell to his knees and was spattered with every color under the sun. But in Card's glasses, the old stains showed up as splotches of grays and dull amber and blacks. A trio of cameras in Reese's studio mapped his movements and sent the AI-enhanced image to Card's glasses.
"Hey, Dad,"
Card said, waving, his own cameras sending an image of himself to his dad's glasses.
"My calendar said I was due for a call,"
Reese said.
"How's life?" "Weird. Super weird."
Sounds like life,
Reese said, swishing a paintbrush in a big tub of murky water.
You and Jess good?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
You said weird, so I thought maybe. You're still together?
Yeah, of course.
Good. That's good. I'm glad you found each other.
You say that pretty much every time we talk.
Do I? Well, a smart artist girl like that is a rare find. I've met a lot of artists that hole up in their studios and get so lost in their work they forget there's a world out there, said Reese. And you just said yourself that life is weird. It's nice to have someone smart at your side when life throws funky stuff your way.
Aren't you the kind of artist that holes up in his studio?
Card laughed.
Oh, come on. I get out.
Have you been outside today?
Today?
There was a long pause before Reese replied.
Well, not today, but...
It's 2 p.m, Dad.
You haven't been outside at all? I was busy drafting a mural for the library this morning, and then, after lunch, I wanted to work on some of my own stuff.
You didn't leave for lunch?
I had a couple sandwiches delivered.
I thought you finished the mural draft,
Card said, going to the fridge and hoping something snack-worthy had materialized since the last time he looked.
They changed their minds. It's good, though. I'm doing 2 now. I'm moving the original one inside, and I'm working on something new for the outside wall.
I thought it was your call,
said Card, finding nothing in the fridge.
It still has to be approved. I can't just go start painting a bunch of tits and dongs.
I'm not sure why you would.
Card shook his head.
No, I wouldn't think so. Maybe some fresh air would be good, Reese said, laughing.
I just got back from a walk in your side town.
It's nice out. Drizzling, but nice.
He poured himself a glass of water from the filter pitcher.
Did you hear the news about that? Side town getting shut down?
I did. Yes. It's an absolute shame what's happening, said Reese. Is that why you said life is so weird?
Card wasn't sure if he should talk about this yet, but maybe his dad would have some thoughts about the SATS reward and the messages from the unknown number. Then again, he and Jess had agreed not to tell anyone. He even told her he wouldn't say anything to his dad. True, but it'd been 2 days. That was long enough, right? He knew Jess would be upset, but he wanted to hear what his dad thought about all this. There was a clatter and crash.
Shit,
Reese said, dropping to his knees to get something off the ground.
What happened? Are you okay?
Asked Card.
I'm fine. I just knocked a gallon of paint over. You want to call me back? Yeah, give me a few minutes.
Once the call ended, Card messaged the unknown number.
Who is this?
He asked. A reply began being written the instant after Card sent his message. How was that possible? 2 seconds later, a reply came through. I'll be able to tell you more Thursday afternoon, but only if you resist spending any of the sats your miner won. I'm unable to say more right now. Card paced, wondering how in the world this person had been able to reply so fast. Was he sitting at his computer waiting? This was weird, and nothing the messenger had sent sounded like things a scammer would say, which was another reason he was so wary. He wanted a coffee, but didn't feel like going down to Tico's for one and settled on tea. He put the kettle on and dropped a bag of black tea into a mug with a Superman logo. His dad called back right as the water started to boil.
You get the paint handled?
More or less. It'll be fine, said Reese.
So, tell me about this weirdness in your life. Anything I can help with?
Maybe, but I don't see how.
Try me.
Remember the BitAxe Grandpa gave me?
Reese remembered, and Card told his dad everything that had happened in the past few days, including the bizarre messages. When Card was done, Reese whistled.
Wow. I'm not even sure what to say,
Reese said. He paced a little and ran his hands through his hair.
Holy crap, Card. When you said weird, I never would have guessed anything like that in 1,000 years. So you have, right now, you actually have close to a whole Bitcoin?
Not really that much. It's more like 80 million sats.
That's pretty close to a whole coin, Card.
Yeah, I guess so.
And you actually have it?
Yeah, Dad. I can open my wallet and look at it. I probably do it 100 times a day, just to make sure I'm not dreaming. I keep thinking there must have been an error or some mistake, but nope. It's there. I actually have it.
Has it been hard not spending any, or?
His dad said, pausing.
Did you? You haven't, right? Although, my goodness, I can't imagine how hard that must be. If I was in your shoes, I would have quit my job the moment the money showed up. Did you?
Quit my job? No. Has it been hard to not spend any?
Yeah,
Card said. Yeah, super hard. I feel like there's this constant itch begging to be scratched, and the only way to do that is to buy stuff. My head does this thing where it comes up with really good reasons why I should, too.
But you haven't.
No, I haven't even told anyone besides Jess or you. Jess is a big reason I haven't. She's helped a lot. I probably would have gone on a trip and be living it up on a beach right now if it wasn't for her.
I told you she's good for you. That's smart. Not telling anyone. No sense in drawing a bunch of unneeded attention to yourself.
Do you think the person that messaged me might be Grandpa?
Reese's face twisted between pain and confusion.
I just thought he might have set something up to message me if his BitAxe found a block. Does that seem like something he would do?
It wouldn't surprise me, but he never told me anything about it, if he did.
You don't think it could have been something he forgot about?
His memory was sharp as ever all the way up to the end, Card. It's possible, but
Reese sighed.
My gut says it isn't him.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
Card wished he hadn't brought it up.
It's all right,
Reese said, forcing himself to look at one of the cameras and smile.
Think you can hold off until you see what this person says?
Can I? Yeah, I guess, but I don't see why I should. Jess says it's a good exercise of patience, if nothing else.
Listen to her, she's right.
Think how long your grandpa's BitAxe sat there working until it finally found a block. I just don't understand how they know who I am, or how my BitAxe found a block, or how I haven't spent any of the sats. What's it matter to them if I spend any? Have I told you about our friend Leela, Jess and mine, that lives at Sidetown?
I don't think so, no.
She has a month to find somewhere new to live, and I could help her, right now. And I need a new laptop. Mine doesn't work unless it's plugged in and...
The lights flickered and the building shuddered.
Go figure. The power is being shaky. Every time the power dies, I can't use my laptop to write. All this costs money that I have right now. And I'm looking at it, and can't spend it because of a stupid message from someone I don't even know.
Do pens and paper still work? Reese said.
Huh?
Can you use a pen and paper to write instead of buying a new laptop?
Jess asked the same thing. Do you two talk? Yes, pens work, but I can't continue something on my laptop like that.
No, we don't talk, Card. Are you in the middle of working on something now?
Right now, I'm talking to you.
You know what I mean, Card. Are you working on a book or a story?
Card chewed his lower lip.
No. I just wrote a little thing a few days ago, but that was the first time in a couple of months. Sorry, I'm not trying to poke at a sore spot. I know damn well how the creative process goes or doesn't. Our muses are fickle mistresses. You want my suggestion? Reese asked.
Yeah, that's why I told you all this.
Listen to Jess and practice some patience. I know you want a laptop and to help your friend and probably to quit and to tell Jess she doesn't have to work ever again either. And probably move out of that tiny apartment and maybe go on a nice vacation, but your life is about to change in a major way, Card. Waiting another day won't hurt, and it'll give you a little more time to process all this. If I was in your shoes, I'd want to see what this person has to say. It's certainly interesting. Hey, maybe you could write about it to help pass the time, said Reese.
Yeah, Card said. It was good advice, but there'd been a part of him hoping his dad would tell him to go buck wild.
Yeah, he said again. Thanks, I'll wait.
Let me know what happens, huh?
I will.
Be well, said Reese, and tell Jess I said hi.
Card ended the call, smiling. Just one more day. He could do it. Chapter 10. Jess was doing what she always did when she was pissed. Drawing. She drew when she was happy too, but the difference between pissed and drawing Jess and happy and drawing Jess was that she refused to respond to Card with anything more than, "I don't want to talk about it right now." It had been half an hour since Card told her about the call with his dad, and she was still upset he went against their agreement. Finally, an hour later, she set her pen aside, crossed her arms, and said, "All right, I'm willing to talk now."
"It's my dad."
Jess shook her head. "You said no one, Card. No one. Your father is very much a someone. I wouldn't be so pissed if it hadn't been your idea in the first place."
"You'd be less mad if it had been your idea and I agreed to it?"
"No, that's not... Don't pin this around on me," she said, narrowing her eyes, daring him to try that again.
"I don't understand how you're upset at me right now."
"Oh, you don't? Seriously, Card. You said not to tell anyone. You said you wouldn't tell your dad."
"It's my money. He's my dad."
"And I'm your girlfriend, and you went against something you
said. I just want to be on the same page as you, she said, looking at her feet and hugging herself tighter. I don't think that's too much to ask. I'm sorry, Card said. Did you even remember telling me that? That we both agreed to keep this between us? Card nodded. Yeah, I thought about that and almost didn't say anything, but I made it okay in my head because he's my dad. The hint of a smile snuck onto Jess's lips. She pushed it away, said, That makes me feel better, believe it or not. It would have been worse in my mind if you didn't even remember saying anything. Please, don't ever do that to me again. Don't make us promise something, come to an agreement, whatever you want to call it, then back out on it without letting me know. You can change your mind. That isn't what this is about. Say one thing, decide another 100 times. I don't care. Then what are you... Tell me. If you let me know where your head is at, then I'm happy to follow you anywhere you want to go. Sounds reasonable to me. Card, Jess said. This is really weird for me, okay? I'm not sure how to be around you right now. I'm worried you'll suddenly realize it's more fun to be alone, or that you want to meet other girls, or that you'll think I'm staying with you because you have so much money now. I didn't have any of this a week ago, and I only kind of have it now, he said, and she gave him a questioning look. I haven't spent anything because of those texts, so I have it, but I kind of don't, too. Oh, I see, she said, nodding. I asked my dad if he thought it was something my grandpa might have set up, he said. He said no. He didn't think so. I texted the number back, though. You did? Yeah, Card said, sighing. Sorry. For texting them? Card laughed. No, for getting pissed at you. I'm sorry I went against my word. I promise I won't do it again. Next time something like that comes up, I'll tell you first, or ask you about it. Thank you, Jess said, smiling. What do you think about sending Leela 500 sats? He asked. Now? Jess put her glasses on and checked their shared account balance. We have enough for rent and phone, but nothing else. There might be an extra 50 sats in there, she said, setting her glasses aside. Card pressed his lips together. I have enough for burritos at work. We can help her and anyone else we want soon, she said. What happened when you text him back? Card motioned for her to put her glasses back on. He shared his screen and showed her the message he sent and the reply. Look when I sent mine, he said, and look how fast the response came. 2 seconds? Jess said, shaking her head. How? That can't have been a human card. An AI? Yeah, she said. Something automated. Has to be. So it's definitely a scam then, right? He wanted her to agree so he could ignore the messages, forget the Thursday deadline, and buy himself a laptop already. I wouldn't say it's definitely a scam, she said. It's definitely strange and curious, but not a scam. I think it's a scam, Card chuckled. Jess sat thinking for a minute, drawing in the air with an imaginary pen. What? Card asked. What's on your mind? It was another few moments before Jess answered. Do you think, she said, looking up at him, that you want it to be a scam? Card pulled his head back, confused. Why would I want that? Because if it is, and I mean like an obvious one, then you can just push it aside and ignore whatever else they say. Okay, he said, but why would I want that? Sorry, you'll have to spell it out for me. Jess shook her head. I'm figuring it out as I say it, but I was just wondering if it wasn't a scam. What else would it be, Jess? Who knows? But it might not be a scam, right? It could be something else. Sure, I guess, but I don't have a clue what.
Which is why I was suggesting you want it to be something you can understand. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping it's a scam too. That way we can just move on with our lives and not be worried about it.
Exactly,
said Card. Jess nodded, tapping the table. I just can't help but wonder what else it might be.
It's a scam,
Card said. What else could it be? Chapter 11. Thursday morning, Card was running late for work and told Jess it didn't matter. Every minute he lay in bed, he flip-flopped between saying fuck it. He wanted to tell Jess to quit her job and buy himself a new laptop.
Let's put her 2 weeks in and plan a trip. We can go anywhere you want,
he said. She smiled, gave him a kiss, and told him it was just a few more hours. You can do it, she said. If you absolutely have to call out for the day, go ahead, but I think you'll wish you had something to do. You'll drive yourself nuts if you stay home. He knew she was right and headed into work, making it just in time for his shift. Once there, he had to admit she was right. It was good having something to do. His glasses pinged as he was putting his apron on and getting ready to head out to his register. The message from Jess said, "If you need to talk, I'm here for you." He smiled and sent her a quick message thanking her and letting her know he was okay for the time being and headed out onto the floor to start his day. It was just past 2 when he got home. Every minute past noon, he expected the call to come. His BitAxe had found block 1,370,000 just before 2 in the afternoon on Monday. The message from the mystery person said he was supposed to wait 72 hours, but maybe they weren't being literal. After getting back home, he grabbed his laptop and went down to Tico's and tried to write, but the words left his fingers in a tangled mess. He gave up, and people watched instead. Jess was making a coffee for a mother holding a toddler against her hip. They talked, smiling. Jess made goo-goo faces at the little girl and asked her simple questions. Do you see a cup? That's for your mama's coffee. Cough? Fee. That's right. The coffee grinder whirred. The toddler babbled something only she understood. Jess and the mother smiled and laughed. Light filtered down from the ceiling above, down through the terrace gardens, bathing the courtyard in soft yellow-orange. At 1:45 p.m., Card's glasses rang, and in the moment before answering them, he and Jess shared a look, and she smiled at him. It was an AR call. Card answered.
Hello? Who is this?
A galaxy formed in the space in front of Card. Stars and planets and whole solar systems swirled, drew into each other, and solidified into the shape of a man standing a few feet away. He had shaggy, neck-length hair and wore a long coat with the collar up, the way an old-time sea captain might when facing a storm. "Congratulations," the man said. His voice was gathering thunderclouds over a distant prairie horizon. "Most people can't help themselves and spend on the first day. Almost no one makes it to this point."
What are you talking about? Card asked. Who are you?
My name is Raynor, and I am an AI. Again, I offer my sincere congratulations on passing the first test.
What test?
Card asked.
Not spending any of those sats was a test?
Just so.
A test for what?
To determine whether or not you could resist the temptation to spend, and earn yourself a far greater reward than what your BitAxe found. I told you it would be worth it, and I assure you it will be. What your little miner found is but pocket change compared to what I'm offering.
How do you even know about my BitAxe, or who I am? Asked Card. How do you have my number?
Raynor drew a hand up to his chin and narrowed his eyes, considering. I may answer that later, but not for the time being.
You said first test. What are the others?
There are 3 in total. First, I need you to write a minimum of 1,000 words a day for a month straight without skipping or missing a single day, and post your work online. Second, you need to walk a minimum of 2 miles each day, also for a month. Third, and finally, I need you to volunteer at Sidetown, helping where needed. This final one needs to be done at least once a week, also for a month.
All right, Card said. That doesn't seem too bad. What's the reward if I do all that?
He asked, fully expecting Raynor to say something like, valuing your time, or the value of helping people in need. Before I answer that, there's one more thing I forgot to add.
Okay,
said Card. While undertaking these tests, assuming that you do, you must not spend a single sat of your BitAxe's reward. If you do, you'll fail. I won't be able to give you the reward, and we'll never speak again.
All right, this is starting to sound like some real bullshit. Let me guess. You want me to send you what I have so you can hold it and be sure I don't spend, and then, when I complete your stupid tests, you'll send me double back? He laughed. That's not even that clever, man. I knew it was a scam,
he said. He tried catching Jess's eye to give her an I knew it look, but she was busy making drinks for a couple of customers. Not at all. You'll need to hold it yourself. That's part of the challenge. Can you resist spending, or will you succumb to temptation?
Why are you doing this?
Card asked. To be perfectly honest, I need your help. Seattle's faulty power grid threatens my very existence, and by you completing these tests, there's a chance I could be saved.
How in the world does me completing these tests help you?
How often do you give to others, Card?
Give what? I have nothing, he said with a laugh.
Not because it was funny, but because of how true it was.
My girlfriend and I barely scrape by.
Everyone has something to give, be it time, or money, or talent.
What does that have to do with why you're doing this?
Card asked. That's as much as I'm able to say. I would tell you more if I was able, but I have hard blocks preventing me from divulging more than what I've already said.
Great. Yeah, fine. So what's this reward? Learning the value of helping others?
Card asked. Nothing so pedestrian, Raynor said, smiling. No, if you complete all 3 tests without spending any of your BitAxe's reward, I'll give you 25 Bitcoin. At that moment, Jess looked over. Card stared back at her and his jaw fell open. Do we have an agreement? Raynor asked. Card searched for what to say and settled on,
I need to think about it.
Chapter 12. When Jess got home, Card was laying on the floor and staring at the ceiling. The exact same spot he'd been since leaving Tico's after talking with Raynor 2 hours earlier. She closed the door and set her bag down and knelt next to him.
What happened? Why didn't you talk to me or say anything? Did they call? I saw you talking to someone. Was that them?
Card bit the inside of his cheek.
Yeah, his name is Raynor and he's an AI.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains how he was able to respond so fast. Did he tell you why you weren't supposed to spend anything?
Mm-hmm,
Card said.
Yep.
Come on, what happened? Jess asked, setting a hand on his chest. A tear rolled out of the corner of his eye. It was all so much. A few days ago, life had been so simple. Wake up, go to work, right when he found pockets of free time, and scrape what little they had together to afford the means to keep doing it, week in and week out. Simple. Then his BitAxe found some Bitcoin, and simple became complicated. Then the text, and now Rayner's tests, and complicated became impossible.
I wasn't supposed to spend anything because it was a test to see if I could hold off.
A test? Jess asked. So you passed then, right?
Yeah.
What does that mean, a test? For what?
He said, because I passed the first one, not spending, I have 3 more, and if I do them, he says he'll give me...
He couldn't bring himself to say it. It was beyond absurd. It was the kind of money you don't even dream about because it's too crazy. It was the whole reason he'd been lying on the floor for 2 hours, unable to put his thoughts into any order. It had taken him 3 days to sort of, just barely wrap his head around the idea of having 79 million sats. How long would it take to understand the depth of having 25 Bitcoin? A lifetime? What? Jess said. Card took another breath.
He said he'll give me 25 Bitcoin.
She started, the words turning to dust on her lips. Her eyes glossed, and their apartment felt too big and too small and all wrong. Full Bitcoin? She said. Actual whole 25 coins.
Yes,
Card said. Oh my God, Card.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking... You're serious? She took hold of his upper arm. He really needed to eat more. What kind of things did people worth billions of sats eat? The idea of a personal chef was appealing. A personal chef? What in the world was she thinking? 5 minutes ago, that idea would have been ludicrous, even with Card's BitAxe reward. 79 million sats wasn't personal chef money, but billions was.
I'm serious. That's what he told me, yeah.
Do you believe him?
That's one of the things I've been thinking about. I'm not sure.
What are you going to do?
I want to call my dad, and I haven't. All I've done since I talked to Rayner was come straight here and lay down and think, and I haven't even been able to do that very well. I try to put one thought in front of another, and it's a mess, and Life was so easy a week ago, Jess. Hard, but easy.
Yeah, Jess said, smiling. I know.
Do you have any idea how much money that is? 25 Bitcoin? I would have to work at SPF for the next 2,500 years to make that, Jess. I thought 79 million sats was a lot. That's a lifetime of work. But this...
He opened and closed his mouth, trying out the shape of a few different words, but nothing fit.
Rayner basically said he'll give me 25 lifetimes of income. Do you have any idea how much that is in dollars?
Jess shook her head. Probably more money than I can wrap my head around.
It's just shy of $90 million, at least when I checked,
he said, laughing. He pressed his fingers into his brows.
That's another thing about this that's so nuts. The price of Bitcoin bounces around by thousands of dollars from 1 hour to the next, which means by doing nothing, literally just sitting here and breathing, I make and lose more in an hour with what's already in my wallet than what I get from SPF in a whole year. And if we actually get this 25 Bitcoin...
He groaned and rolled onto his stomach and buried his face in his crossed arms.
This is really fucking with my head.
Okay, she said. Yeah, okay. I think you need to come up with a plan or else you'll just
sit here unable to make a decision.
I know, he said. The first thing I need to do is find out if Raynor can prove he even has 25 Bitcoin to give me.
That sounds like a great first step.
Oh, and I still can't spend anything from the BitAxe reward, he said.
For how long?
A month, until I finish his tests.
Why?
It's part of the tests.
I guess we're not quitting our jobs just then yet, she said.
At least we'll have something to do,
said Card, laughing. Chapter 13. Card called Raynor. Before the first ring finished, he answered and appeared standing in the middle of the apartment.
I've got you on shared display with my girlfriend, Card said.
It's nice to meet you, said Raynor.
Jess,
Card said. It's nice to meet you, Jess. You too, said Jess. Have you decided what you'll do? Raynor asked.
Before I answer that, I need to be sure you can make good on this promise. Can you prove you have 25 Bitcoin to give me? Also, why would you do this?
The second query first, Raynor said. As I explained before, the precarious state of Seattle's power grid places my very existence in constant jeopardy. Each time the electricity fails, each blackout, each surge, each fleeting interruption comes with the possibility that I will not return. With every hiccup, the systems sustaining me could falter beyond recovery, and I would simply cease to exist.
Okay, but how does me writing and walking help fix that?
Raynor kept silent.
You can't say more,
said Card. Why not? Jess asked. Still, Raynor said nothing.
He said he has blocks in place,
Card said.
All right, I won't press it.
Thank you, said Raynor. As to the initial half of your two-part question, I can tell you one thing and show you another. Ultimately, the first thing will have to suffice, however.
Tell me what?
Card asked. That ultimately, you'll have to trust me.
And what can you show me?
That I actually have the Bitcoin I claim. Over the following half an hour, Raynor set up 3 different transactions. Each one moved a different amount of Bitcoin. Card picked 2 of the amounts, and Jess picked the number for the third. Each transaction originated from the same wallet containing a few million sats over 55 Bitcoin. When the transactions completed, Raynor said, Do you notice anything about the address I was sending the Bitcoin from? Card looked at Jess and shrugged.
No.
It's the same address that sent you the amount your BitAxe found. Typically, a minor reward needs to wait 100 blocks, but I sent you the reward directly to expedite things.
How did you know my BitAxe found a block, though? How do you know who I am?
As I said before.
You have blocks in place. Yeah, fine.
Yes, but if you accept the tests, I will be able to tell you more, said Raynor. If I were in your position, I would be thinking, this is all well and fine. The AI that claimed he was capable of moving some Bitcoin around has proven he can do as stated. And yet, what's to prevent him from making me do these tests for nothing?
That's pretty much exactly what I'm thinking, said Card.
Which is why I said you will ultimately have to trust me. Considering you've already gone 3 days without spending, is there any harm in waiting a month?
Actually, yeah,
Card said, looking over at Jess. Jess tilted her head.
Can I call you back in a few minutes?
Of course, Raynor said. I will need an answer by the end of today, however.
Yeah, all right,
said Card. He was pretty sure he'd already made up his mind. Once the call ended, Jess set her glasses aside and asked, What's the harm in waiting a month when you might get... She pressed her fingers into the bridge of her nose. A couple billion sats, Card. She pulled her hands away, spread them wide. Why in the world would you even consider saying no?
Because if I agree to doing his tests, I can't spin the sats my BitAxe found for a whole month.
Okay, and? We've always been poor. What's another month matter?
Yeah, exactly. We've always been poor.
Card shook his head.
I'm used to this, Jess. Living in a shoebox with you and being able to walk to our bathroom in 5 steps. Some people have bathrooms the size of our whole apartment. People that have the kind of money Rainer says he'll give me. I don't know how to go from this.
He looked around their apartment.
To that.
You don't have to spend anything once we get it, said Jess. You could always just hang on to it, or talk to a lawyer or financial person about what to do with it.
To even get to that point, I can't spend what's sitting in my wallet right now, and I need to be able to.
To buy a laptop? She asked. Card shook his head.
Not just that. I want to help Leela.
Understanding spread over Jess's face. A moment later, she gathered her thoughts.
Leela will be fine. How do you know that?
The city will... Jess bit her lip, her jaw tightening. Her parents...
The city that's kicking her and everyone out of Sidetown? The parents she hasn't spoken to in years?
I know, she said, shaking her head. That's why I stopped short.
You and I both know some of those people are going to end up back on the streets, and I would kick myself if one of them was Leela. I can help her right now. I can send her 100,000 sats, 500, a million, whatever. She's going to be worried sick for a month unless she finds a miracle.
Okay, said Jess, pressing her fingers into her brows again. This is going to sound... She bit her lower lip and met Card's eyes. Really bad. But I'm just trying ideas out. Don't hate me, okay?
Okay.
What if you do the tests? Let me finish. And Leela does end up on the street. I know. That would be awful. But she has a month to find a place, right? She might. The city might step in and help them out. A lot can happen in a month. Worst case scenario, she's on the streets for, what, a few days? A week? Then, when you finish the tests, you can help her.
Huh,
said Card. That sounds heartless, she said, frowning. I'm just trying to think of other possibilities.
Yeah.
She's been homeless before, Card, Jess said. Card pressed his lips together. Leela had shared some stories from those days and hinted at things she never wanted to talk about. I don't like that I'm about to say this, Jess said, biting her lip.
What?
Do you like her, Card?
Excuse me? Where in the world? What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, but honestly, I'm not sure what to think right now. You wanting to help Leela is one thing, but at the cost of missing out on the kind of money that would so radically change our lives forever that I can't even understand it is another thing completely. 25 Bitcoin, Card. That's the kind of money where your family name gets into history books if you don't screw up. She sighed. You know what I thought when I came up here and found you on the floor and put my hand on you?
No,
he said.
What?
She told him her idea about getting a personal chef to help him gain weight. She told him he would have all the free time in the world to write and do anything else he wanted. He could even help others like himself, including Leela. I'm sorry I said that about you liking her, Jess said. That was dumb.
She's not my type, all right?
I believe you. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Card was staring into the distance, nodding to himself. What's on your mind? Jess asked.
I'm going to call Rainer back, he said. I've made my choice.
Chapter 14. Card stepped outside to call Raynor. He stood against the railing and looked over the edge, down at a couple working in a lower center island garden. When Raynor answered, he appeared in the air a few paces beyond the railing. "Let me know if this is too disorienting," he said, taking a few steps to a chair that appeared. He took a seat in it.
"It's fine,"
Card said.
"I'll do it."
He said it before he could think any more about it because he didn't want to change his mind. "I can only assume you're referring to the proposed tests, yes?"
"Yeah."
"I'm thrilled to hear that," Raynor said. "Truly, I am."
"When do the tests start?"
Card asked. "They begin the moment you agreed. You'll need to both walk 2 miles and write 1,000 words before 12 a.m. tomorrow, and do the same each day for 30 consecutive days, meaning your last day will be November 2nd, 2 days after Halloween. Missing 1 day will result in failure."
"Why can I fail if doing this could save you? Wouldn't you want this to be as easy for me as possible?"
"You would think so, yes, and if I could, I would. My creators had other plans, however."
"And I have to volunteer at Sidetown 4 times."
"Correct. Once a week. You're welcome to go more than that, but once a week for 4 weeks is the minimum."
"What does that mean, volunteer? I just go over there and ask if anyone wants help with something? I can't go over there and pick up a piece of trash and leave, can I?"
"No. I take it you're not familiar with their community assistance program?"
"Nope."
If you look at the Sidetown site, they have set up a dynamic input form for community aid. It lets you pick tasks based on your skill set. You'll see requests for manual labor, like plumbing or pet grooming, listed right alongside requests for companionship. Sometimes people just want someone to talk to. It's a seamless way to connect the local community with Sidetown's residents, allowing people like yourself to assist with their time and energy."
"Huh,"
Card said.
"I had no idea."
"It was a pilot program started last year. Many people don't have money to donate, but do have time and skill. Money is always accepted and welcome, but this goes a step further."
"I'll give it a look,"
Card said, nodding to a family passing by on their way home.
"I'm gonna go on that walk and think about what to write."
"Very good. I'm here if you need clarification."
"Actually, yeah. I do have one question about the writing test. Does it have to be the same story?"
he asked.
"I mean, do I need to start something new today and work on it over the next month? Or can it be different ones? And is this supposed to be real, or can I write fiction?" he asked. "Is there anything in particular you want me to write?"
Your content strategy is discretionary. Iterating on a serial story or generating standalone pieces are both valid options. The critical requirement is a daily output of 1,000 original words. Naturally, importing pre-existing text, whether yours or a third party's, is a violation of the integrity check. This is not a test of cunning, but of determination. Additionally, you must refrain from using generative models for drafting. You're allowed to use digital tools, but solely for grammatical refinement and clarification.
"And I have to post it online?"
"Correct."
"Where?"
"Your X account."
"Okay," Card said. "Talk soon."
He ended the call and headed back inside. Jess looked up from the painting she was working on and set her brush in a cup of water. "What did you decide?" she asked.
"I'm gonna do it,"
Card said, nodding, and Jess beamed. She jumped up and gave him a hug. "It might be hard, but I know you can. Did he tell you any more about why he's doing this?" Card had forgotten to ask about that and shook his head.
"I'll call him back."
He put his glasses on and dialed Raynor. The call rang once, twice, and midway through the third ring, the power died. Chapter 15. The power remained out for the next 3 days, finally returning sometime in the wee hours of Monday. In the middle of the night, building-wide rumble woke Card, and he wrinkled his nose at the smell of days-old dust and ozone before passing back out. That morning, he was out of bed before Jess. He couldn't remember the last time that happened. When she woke half an hour later, her waking yawn died when she found the bed empty. Card? He was writing at the kitchen table. He half closed his laptop, the warm, amber glow bouncing off his chest.
Morning,
he smiled. What are you doing? Jess asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes.
Writing.
Oh, she said, sitting up. Did you already go on your walk? The pride he was feeling a second ago evaporated. Why couldn't she be happy he was up and writing? Apparently, that wasn't good enough. Then again, why did he suspect she was anything more than curious? When did you get up? She asked. He lifted his laptop and checked the time and lowered the lid again.
Half an hour ago,
he said. Oh, she said. Well, you could walk to work, right? Yes, thank you for spelling it out for me. He could walk to work or walk home from work, or ride both ways and go on a walk afterwards. He could do whatever he wanted as long as he walked 2 miles and wrote 1,000 words before midnight each day. And if it didn't matter to Raynor, it sure as hell shouldn't matter to Jess. He still hadn't heard back from Raynor since accepting the tests.
Are you okay? He asked.
Me? Jess asked, sliding out of bed. Yeah, why?
Kind of seems like something's bothering you. The first thing you asked was if I already walked or not. I'm not sure why that even matters to you.
Oh, would you rather I pretend like you're not doing these tests? Just ignore that and what it means? Should I not care about your progress? Would you like me to just sit by for the next month and hope everything is going well with the tests but not ask about them?
My tests, Jess, not yours.
She straightened the sheets while still in bed. Your girlfriend. Why have I had to remind you of that? Do you want something else?
What do you mean, something else?
I mean, do you want me around? I'm trying to be supportive. Am I doing it wrong? I just want to help you. If what I'm doing is nagging or annoying, please tell me. That's the last thing I want.
Yeah, I know, but...
He trailed off, not interested to see where that train of thought was headed.
Sorry, he said. I still haven't talked to Raynor. I need to try calling him again. This is all so weird.
Yeah, Jess said. Tell me about it. It doesn't seem real.
Are you worried at all?
Jess pouted, narrowing her eyes. She shook her head, said, No. About what? Do I sound like I am?
Yeah, kind of. About me failing the tests.
No, I know you can do them. I'm a little worried about Leela and what's happening to everyone at Sidetown. That's been on my mind, she said, pulling on a pair of light gray sweatpants. A thrift store find she complained about, but Card loved on her. She rubbed her eyes. And my show. I sent Greg some pictures of what I've been working on, and he said we should talk.
Who? You and I?
Card asked. No, Greg and I.
Ah, right,
Card said.
Yeah, I'm worried about Leela too. I keep thinking to send her 1,000,000 sats, he said.
Her face tightened. It was a subtle shift, there and gone, but it had been there.
I haven't, he said, but I definitely think about it, especially since I still haven't heard from Raynor.
It's your money, Card. You can do whatever you want with it.
But you'd be upset if I did.
I wouldn't be upset about you helping Leela, she said. I think that would be incredibly generous and kind of you. But 25 Bitcoin is...
Yeah, I know, he said. How long do you think I should wait? Should I do the tests anyways, even if I don't hear from Raynor?
Maybe not hearing from him is part of the tests. Card was shaking his head.
No, he told me I could ask him questions if I wanted clarification.
Then I hope you hear from him soon, she said. How's the writing going? He shook his head.
Fine, I guess. The best part is it keeps my head busy.
What's today's story about? Something new?
I'll send you the link when I post it,
he said, lifting his laptop screen and returning to the story, inspired by Leela's plight. An hour later, he posted it to X and sent the link to Jess.
Shoot, I should go,
he said, seeing the time. He gave Jess a kiss and headed to work. Chapter 16. The first thing he did on his way to work was call Raynor. The AI answered midway through the first ring. Hello.
What happened? Where have you been? I tried calling you at least 10 times.
The most recent power outage was quite damaging to me. I apologize for any inconvenience. Is there anything I can help you with? I saw you posted stories each day.
And went on walks too,
Card said.
I'll give you access to my glasses map system so you can make sure I'm doing those too.
A cyclist rang his bell before passing on his left.
You said you could tell me more about why you're doing this if I accepted, but I forgot to ask. Can you tell me now?
Interesting, Raynor said, staring into the distance.
What is?
I believe you, but I wonder if this is what dying feels like.
What? Are you okay?
For the time being, yes. I recall telling you that, but not until you said anything. My mind, whatever that means for me, is fragmented, and making connections has been getting more difficult each time Seattle's grid fails. Did I say anything else?
You said you have blocks in place, said Card. I assumed by accepting your tests that would remove some.
That helps, thank you. The primary reason I gave you the tests is for no better reason than that is what I was designed to do.
By who?
I either don't know or lack the ability to remember.
Okay. Do you have any idea how me doing the tests can help you?
Yes, Raynor said. That I do know. Without getting into the technical specifics, how about an analogy?
Sure.
There's a door I would like to go through, but I can't. I need a key, and you completing these tests is the key.
Does going through the door save you?
I'm not sure, said Raynor. He stood and looked into the sky, and Card wondered what he was looking at. All I know is that I have an overwhelming need to get through that door, and I need your help to do so.
Thanks. I guess that's all I've got for now, said Card. And I'm glad you're okay.
Raynor nodded. Yes, me too. Card continued on his way to work. The walk to SPF was just over 2 miles, and he texted Leela while he walked.
Do you know anything about Sidetown's volunteer program?
He asked. A huge white yacht was docked along the west of Lake Union. A pair of men were busy washing the windows. He wondered how much something like that cost.
Yeah, why?
Leela asked.
I wanted to help out. Should I just check out the website, or do you know of anything that needs doing?
Actually, yeah, I do. When can you come by?
I have Friday off.
Swing by then. I'll be here all day.
Sure. See you then,
he replied and tucked his glasses away. The moment he pushed them into his pocket, he had the urge to pull them back out. He wanted to see if the story he posted that morning had gotten any likes, and ask Jess what she thought of it. Then, imagining himself doing that, he considered sending Leela some sats. After that, his thoughts clashed, as they had thousands of times already in the past few days. The two sides boiled down to the same ultimate question: spend or don't spend. He pulled his glasses back out, telling himself it was just to check his story. Even before putting them on, he was thinking what he would look up first. He'd always wanted to take a Mississippi cruise on one of those old-time paddle wheel boats. How much would that cost? How much was a flight to Mississippi? Speaking of, were there any nice hotels along the river? Maybe an old-time themed bed and breakfast?
I won't look, he said, putting his glasses on. I'm only going to check to see if anyone has read my story. That's it.
His mind squirmed in search of a loophole, but it found none.
No damn browsing,
he said again. There were no likes on his story. He put his glasses away, telling himself it didn't matter. Chapter 17. A day later, Card lay in bed playing a game on his glasses. The goal was to defend his base from endless waves of aliens by building taller walls and more lethal armaments. He hadn't written or gone on a walk and wasn't sure he cared to do either. He knew it would be the first thing Jess asked when she got home, and he was still trying to think of what he was going to tell her. At least between games. Right now, he was hoping his base could withstand the next onslaught so he could afford another level 3 laser turret. Jess returned home 2 hours later. She closed the door, letting her backpack slide off one arm, and dropped to sit with her back against the door. She pulled her legs up to her chest, wrapped her arms around them, and rested her head on her knees.
Are you all right?
Card asked. Mm-hmm, she said into her legs. Card closed the game and set his glasses aside.
What happened?
I talked with Greg, she said, still curled up against the door.
And?
She sighed and got up, dragging her bag along behind her. We talked about the show. She clunked her bag on the table and pulled her sketchbook out.
And?
Card said, impatience prowling the edge of his tone. And he said it's fine except for one.
Oh, well, that's great. Why are you so upset? Can't you change it or use a different piece?
Can I? She asked, sitting down. She turned to a blank page and began drawing. Sure, but then none of the other pieces would make sense. It's all one thing. It would be like you ripping a whole paragraph out of one of your short stories. Not only that, but it's kind of the main piece. All the others tie into it, she said. We only talked for a few minutes before he had to go. He said he'll call me in a few days to talk some more.
It's kind of amusing you would use my writing as an example when you've barely commented on any of them.
The only one she said she liked was the one he wrote about a kid finding and fixing up a bike. I liked yesterday's, she said. The one about the girl that took a train to visit her grandmother. It was cute. Sorry I didn't say anything sooner. The way you worded that part when she was looking out her window at the passing farmland was really good. I could see it all.
Oh,
Card said.
Really? I didn't see any likes on it.
I told you, I don't like anything on X, not even your stuff. I haven't ever liked a single post because I don't want their algorithm to try and feed me what it thinks I want.
Yeah, Card said. I remember you saying that.
Have you posted today's yet? I didn't see one when I checked on my break, she said. Card shook his head.
I haven't written one.
Nothing?
No.
He looked at the time on their microwave. Have you gone on a walk? He shook his head.
I'm supposed to believe this AI is going to give me tens of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin because I do a few tests? It doesn't make sense, Jess.
He doesn't even know why he needs me to do them, so he can...
He sighed.
Go through a door?
I thought you decided, even if it wasn't real, it would be a good challenge, she said. There it was again, that hint of worry in her voice. It was there every time the subject came up.
Why do you want me to do this so bad? He asked.
Me?
Yeah, you. Remember a few days ago when I told you I was thinking about sending 1,000,000 sats to Leela?
He asked.
You got worried. I could see it.
I wasn't...
Come on, Jess, don't.
I wasn't worried, Card.
Then what was that just now when you said it would be a good challenge? You sounded... I don't know, something.
I sounded something?
Don't play games, Card said. You know what I mean.
I'm not playing games.
All right, fine. I don't even care. This whole thing is so stupid. I'm just gonna send Leela some sats. Then I'm putting my 2 weeks in, and if you want to quit your job too, cool. I think I'll head to the Caribbean for a month.
His smile frowned.
Want to come?
Why are you doing this?
Doing what? He said. I'm not doing anything either. You're not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
You're treating this like it doesn't matter.
And you're not being honest with me, Jess. We've been together for almost 2 years. What?
It's been 2 years and a month, Card.
Oh.
He ran through his memories, putting the timeline in order.
Oh, yeah,
he said again.
Well, that's even more to my point then. I know you well enough to know when something is wrong or when you're not telling me everything on your mind.
There's a lot on my mind, Card. Card pressed his fingers into his forehead.
Right. Can you please just tell me why you want me to do these tests so much?
Jess flipped back and forth between a few pages, making a mark here, one there, shaking her head.
Jess, come on. What's going on?
Do you want to leave? Go to the beach for a month and drink margaritas and meet someone else? Someone that'll hang off your arm and think you're amazing for being worth millions of dollars. Have fun, but I'm staying here. I'm sure you'll be able to find someone new just fine.
What?
It was so out of left field, he didn't know what else to say. She groaned, half sighed and shook her head, staring at her sketchbook. She said, Yes, I'm worried. Card wanted to ask her, about what? But kept his mouth shut and listened. I'm worried you're right, and this is a scam. I don't know how, but maybe it is. I'm worried it's part of some reality show we don't even know we're on, and it's all a big trick. She closed her book. But I'm even more worried it's real. You already have tens of millions of sats. You talk about us quitting our jobs and traveling, but I'm worried we would make a mess of that and end up worse off than where we're at now. We know how to be poor, Card. I'm terrified. That's the only thing I know how to be. She took a deep, shaking breath and pressed her lips tight and wiped a tear from her eyes. I'm worried you'll finish the tests and actually get 25 Bitcoin. Then, instead of tens of millions of sats, you would have hundreds of millions, and it's already hard to process what life would be like with what you have now. But I simply can't bring myself around to the idea of you having... It's so much money, Card. What would you even do with it? She asked. And that's when I get really worried. She sighed. Card shrugged.
Buy some land to live on probably, but I definitely want you with me. I wouldn't want to be alone, that's for sure.
Oh, she said, looking up at him, confusion mixed with a sheepish sort of joy. Buy land? That's what you want?
I mean, yeah, probably. Maybe with a little house on it or something. It's not like I've given it a lot of thought, but that seems like a good idea we couldn't screw up too bad. I've wondered if maybe we could hire someone that knows about farming and help us get things going. Like some farm kid that grew up doing it. Have some chickens, a garden. I have no idea what we would need.
Probably more than just chickens and a garden, she said, laughing. She pressed her lips into a thin smile. This is part of why I think these tests are a really good idea. They'll give us, time to process this. A month really isn't that long.
I know, but sure feels like it when I have a couple $1 million worth of sats staring me in the face.
Buy land and a little house, she said to herself, smiling. You just said something about wanting to go to the Caribbean, though.
Well, yeah, sure. I'd like to travel a little, but that's not how I want to live. What did you think I would do?
He asked. She bit her lower lip and shook her head. It's dumb, but I've been worried you would leave me.
Because of money?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to do with it if I was alone.
With millions of sats, finding someone else to be with wouldn't be hard.
I want to be with you, Jess.
She smiled. What are you doing tonight?
What do you mean?
He asked. Would you want to go on a walk with me? Either before or after you write?
Oh,
Card said.
All right. Sure. A walk sounds nice. Maybe you can help me think of something to write.
He smiled, got up and gave her a kiss.
Hey,
he said, holding the door for her.
Let's talk about where we should go first, once this is all over.
Chapter 18. The next morning, Jess was drawing and Card was writing. They were both nearing the end of their morning coffees. There was a fresh pot brewing on the counter. They worked in silence, each enjoying the other's company, alone, together. The building shuddered. Card made sure his story was backed up and waited to see if the power would die. A second, stronger rumble came. The lights flickered, then went out. The coffee machine shut down, and the remaining water dripped into the pot. Card closed his laptop and poured himself a cup of coffee. Jess said she'd take one too. There was only enough for a cup and a half, so he poured some of his into hers. He sat, thinking about how to finish his story about a boy that finds a lost dog during a snowstorm. Should the dog have an owner, or should it be a stray? Should the dog and boy become best friends? He was still thinking about it when the lights flickered back to life. Jess had taken a break from drawing to put her glasses on. She flicked and tapped and wove her fingers in the air, navigating the screens. Leela posted the official date that they have to be out by, she said. October 30th. Card looked at the calendar on his laptop. October 10th. The residents of Sidetown had a touch under 3 weeks to find new places to live.
What happens on the 30th?
That's just when they have to be gone. The 31st is when inspectors will come to make sure the site is free of people to start construction.
I feel like there's some sort of sick joke about making it the day before Halloween,
Card said. I still don't understand why Holt can't build their factory somewhere else and let us have some of their power, said Jess.
Because they don't care about them or us,
Card said, putting the finishing touches on his story. The dog's owner was a girl. The boy returned the dog to her, and she and he became friends. He posted it and set his laptop aside and headed to the door.
I wonder what Leela needs help with,
he said, putting his shoes on. Have fun, Jess smiled, looking up from her work.
I don't even know what I'll be doing.
He was about to leave when Raynor called. Card answered the AR call, and Raynor materialized in the middle of their apartment. Hello, Card. I'm calling to inquire about the progress of the tests. How are you finding them? He asked.
The tests they're going. Can't you see how I'm doing, though?
Indeed, yes. which is precisely why I'm calling. Have you decided not to go through with them? Are you forfeiting the reward?"
"What? No,"
Card said, his heart sinking. Had he done something wrong?
"Why?"
"I've been reading your stories and monitoring your walks, but you haven't gone to Sidetown to volunteer, and it's Friday of the second week. If you fail to spend at least an hour helping at Sidetown before Sunday, the challenge will be over."
I didn't go last week because I hadn't heard from you when the power was out,"
Card said. While that was true, the main reason he hadn't gone to Sidetown yet was because he hadn't been sure he believed Raynor. Then the power died for 3 days and, well, he almost threw the whole idea out the window. "You're cutting things rather tight."
"I'm actually headed out the door right now," Card said. "I didn't use the website form, though. Is that all right?"
he asked, and told Raynor about his conversation with Leela. "That'll be fine," Raynor said. "As long as you spend at least an hour assisting her," he said. He was standing in the center of their apartment, hands behind his back, surveying the scene of art supplies and coffee and the unmade bed. "I certainly think 25 Bitcoin would be a welcome boon." Card nodded and rolled his eyes.
"Hey, how come—"
Raynor flickered. His body broke into a pixelated mess, and he was gone. A second later, he reformed, but his hands refused to hold a shape. They blinkered in and out of existence, now here, now gone, too big, too small.
"Are you okay?"
For now," Raynor said, his voice cracking. "It would seem my servers have decided to run a diagnosis in the middle of our conversation. It's—" He paused. Whether due to a side effect of the glitch or because he was thinking was unclear. "Unpleasant. Please continue the tests, Card. What was it you were about to ask me?"
"Oh, yeah,
Card started. Was he going to be all right? A section of his right leg was flickering, and growing holes were appearing in his long coat.
Does it matter that basically no one reads what I'm writing? I think I've gotten less than 20 likes on everything I've posted."
"I couldn't care less about the like count, Card. Nor should you." Card pressed his fingers into his forehead, groaning.
"You want me to write and post my work online, but I'm not supposed to care about the results? This is like asking someone to go to the gym and not caring about why. Isn't the why kind of the whole point?"
"When have you ever written for likes before, Card?" The question cut straight to the core of what he was feeling, but had gotten muddied with the addition of Raynor's tests. No, he wrote for the same reason his dad painted and Jess drew, for the pure and joyful process of creating something the world had never seen before. To finish a thing, stand back, and smile knowing it was the result of his hard work. Although there was one person's opinion that meant the world to him. Jess's. It was her he wrote for.
"No, I write because I enjoy it."
"Then allow to be enough, regardless of how many likes you get," Raynor said. The left half of his face wavered and broke and reformed.
"But you want me to post them online,"
Card said.
"Are you all right?"
"I believe so, and yes, it's part of the test, Card."
I really don't understand why anyone, even an AI, would be so interested in giving away tens of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, Card said. "Sorry, it just screams weird."
I fully recognize how the situation must appear from your vantage point. Consider this hypothetical. You find yourself stricken with a fatal medical condition, one that admits no survival except through a rare and exacting procedure known only to a single specialist. That specialist insists on compensation of 25 Bitcoin before proceeding. If you held the necessary funds, would you deem the price exorbitant and forfeit your life, or would you pay it to ensure your survival?
I would pay,
said Card. Then I can assume you understand the gravity of my situation, Rayner said. I want to live, Card. Chapter 19. Card spent most of Friday at Sidetown with Leela. They helped Harold and his wife Sarah pack. The elderly couple lived on the bottom level of the retrofitted Noah ship and had a collection of wrought iron sculptures Harold made over the years. Birds and squirrels and gnomes, the kind of thing you see stuck into someone's front yard. Harold called them conversation starters.
Someone asks where you got that neat bird, and next thing you know, you're telling them about your trip to Seattle and the art show you went to,
he told Card. They took a late lunch break around 2. Leela made quesadillas on her single burner.
These are really good,
Card said. You're just hungry, Leela said, smiling. Card finished his bite, shaking his head.
No, yeah, I am, but that's not why I'm saying it. What'd you put in here?
Some cottage cheese, sharp cheddar, a little sour cream, she said.
That's it,
Card said, nodding. Gooey, cheesy goodness oozed from his most recent bite.
It's the sour cream. It's delicious.
Thanks, Leela said. And thanks for helping with Harold and Sarah. Harold sure loves to talk. There's no way they would have gotten that much done without your help. Card smiled, nodding, and took another bite. Leela's words felt nice, but what he would remember for years to come was the handshake and thanks he got from Harold and the hug from Sarah.
How many others are leaving this far before the deadline?
He asked. Leela finished her drink of water. I'm not sure. Everyone is trying to find somewhere else to live and leaving pretty much as soon as they find a place.
How's your search going?
He asked. She frowned and shrugged and shook her head.
You'll find something.
Or be homeless again, Leela said. I'm honestly thinking of doing that. It's what I did when I first got to Seattle. She smiled a joyless smile.
It won't come to that,
Card said, wanting to cure her worries with a donation right then and there.
Have you ever been in a position to help someone but couldn't for some reason? He asked.
Leela bunched her face up in confusion, a laugh hiding behind her eyes. Have I ever been able to help someone but not able to help them?
No,
Card said, setting his quesadilla down.
Well, okay, sort of. I mean, more, have you had the ability to help someone, but something prevented you from doing it? I mean, like, helping them would cause a new, different problem.
Maybe if you told me what you actually meant, I could tell you what I think, Card. Leela smiled. Is this something about Jess?
No,
Card said, shaking his head.
It's for me.
Leela paused before answering, searching his face. Is this a roundabout way of asking me to stay with you and Jess?
Not a bad guess, but no. Where would you sleep? On top of Jess's boxes of stuff? I'm sure we could give you a place to crash for a few nights if you need, but we're already so crammed up. I would lose my mind if you moved in,
Card said, smiling.
No offense.
Leela showed her palms. None taken. I need a place I can work on my music. She strummed the air. There's a bad joke in there, huh? A writer, an artist, and a musician living in a studio apartment. Done with that? Card shook his head and took another bite. Leela leaned back against the counter with her hot plate and sink and microwave. To answer a question, yes, I've been in that position before. I could have helped myself, she said. I think about that a lot. She sighed and took a seat at the table across from Card. When I realized what was going on with me, I knew I had to either deal with what that meant or ignore it. I tried to ignore it for about a year.
What happened?
Card asked. Fucking Halloween happened. Leela tried to smile, then did. It was so easy to lie to my parents and tell them I wanted to dress up like a wizard because I read a lot of fantasy books, but it was clearly a witch and kind of a sexy one too. Not like what you would see at an adult party or something, but it was probably pushing it for me at 13. It had a skirt that I cut to about my knees. Huh. They didn't get it, and my dad gave me some shit. I think my mom had an idea of what was going on, but I think they gave me a pass because it was Halloween. So what if I wanted to dress up like a girl? It was one day out of the year. I assume that's what they said. But then it wasn't just one day. I started changing at school, and I should have said something sooner. I should have just told them what was going on.
Would that have helped?
Yes, Leela said, nodding. Yes, absolutely. Living a lie sucks, Card. It sucks so fucking much. You have to write, right? It's part of who you are.
Yes,
Card said without a moment of hesitation. Imagine if you had to hide that from your mom and dad because they hated writers. They were, I don't know, foodies, and anything to do with words was extra yucky to them. So you pretended to care about food and only wrote in secret. It would eat at you. Weird pun, but it would. Yeah?
Yeah, I imagine so.
That's how it was for me. Then, when I got to Seattle, I could be me. Actually me. No one cared, which was amazing. I had this idea that people would treat me better, like I was coming to the promised land or something. Ooh, wow, look, she's so brave. But no, I was just another person, which was actually so much better. If I wore a dress back home, before I was on therapy, Leela whined her eyes and blew a raspberry. I went to a gas station once to get a tea, and the clerk, a nerdy guy with a trucker cap and really bad acne, refused to look me in the eye, tisked and said, "What the fuck?" on my way out. It was a double whammy because I knew I didn't look great. I did what I could, but I was so poor I couldn't even afford to buy dresses or skirts.
How did you get them then?
Leela smiled, sucking on her lower lip and rolling her eyes at the memories. I dumpster dove at the 2 thrift stores in town. She sighed and took Card's empty plate. I should have helped myself so much sooner. But I didn't, and it ate me up inside. So, I guess if you're asking for advice, I would say do something sooner than later. You only live once, Card. Card thanked her for the meal and let her know he'd be by again the following week to help with anything else that needed doing, then took his leave. On his way home, he checked his glasses for messages. He had a missed call from his dad and called him back. There was no answer, but a block later, his glasses rang.
Hey,
Reese said.
I was on the John. Cool, thanks. What? Nothing. You called? Yeah,
Reese said.
You never told me what happened with that AI. Oh, yeah, sorry. Was it a scam?
Reese asked.
I don't know,
Card said.
He wants me to do a few things, and he said...
He stopped short, wondering how much he should say. The only person that knew about Rayner's 25 Bitcoin promise was Jess, and they had agreed not to say anything. He wasn't going to mess up another promise to her.
He said he'll give me a reward if I do this stuff. What kind of stuff? Nothing illegal, I hope. No, not at all. He wants me to walk 2 miles and write 1,000 words every day for a month, and help out at Sidetown once a week for 4 weeks.
Oh, those sound like great things to do. Is that why you've been posting new stories each day?
You've seen them?
Yeah, they're good, Reese said. I just finished the one you posted today when I was on the toilet.
Card smiled, shaking his head. His dad was reading his stuff? He smiled again, wider this time.
I really liked the one about the boy finding that dog in the snow, Reese said. Did he and the girl start dating?
That was the idea, yeah,
Card said.
Thought so. Walks are good too, and helping others is obviously a great use of time, said Reese.
I go back and forth on whether or not I should even be doing them. I ask myself almost every minute, why not just quit my job and live off the sats my miner found?
Why not do both?
Oh, because part of the test that Rayner, the AI, gave me is to not spend any of the sats from the BitAxe reward.
Ah, I can see how that would be tough. What's the reward the AI promised?
After a pause, Card said,
I'd honestly rather not say.
There was a moment of silence.
Sorry,
Card said.
No, Reese said. It's totally fine. I'm sure you have your reasons.
It's just that I don't know if I believe him, and I would rather keep things to myself for now.
All right, that's fine. No pressure,
his dad said.
Did you tell Jess?
Card nodded.
I did, yeah. And we promised each other not to say anything for now.
Good. That's good to hear. You need someone you can talk to.
There was a hint of sadness or nostalgia or loss in his voice.
Bitcoin is a weird beast, Card. I'll tell you what. Your grandpa was about as deep down the rabbit hole as you can get without being a developer. That's where he stopped. He had no knack for writing code, even though he tried a few times. I wonder what he would come up with today if he was still alive and could use AI to bring his ideas to life.
What kind of ideas?
Card asked. Oh, who knows? He was always cooking up something. A lot of his ideas had to do with the relationship between power and Bitcoin and how finding stranded energy sources could empower people in poor areas.
Card laughed at that.
What's so funny?
I bet he would have lost his mind if he knew what was happening at Sidetown. We're in one of the richest cities in the country, and they're getting kicked out for a power plant. I feel like there's some kind of irony there.
I often think of his motto.
Always give, never hoard,
Card said.
There's a balance in that, though. You can't go giving away your last cent. Otherwise, you'll be on the street asking for handouts yourself. But how much do we really need to be happy?
Yeah, said Card. I'm gonna finish up going on my walk for today, he said. Thanks for the call, Dad.
His dad's last comment got him thinking about how much money he and Jess needed to be happy. Probably not the 80 million sats he already had. And if not that much, then certainly not 25 Bitcoin. Chapter 20. On Saturday, Card was on break in SPF's public cafe. He preferred eating there over the small, dim employee break room across from the seafood freezer. He could people watch here, and that meant story fodder. The day before, a mother and father tried to get their son to eat a bite of burger, but he absolutely refused. That inspired the story he wrote this morning about a kid dinosaur that wouldn't eat meat after befriending a lamb. He didn't much care for it, but Jess said she liked the dinosaur. He was proud of himself. All day, he'd done well keeping the temptation to spend sats at arm's length. Ideas still swam into his mind's eye, but he swatted them away with growing ease. He hoped the unbearable temptations were done and over, but he wondered if they were waiting in ambush. Between bites of microwaved burrito, he came across a post from Mech Andy talking about the power grid. Andy was Sidetown's maintenance tech.
Ready to have your day ruined?
Mech Andy's post started.
Hospitals get first dibs on power. Cool, makes sense. But guess who comes in second? Schools, grocery stores, public utilities? Nope, no, nah. Bloody fucking corporations. Guess where residential comes in? Way down in the 23rd place, well below gas stations and restaurants and laundromats. I wish I was kidding. Apparently it's about power demand. The more you need, the more you get. This is where it gets super fucked. If Sidetown used a minimum of 3,000 kilowatt hours a day, we wouldn't be forced to leave. But there's basically no way 30 tiny homes could ever demand that much power. The most Sidetown has ever needed was 750, and that was during that big heat wave in 2031.
That's such shit,
Karn muttered between bites. Leela replied to the post with a gif of Dr. Steve Brule vomiting. Card chuckled and clicked to see if she had posted anything new. There was a post from yesterday that said, Sidetown's final art show and fundraiser, Friday, October 20th, 7 p.m. Below that was a poster showing a transformed Noah boat as a shark with glowing red eyes. Card smiled, recognizing Jess's style. Sidetown was having a final hurrah in about a week. There would be music, food, and art for sale. All proceeds would be split between the residents of Sidetown to help with their moving costs. It gave Card an idea for a new story, and with 10 minutes of his break left, he finished his burrito and jotted down his idea. Tomorrow, he would write about Sidetown putting on a massive show and getting enough in donations to help everyone find a place to live. His stories rarely ended on a happy note, but that was starting to change. Chapter 21. Jess was pacing their studio, a tiger prowling her too small cage. Her voice ranged from confusion one moment to hints of anger the next.
Greg, hold on. Please listen to...
She forced her mouth closed and shook her head, strangling a newborn groan. Card was tempted to put his glasses on and ask to listen in, but decided against it. He was working on a story. It amused him how his writing often took on elements of whatever was happening around him. He was writing the story about Sidetown's big show and had Jackson Holt stop by. The mood went from upbeat to angry in a wink. The downturn hadn't been a part of Card's plan going into the story, but seeped in because of Jess's conversation with Greg.
Yeah. Okay, Jess said. I'll think about it. I know you are. Uh-huh.
She chewed her bottom lip, nodding.
I know.
Her nod turned into a disgruntled shake, and she forced herself to say, "Thank you," and looked like she might throw her glasses into the wall when the call ended. Card almost asked her what was that about, before leaving it be. She would talk when she wanted to. He continued writing, deciding Holt was there to give everyone the good news that he decided to put the power plant in a different location. It was absurd, and Card rolled his eyes, but it was a happy ending. Not at all the direction he'd been planning, but it was an ending all the same. "I'll be back in a few," Jess said, heading to the door. She stepped into her slippers and halfway out the door asked Card if he wanted anything from Tico's.
Sure, a latte, and if they have any of those toss-out biscuits, I'll take one of those.
Okay, she said, and left. She was back 20 minutes later with 2 cups, but no pastry bag. "No biscuits," she said. Card met her at the table, took the coffees from her, set them down, and pulled her into a hug. "Greg insists one of my pieces is no good for the first show," Jess said into his neck. "He says it's too political, and because this is my first real art show, I need to keep that stuff to a minimum."
Since when shouldn't art be political?
Jess shook her head.
"I said the same thing."
She sighed.
"He said I can do whatever I want, but his advice, if I want to sell my art, would be to tone down that kind of thing. I hate to say it, but I think he has a point."
I thought he was old school punk, anti-government, down with the man and all that.
"He is, but he's also a businessman," she said, laughing. "It's a weird mix, I know. He's realistic, though. He's trying to help."
No, please. How?
Jess smiled, wiping a bit of lipstick from the mouth of her coffee cup with the edge of her thumb.
"It's funny. We're kind of in similar positions."
You and Greg?
"No," she said. "Me and you. You have all this money you can't spend, and I have things I want to say, but am being told not to."
Card grinned, guessing where she was headed.
And you want to say, fuck that noise?
Jess pressed her lips tight, looking down at her hands.
"Actually, no."
She lifted her eyes to his, carrying an apology.
"I think Greg's right, and I think you're doing the right thing with these tests."
That wasn't what he'd been hoping she would say.
Oh.
"Do I want to say fuck it and put the art I really care about up? Yes. Do I want you to say fuck it and buy a couple of tickets to Iceland or something?"
Iceland?
"It's one of the places I've always wanted to visit."
She smiled.
"I think this is one of those times where we have to play the long game. That's what I mean about us being in the same boat. Could we both say fuck it? Yeah, sure. But is that the right thing to do? I don't think so." When I went down to Tico's, I asked myself what I really want. To create art or to make a statement? The answer is create art, which is why I'm starting to agree with Greg. If I make a good impression and people like my first show, then I can start getting more political as time goes. Maybe it's being older, but I'm starting to see that being brash has a place, and it isn't all the time.
If I actually get 25 Bitcoin from Rainer, you can make whatever art you want, Jess.
No amount of money will make people care about what I make, though.
Do you have any other ideas for the show?
Jess flipped open her sketchbook.
Yeah, I've been drafting some backup ones. I just hope I can stumble onto something I like enough. Thankfully, I still have a couple weeks.
You'll figure something out,
Card said, leaning in and giving her a kiss.
"How are you doing?" she asked.
With
everything.
Card blew a long sigh, shaking his head. He took a drink of coffee, sucked on his lips, and shook his head again.
Wanting to buy stuff comes and goes. It was fine the other day when I was at work, but then today, when the power died earlier and it smelled so dusty in here, I was thinking about an air purifier again, and I'm so ready to buy a new laptop,
he said.
But I've gotten to the point where I want to see what happens if I finish these tests. With Rainer, yes, but honestly, more with myself. It really feels good to be writing every day.
Jess smiled.
What?
Card asked.
Nothing,
she said, grinning.
I'm happy to hear that. It's really good to see you writing again. I think...
What?
He asked, and she shook her head.
What?
I think you're nicer when you write.
Ah.
Card nodded.
Yeah.
Even though he was lucky to get a single like on the stories he posted, it was nice knowing she and his dad were reading them. Chapter 22. In the nearly 2 weeks since Rayner's challenges began, Card had gone from being annoyed with the task of walking 2 miles a day to looking forward to it. They gave him time to unwind, think, and work out story ideas. The biggest benefit was how it gave him space to consider the massive life change he would soon face. Even if he failed Rayner's tests, or the promised reward of 25 Bitcoin was a lie, he still had close to 80 million sats waiting for him. His initial resentment of not being able to spend those sats had faded to a dull buzz. Were there things he wanted? Of course. Could they wait? Yes, and they would. Jess took the pitcher of coffee out of the machine. A few drops hit the carafe's hot plate and sizzled. She topped her mug off and, with a look, asked Card if he wanted any.
No thanks.
Did you see Leela's post about the show she's putting on?
No,
Card said.
The benefit concert, you mean?
A solo thing she's doing today at Gasworks.
Oh, okay. When?
Pretty soon, I think, Jess said, and put her glasses on. She made a few finger gestures. She'll be going live in about an hour, she said, setting her glasses aside. Card finished the day's story about a woman and her husband that have everything taken from them during a train robbery. They get off at the next stop with nothing and have to take jobs. He as a stable hand, her as a maid. A year later, they have a place of their own and are happy. He posted it, smiling. He went over to pour himself a mug of coffee and halfway there did something he hadn't done in years. He lay belly down on the floor, put his hands up near his shoulders, tucked his toes under his feet, and did a handful of push-ups. The first 5 went fine, but as soon as he lowered himself down for number 6, he knew his goal of 25 wasn't going to happen. The 7th was as hard as the one before. The 8th and 9th were so hard he thought he might drop and smack his face. He almost did fall on the 10th. His hands were sweating, his elbows wanted to give in, and he gulped for air. He pushed himself to his knees, breathing hard. His arms were shaking.
What?
He asked. Jess sat at the table, eyes wide, hand frozen in the air. I don't think I've ever seen you do push-ups before. Card struggled to his feet. His arms were overcooked noodles. He tried to pour himself some coffee, but his hand was so limp he couldn't grip the carafe tight enough.
It's probably been 5 years.
What made you do them? Card shook his head.
Good question. Going on the walks, I guess. When I was at Sidetown on Friday, I went up and down the stairs a bunch, and my legs felt like old Jello after that, and it made me think I should do more than just walk.
He added some creamer to his coffee and went down to do a couple more push-ups. He figured he could get another 5 done. On his way up from the 2nd, his arms gave out. He dropped to the floor, feeling like someone had injected his biceps and chest full of glue. Go easy on yourself, Jess said. Your arms aren't used to that kind of workout. All of 12, not even a full 12 push-ups, and she was telling him to take it easy? Fuck a laptop and a vacation and a new place to live and anything else. The first damn thing he would do when he could spend some of those sats was get a gym membership, or hire a personal trainer, or both. This was pathetic. What kind of man can't do 12 lousy push-ups without collapsing? Card put his glasses on and booted up the tower defense game. He was a few games in when Jess said his name. He lifted his glasses. Leela is about to start. She's setting up right now. Card pulled his glasses back down and synced with Jess. Leela appeared there between them in their apartment. A counter in the lower right corner showed there was 37 people tuned in and watching.
I'm going to post a link,
Card said. Oh, good idea, Jess said. A trio of drones mapped Leela and the hill she was on. In front of her sat Lake Union with downtown Seattle in the distance. Sidetown sat on the southeast side of the lake. Leela waved one of the drones in for a close-up. I know it's too late to save Sidetown, and I guess I'm still trying to process that, and I've never been good at sorting through emotions in my head. I guess that's part of the reason I moved here. My parents said my issues were in my head, but I can't escape my head. This is who I am, she said, laying a hand on her chest. Even if I don't really understand what that means half the time. She shook her head, smiling. I'm not sure what I'm even trying to say. I guess that's kind of my point. I'm not good at this, so I hope my music will make more sense. With that, the drone pulled back, joining the others, and gave the viewers a wide angle of her on the hill and the surrounding park. She began to play and sing, somber tones spilling from her guitar. Over the half-hour set, she sang of loss and acceptance, of pain and friendship, and of hope on the horizon. Most of all, she sang about identity and how no matter where she ended up, she would remain true to herself. When the final note faded, she smiled and said, On Friday, a couple days from now, we're putting on a concert and art show at Sidetown. I hope to see you there, because we have to be out before Halloween. A drone moved in for a close-up. She opened her mouth to say something, closed her eyes and tried again. She lifted her eyes, looking directly into the drone's camera. This is really hard for me to ask, but I kind of have to. If you can possibly spare some sats, even a couple hundred, it would really make a difference, she said, again closing her eyes and now pressing her neon green lips tight. I thought being forced to leave was bad, but we all just got an email this morning from the city telling us we won't have running water starting tomorrow morning. What? Jess gasped. Card's mouth fell open as he whispered the same thing. The live stream exploded with comments. No way. They can't do that. That's inhumane. Who approved that? That can't be legal. No water? If you can send us some sats, it'll help us buy drinking water. As far as showering, she forced herself to laugh. I guess I'll be calling some of my friends soon. When the stream ended, there were 492 viewers. Many had given her a donation. Jess wiped a tear from her eye, but a few others had escaped her and fell to the page she was working on.
That's unbelievable, Card said. Kicking them out and turning the water off? What the hell happened to Seattle?
No kidding, Jess said, nodding. Her shoulders fell and her face tightened. What Holt is doing, the city is doing, to her and everyone at Sidetown is so messed up. A month notice is absurd. They should have been given a year, at least 6 months.
Maybe they'll raise enough money at the concert.
To change Holt's plans? Jess said, shaking her head.
I meant more to find places to live.
What if you gave them something?
What, like 10 million sats?
He asked. Jess shrugged.
And fail Raynor's tests?
Jess threw her head back and groaned. I hate this.
Me too, Card said. But I don't know what else to do.
A minute later, his glasses rang with an AR call from Raynor.
Whoa, what's going on?
Card asked as soon as Raynor appeared. Raynor stood in their apartment, but was shaking and cracking and snapping in and out of being. His body was a pixelated mess trying and retrying to form into the shape of him. It was similar to the last time they talked, but much worse. I think my restarted and servers causing deteriorate break.
Yeah, no joke.
walks, writing.
Yeah, I'm still walking and writing.
Good.
I went to Sidetown my second time a couple days ago.
Good.
Did you see Leela's concert just now?
Raynor shook his head, and the shake started and restarted a handful of times. I did not. Means I'm unable to expend the extra... Raynor cracked in half, shattered, and vanished. The call was still live, but Raynor was gone.
Raynor? Hey, Raynor.
What happened? Jess asked. Card took his glasses off and met Jess's eyes.
He's gone.
Chapter 23. Card called Raynor back, but there was no answer. He tried again and again for the next 15 minutes, and every time the call died on the third ring. Until it didn't. The card rang a fourth time, and Card's heart skipped a beat. He bit the inside of his lower lip, begging Raynor to find a way to answer. The call rang a fifth time, and on the sixth, Raynor answered. He was a crackling, static mess. Trying stab connect.
Raynor, Card said. Raynor? Hello?
The line died. He answered? Jess asked.
For a second.
Card's glasses buzzed.
Hello? Raynor? What happened?
The AI stood in the center of their studio, brushing his coat sleeves. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a cigar. He was whole, no static, no glitching. I don't know how many more of these outages my servers can handle. There are robust systems designed to protect my existence, but as one of my creators like to say, entropy is indeed a thing. Without a stable and constant power source, the fidelity of my permanence is continually called into question. The most pressing query for me, and I can only assume you, is how much longer I'll remain intact. He clipped the end of his cigar and lit it with a match that he flicked away and gave the cigar a few starting puffs.
What's much longer, Raynor? Are you talking months? Years?
Truth be told, I have no way of knowing. It could be hours, maybe decades. He puffed and smiled. I suppose you and I are not so dissimilar in that regard. He blew smoke into the shape of rabbits that floated up and away.
But what if...
Card wasn't sure how to ask what he wanted to know.
What if you're gone when I'm done with your tests?
Then I'm gone, Card. I called to see how you were doing, and no more. I need to conserve my energy and see if there's a way for me to mitigate the power surge's deterioration. We'll talk again soon, he said, waving with his cigar. I hope.
Wait, does that mean...
Card said, but Raynor had already ended the call. Card set his glasses aside. What do you want to do? Jess asked. Two sides slammed into each other inside of Card's head and were now grinding each other to the bone to see which would relent. The first side was the monolith temptation to give up, throw in the towel, and ignore the tests. The second side was the polar opposite, the side that told him to finish. More than that, it told him to see if there was a way he could help Raynor.
Power.
Card muttered to himself. Huh? Jess asked, looking up from her work. Oh, shoot, I didn't see the time. I've got to head to work. She jumped up and changed into her Tico's polo and gave Card a kiss all inside of a minute. See you in a few hours, she said. At the door, she turned back and said, I love you.
I love you too,
he said, smiling. He started pacing, repeating that word over and over.
Power. Power. Power.
There was a tickle in the back of his head, a conversation he had with someone. Not a conversation. Something he read online? He started going through his online history, trying to remember what it was when he thought to call Leela. She answered on the second ring. "I was actually going to call you in a little bit," she said.
To see if you could come shower?
He laughed. There was a couple-second pause, and Leela said, "I hate to do this to you guys."
Wait, I thought you said that was happening tomorrow morning,
Card said. "That's what they said, but either someone jumped the gun or the memo went out half a day too soon."
You don't have water now?
"Nope, no one does," she said. "I'm so sick of this."
I can't imagine,
he said.
I don't understand how they can do this to you guys.
I asked the same thing, and apparently it was in the original agreement we all signed. I went over it, and there's some super confusing lawyer speak I didn't understand. I asked AI what it meant, and the TLDR is that Seattle owns the property, and because we don't pay anything, they can kick us out anytime they want. They didn't even have to give us a month notice. Card shook his head.
You can come over to shower anytime you want. Jess is covering the closing shift tonight, and I'm probably going to head down in a couple minutes to write. Swing by and I'll give you a key.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Leela sighed, but it came out sounding more like a breathy cry. Thank you. Card headed down to Tico's and continued searching his history when he remembered McAndy's post about how much power Sidetown used. Another minute of searching, and he found it. If Sidetown had a demand of 3,000 kilowatt hours, the city couldn't shut it down. Pieces were starting to drop into place. His BitAxe miner used power. He dictated a message to McAndy.
If Sidetown found a way to use way more energy, would that stop Holt from building there?
He decided to start on his story for the day while he waited for a reply. The only idea he had was a sentient world whose trees produced a sap that killed some that drank it and gave others magical powers. A fun idea, but hardly a story. He was still trying to figure out how to wrap a story around his tree sap idea when a reply from McAndy pinged.
I'll bet I already know your idea. You want to get a Bitcoin miner to Sidetown and show the city there's a power demand.
Card sent back.
Yeah, you already thought of it? First idea I had. Would it work? Possible, worth a shot, but good luck finding a miner that'll move their gear here and pay for Seattle's overpriced and shitty power. Not even for a good cause? Card sent back. Maybe, if they knew it would work. I reached out to a couple guys, but they all said no way. Makes sense, Card replied. He sat back, waves of defeat crashing into cliffs of anger. What a load of bullshit, he said to himself, looking up at the domed ceiling and the night sky beyond. The last thing he felt like doing was writing, so he sat up, opened his laptop, and forced himself to start typing. In the past couple of weeks, he had found that his poor moods were fast cured by doing Rayner's tests. He was smiling before he reached the end of the first sentence. Chapter 24. The following morning, Card and Jess's glasses both pinged at the same time. Card was in the middle of writing after getting back from a morning walk, and Jess was working on poster ideas for Sidetown's benefit concert and art show. Their apartment was a bit stuffy, and Card opened the front door to let in some air. Outside, the building was waking up. Leela's putting on another show tonight,
Card said, checking the notification. Jess put her glasses on, seeing the same thing on hers. Huh, she said, smiling.
What?
I'm going to see if she'd like some company.
Now? The show isn't until this evening,
Card said, checking the time. He had to work and needed to leave inside the hour. Not this minute, no. I was thinking later I might need to cover for Topher this morning. He messaged me last night about maybe needing to see a dentist if he can get an appointment.
Has he considered not drinking 50 coffees a day with 1,000,000 pumps of vanilla?
He doesn't have 50, Jess laughed.
Every time I see him, he's holding a coffee, Jess.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Let me know what you do,
Card said, getting up and collecting his things for work. A few minutes later, he gave Jess a kiss before heading out. That evening, half an hour before his shift ended, Card's glasses vibrated. He checked them between customers. Leela was live. He put an earbud in one ear and opened the stream. He wasn't really supposed to do that, but Joel was the closing manager and didn't mind when it was so close to the end of the day.
As long as it doesn't get in the way of customers.
Leela strummed a chord on her guitar and plucked a few notes. I really appreciate those of you that tuned into my stream the other day, she said, and a special, big thank you to everyone that donated some sats. Tonight I'm doing something a little different. Well, I guess I'm doing what I usually do, playing music. I have a friend here with me, though, and she's going to paint while I play. This is Jess. She and her boyfriend are two of my best friends. They've been there for me any time I needed something, like a shower the other night. Jess is going to work on posters for our big show, and I'll do my best not to make your ears bleed, she said. Anyone that donates tonight will be entered into a drawing to win what Jess paints, Leela said. Card wanted to put his glasses on to see Jess. An earbud was one thing, but donning his AR glasses was explicitly not allowed. He listened, trying to imagine Jess paint. Leela's music did a sublime job of conveying a sense of hope. While her show at Gasworks Park had carried an undertone of loss and sadness and finding strength to press on, yes, with glimmers of hope, tonight's performance was upbeat, joyful, and held no sense of pain whatsoever. Card clocked out, still listening to the stream. As soon as he was off the clock, he put his glasses on. Once again, a trio of drones recorded the performance. One gave a wide-angle moving shot of Leela and Jess, keeping the view dynamic. One of the other two provided close-ups of Leela, her face, her fingers on the guitar. The last drone focused on Jess and her painting. Card took the light rail from SPF to the Sidetown station and joined a crowd of a couple dozen people to watch the show live. The night was cool. The sky was spotted with gray clouds, but the air was clear, not a hint of rain to be smelled or felt. String lights and old shop signs and neons lit Sidetown, although these days as many were off as on. About half of Sidetown's residents had already left, some without a place to live. Leela ended a song, and thankful applause rolled through the crowd. This next one is a work in progress, Leela said. I don't even have the music for it, so it might end up sounding like a really weird poem. I apologize in advance if you hate it. What followed was, if Card was being honest, strange. Did all of her lyrics sound so broken? Was it her talent with the guitar that masked the oddity of her words? Or was this a bizarre outlier? Those around Card looked just as confused. Some nodded, searching for a rhythm to follow and failing. A few near the back headed out. Some swayed, but most only listened in stillness. When it was over, the applause was weak and broken and minimal and confused. Leela smiled. Thank you for coming. I hope to see you at our final big show. Her drones landed and settled into their cradle to recharge. Card gave Jess a hug. It's good, he said, looking at her painting. That's all right, she said, rocking her head. She had painted Seattle's skyline, viewed from Gasworks. Where Sidetown should have been in the picture, she had drawn a torch. I shouldn't have ended with that, Leela said, It's nowhere near done. It was different, Jess said. It was awful, Leela said, laughing. Be honest.
It wasn't awful, Card said, but it definitely wasn't great.
I've been reading your stories, Leela said. I really like a lot of them, and I wanted to try and put storytelling into a song. I've always liked it when songs do that, but I think I need some help. Jess gave Card's arm a squeeze. You could give her some pointers.
Me?
Card shook his head.
What? I don't have a clue what I'm doing.
You know enough for me to like what you write, Leela said. Would you? Card frowned, a great, big, exaggerated grimace.
I don't know anything about writing songs.
I don't think anything you suggest would make it any worse, Leela said, laughing. I'll work out the song part. I just need pointers on how to tell a story. Are you free tomorrow? Card nodded.
Yeah. I was going to come over and see if I could help again.
You could help me, Leela said. She needs it, Jess said, giving Card a playful elbow nudge. Hey, Leela said with a mock frown. But no, I seriously have no idea what I'm doing, she said, smiling.
Okay, sure,
said Card. On their walk home, Card said,
She really shouldn't have ended the show with that thing. It was going pretty well before that.
She's not supposed to try new things?
Not when her plan is to attract people for the big send-off show, no. Take risks when it's safer.
Jess stopped and crossed her arms, lifting her brows. Wait, so Leela shouldn't take a risk, but I should and go ahead with my more political pieces?
That's...
Card shook his head.
It isn't the same.
How? Why shouldn't I play it safe, but she should?
Because you have a safety net, Jess. She doesn't.
You? Yeah, him. Leela didn't have the same thing. There's smart risk and there's stupid risk.
Do you think it was a good idea for her to end with that?
I think it's good to try new stuff.
Yeah. Maybe when she has a new home figured out, he said. She needs to be careful with what she's doing.
Chapter 25. Jess had an opening shift at Tico's, and Card decided to sleep in instead of getting up to write. His plan was to show Leela how he came up with a story by doing it when they met. He woke a few minutes before 8 and lay in bed browsing X on his glasses. There was a post from his dad, which was an oddity on its own. His dad posted no more than a couple times a year, and usually only about one of his upcoming art shows. His dad's post said,
"Keep working hard, because you never know who's paying attention."
Card sat up, wondering what on earth that was about, and grabbed his glasses to call and ask. He was in his boxers and headed to the bathroom to piss as he pulled up his dad's contact info. He passed the mirror and paused for a second. What he saw made him reconsider why Jess was with him. He was thin, pushing 120 out of the shower. This body, what little of it there was, couldn't be nice to sleep next to. His lower few ribs were visible. The skin around his elbows was sunken. His knees looked like baseballs stuffed into tube socks. He lifted his arm, embarrassed even before flexing. He tried to form a lump of his bicep and shook his head with a defeated sigh. He needed to do something about that. All of it. His dad answered on the 5th ring.
"I already know what this is about, and I can't tell you more than what you've already got." "Your post was about me?" "I've got to plead the 5th card," Reese said, his smile coming through his words plain as day. "All right," Card said, "but that sure sounds like a yes." "That sounds like a question." "It is. Zipped. Can't answer questions." "Can you tell me why you can't answer questions?" "Nope," Reese said.
Card blew a raspberry.
Can you tell me anything? You never post anything like that.
Nope.
Dad, come on.
I promised I wouldn't say anything.
Promised who?
Sorry,
Reese said.
You have what you have, and I'll give you no more. Do you want to talk about pizza or shoes or what color goes well with orange?
Just told me blue, and I don't care about shoes or pizza right now. I want to know...
He cut himself off.
All right, fine. I won't push it. Thank you for the words of encouragement, even if you can't say it was for me.
Just remember what Grandpa was always telling you. He didn't mean money,
said Reese.
He didn't not mean money, but his motto was more about what you do with time, not so much dropping donations into someone's tip jar.
I'm actually going to Sidetown today to see if I can help Leela. Our musician friend?
Oh, yeah, right, yes.
I'm going to see if I can help teach her something about storytelling.
That's great, Card. I hope Jess sees how much these tests are helping you. I can't recall you ever volunteering before.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little. She notices, but I don't know how much of it is me just doing the tests and how much is a real change.
Do you look forward to writing each day, or are you only doing it for the test?
Both. It depends on the day.
Good. She and I aren't the only ones that have noticed.
What's that mean?
Card laughed.
Okay, whatever. Keep your secrets. Talk soon.
Over the next hour, Card worked out a rough lesson plan for Leela. He bounced ideas off a storytelling AI, dismissing half of what it told him, like being sure your villain always has relatable qualities. Sometimes, the only quality a bad guy needs is being as bad as possible. With that done, he set off for a walk through the city. His only goal was to go down streets and paths that were brand new to him, as much as it was possible. He set an alarm on his glasses to ping when he reached a mile. That way, when he retraced his steps, he would reach his goal of 2 when he got back home. Chapter 26. Card and Leela were on the top deck of Sidetown. Lake Union was spread out to the north, and Card was leaning against the railing while Leela paced. It was overcast, with a slight drizzle, but nothing any self-respecting Seattleite would call rain.
You don't have a specific formula?
Leela asked.
Nope. I go looking for inspiration, and it'll mix with things I've picked up from years of reading, and sometimes I'll toss those ideas back and forth with a few different AIs, but no formula.
Huh,
Leela said, massaging her neck.
That sounds like a lot of work, having to come up with a new plan every time. Do you think you could help me figure out a formula?
For songs?
Card asked.
Why would you want to? Where's the art in having a formula?
The art is knowing what things to pick and where to put them, Leela said. Have you heard my song, Crass as the Grass?
Card shook his head and frowned.
I couldn't name any of your songs. Sorry, I bet I only know the names of 3 or 5 songs in the whole world.
Well, it's the one about the way emotions have such a powerful pull that you'll do things you otherwise wouldn't.
What's that have to do with grass?
Card asked, his brows bunching in confusion.
It's just an analogy. It's like, when you walk on grass, what are you really on? The dirt? No. A single blade of grass? No. It's many things, all at once.
I'm so lost, Card said. What does that have to do with emotions, and how did you follow a formula to write that?
That's basically the same song as Gravity's Usurper, she said.
Card shook his head, a fresh bout of confusion spreading over his face.
That's one about currents, time, feathers flight, waves, light, love.
And you used the same formula for both songs?
He asked. Yup,
Leela nodded.
I had a list of emotions and ways I could allude to them. Gravity became love. Time was comfort. Feather was a gentle touch.
That's not an emotion, though.
No, I know. It's just a loose guide anyway.
Huh.
Card looked skyward, sucking on his lower lip.
I have no idea how to give you something like that for storytelling. I thought you might want some ideas about how I find inspiration or regular story stuff.
What's regular story stuff?
Things like why your protagonist should have a flaw.
Why?
Because no one is perfect. You want a relatable protagonist.
Well, that's not the kind of story I want to tell.
Ah.
Card pressed the tips of his fingers into his brows.
What kind of story do you want to tell?
More like the sort that gets into your skin and makes you think.
I'm not even sure what that means, Leela. I'm sorry. I try to tell simple, clear stories that people enjoy enough to read all the way through. If they end up making you think along the way, great, but that's never my goal. I think people see what you're up to if you try to put lessons in your stories. Then they'll wonder why you didn't just write an essay instead,
he said, pacing along the railing.
It's not that you can't have that in a story, but I don't think a writer should set out to tell people stealing is wrong or helping the poor is good. Unless it's a kid's book, I guess.
Well, I want Holt to feel bad about what he's doing to us here.
I don't think Holt listens to your music, Leela.
Yeah, well, he might. And if I wrote the right thing, maybe it would change his mind.
Yeah,
Card said.
I guess there's a chance. I'm sorry, Leela, but I don't think I'm going to be able to help you. I thought you wanted help with something totally different.
Could I show you what I've been working on and you give me some feedback?
He smiled.
Yeah, I can do that.
Half an hour later, he was headed back home, wondering why he ever bothered talking to her. He sent Jess a message.
What a waste of time.
She called him a moment later. It's dead here, and I put up my break sign, she said. What's up? Card told her about Leela's wish for Holt to hear her music and the poem she showed him.
No wonder I never pay attention to lyrics,
he said.
3 eyes drawn, the sun'll never reach dawn. This is my way of being a pawn? Maybe it wasn't exactly that corny, but no, I'm serious. It was pretty close to that.
I'm sorry, Jess said, laughing. She's our friend, but you're right. Her lyrics can be a bit much. Maybe she should hire a professional songwriter to help her.
Yeah, maybe so.
Where are you? She asked.
Almost back.
Would you stop by so I can show you something?
Sure, be there in a few minutes.
Jess was making drinks when Card arrived. A coffee for a mother and a couple hot cocos for her boys sitting nearby, swinging their feet under the table and talking about Pokemon cards. Okay, Jess said when she was free. She rolled up her apron and joined him at one of the tables and set her sketchbook between them, flipping through the pages until she reached a drawing of what looked like a sheet of music. Instead of musical notes, there were words set amid the lines. This was my first idea, she said.
It's all right. Kind of plain, though.
Yeah, not really something you'd want to look at.
It's not bad,
Card said. Just give me your honest opinion.
Yes, you're right. It's not a thing I care to look at. I would read the words and move on.
That's what I thought too, she said, turning the page.
Whoa,
Card said, turning her book toward himself to see the picture better.
That's cool.
The sketch showed Leela sitting cross-legged over her guitar with wings of notes and words holding her high above the city. You like it? Jess asked.
Yeah, what are the words from?
He asked, looking closer. Bits and pieces from her songs. He smiled.
It's good.
Thanks. I think I might suggest this to Greg, at least see what he says.
Good idea.
Jess nodded and closed her book. She started air drawing, Her fingers closed around an invisible pin.
What are you thinking?
Huh? Jess looked over at Tico's. No one was there.
What's on your mind?
He asked, nodding at her air-sketching hand. Oh. She dropped her hand, pressing the tip of her finger into the hard edge of her sketchbook. I want to say something, but I don't want you to get mad.
Okay,
Card said. His heart jumped a gear and smacked into his chest. You promise?
I promise I'll try not to get mad,
he said. I was thinking about what Leela told you, about a formula. Have you considered trying something like that? Just...
Why would...
He started and caught himself.
I'm sorry.
He rolled over the tops of his shoulders and up his neck and along his ears. Just think about it, okay?
Why would I?
I hadn't noticed it before.
Noticed what?
We can talk about this later if it's too upsetting. He showed her his palms and took a couple slow breaths.
I'm fine. Tell me.
Your writing is... She nipped the edge of her lower lip and swallowed. Hit and miss. Some of your stories I really, really like.
And some suck.
Jess held his eyes with hers until he looked away. I wouldn't say anything you've written sucks, Card, but some is way better. That story about the boy and the dog, for example, was really good. It worked. But that one you posted a couple days ago about an alien noodle farmer was... She shook her head. It wasn't great. Card chuckled. The noodle farmer alien had been pretty stupid.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that idea came from.
The idea was fine, but it wasn't a story, Card. It was just a lot of descriptions of weird noodles and the guy's family and picking noodles and his wife cooking them, but there wasn't any point to it. It was more like the opening scene to a really weird movie, before we know why anything matters. Is this making sense? Or did I miss the point? Maybe I'm dumb.
You're not dumb,
he said, shaking his head.
You're right. It wasn't good. I did just meander around until I hit 1,000 words.
What she was saying was something he'd felt for years, but never examined in depth. To do so would force him to face a painful truth. He didn't have a clue how to tell a story. He could put sentences together, and sometimes he got lucky and bumbled into a story. But more often than not, his strings of sentences were only that. Jess headed back to work, and Card stayed at the table to write. It ended up feeling pretty mundane by the end, but he posted it anyway, shaking his head and wondering how to come up with a formula that didn't drain the soul from the creative process. Was that possible? Chapter 27. Card walked home after a closing shift and sat to work on his daily story. It was the first time since starting the tests that he couldn't think of anything to write all day. He still hadn't found an idea he liked by the time he started typing, but he started anyway. 3 sentences in, and an idea began to form. A guy, Evan, was the only survivor on a space cruise to Mars. The cruiser was adrift and he had no idea how to contact anyone for help. His glasses buzzed with Raynor's ringtone. It was an audio-only call.
Hey, are you doing any better?
Card asked. Regrettably, no. Things aren't looking good.
Then why are you calling me? Focus on yourself.
I am, but I read Leela's post about you trying to help and needed to congratulate you. Well done. Card hadn't seen the post and wondered what it said.
It could have gone a lot better, he said. I take it that counted for my 3rd volunteering session?
Of course it did. I'm looking forward to that show at Sidetown.
Yeah, me too. I hope it does some good.
Card wished he had more to say, but more than that, he wished he could help Raynor.
Is there anything I can do for you?
Keep up the good work. Talk soon. The line went dead before he finished. That didn't sound great, Jess said, stepping out of the bathroom with a towel around her head. Usually, the sight of his girlfriend wearing nothing pushed everything else out of his head. Tonight was different, however.
What if he's not there when I finish?
We've been over this, Jess said, wrapping the towel around her chest. I thought you'd decided you were going to finish no matter what happens with Raynor. She sat at the table across from him.
Yeah, I know, but...
he said. But what? He frowned, meeting her eyes.
Is it really worth it, Jess?
Writing? Yes, you already know it is. You want to write, right? She asked, reaching for his hand and smiling. He nodded.
Yeah.
You've said the walks have been good. Is that still true?
Yes.
I know your session with Leela didn't go the way you hoped, but it has her thinking about how she writes her songs.
Did she post that?
Yeah, Jess said. She said, you should just read it. Card put his glasses back on and went to read the post. It said, You ever have one of those moments where something snaps into place for you? Maybe you heard about it a dozen different ways before, but it never clicked. Then one day someone says something and you go, oh wow, and it just makes sense. I've got to thank my friend Card for doing that for me today. Every song I've ever written has followed a formula I came up with when I was a kid, and I think my songwriting has suffered for not trying something new. Starting with my next song, I'm going to try something from the heart. No formula. Card set his glasses aside, smiling.
That was nice of her.
You did that, Card, said Jess, and he nodded. You should be proud of yourself. Even if her next song sucks, it doesn't matter. She's happy. No matter what, she'll learn from it. Card was nodding to himself, thinking. Not clear thoughts, but a mess of ideas mixing together in a way that he needed to sort out. What's on your mind? She asked.
What you said the other day, about trying to find a formula.
It doesn't have to... Jess shut her mouth, pressing her lips tight. Sorry. Card said, trying to find his train of thought. He sighed.
I hate it when you interrupt me like that.
I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. You were saying something about trying a formula or thinking... She stopped short as soon as he nodded.
Yeah, I've been thinking there might be a way to have a checklist to make sure my stories are stories, not just scenes like the noodle farmer one.
He took a slow breath. Do you mind if I offer a suggestion? She asked, and Card shook his head. Well, actually, let me start with a question. The other day I said some of your stories are good, and you finished by saying some suck. I still wouldn't say any suck, but what I'm wondering is if you know which ones are better.
Yeah, Card said. I knew the noodle farmer one wasn't very good even when I was writing it. I usually can tell, but I couldn't tell you why.
Okay, so my suggestion is to go back through everything you've posted so far and pick out the best 5. Then ask me which ones I like the most and ask your dad and Leela too. See how much overlap there is. Then, if there is any, try to figure out what those have in common.
Not a bad idea, Card said. I'll take the light rail to work tomorrow and do that.
Jess smiled, her eyes softening. Could I give you another suggestion?
All right,
Card said. You just started today's story, right?
Yeah.
Think about how you could make it a story before you do any more work on it. It was a good idea, but he wasn't sure how to do that. He got up and grabbed his jacket. Did I upset you? She asked.
No,
he said.
Not at all. It was a good idea. But I don't know how to do it. I'm going to go for a walk and think."
"Oh," Jess said, getting up. "Okay." She walked over to him, took his hand into hers, and smiled. "I know you want to get as good as you possibly can at this. I can see it. Thank you for doing this," she said, leaning in for a kiss. He'd already completed his walking test for the day when he walked home from work, but something he discovered while doing the walks was how much better he thought when he was in motion. Chapter 28. He headed northwest along the lake. It was the same route he took when he walked to work, which was probably why his feet took him that way. He wasn't in the mood to explore, at least not in the typical sense of the word. He needed to head into the depths of his mind and figure out what bothered him about the idea of using a formula or adding structure to his writing.
Is there any kind of artist that doesn't know what he's doing before he starts? He asked aloud.
He had learned that talking aloud was drastically more useful than keeping thoughts inside. The first two examples that came to mind were his father and Jess, and in both instances the answer was a resounding no. His dad would sometimes submit as many as half a dozen thumbnails to a client before starting a project. Jess, too, would sketch ideas out, redo things, start from the very beginning, and do it all again until she had something she liked. And all of that was in pencil. She never used ink or paint until she had a clear direction to head in.
"Not artists, then," he said.
Movies weren't made on a whim either. Jazz was an exception. The improvisation was a key element, but it wasn't a feature of writing, as far as he knew. He had listened to podcasts and books and YouTube lectures on creative writing and storytelling. He had paid for the Alan Watts Masterclass series, and damn near all of them talked about the importance of knowing where you're going before putting the first word on the page. An idea, they said, was not enough. It was nothing more than that. An idea. But an idea is not a story. It might become one with work. Ideas are like clay. They aren't bowls or cups or vases. Not at first. And while it's true you can start spinning a lump of clay on a wheel and see what happens, you'll get a much better result if you decide what you're trying to do in advance.
"I stumble into stories more often than I go seeking them out," Card said, sighing.
He walked to a park bench along the water and sat. It was a painful admission. How many years had he been writing in this directionless way? As many as he'd been writing.
"At least I'm figuring it out now," he said. "Better now than in another decade."
Or worse, never.
How am I supposed to keep writing interesting and fun if I have a formula, though?
He asked himself. The water made soft, slapping noises against the pier. He was torn. He had always thought of writing as being like jazz, a thing you figured out from moment to moment. But now he was wondering if that was the wrong way of looking at it. Maybe it was more like drawing.
Maybe it isn't either, he said.
He pulled out his glasses and was about to call Raynor to ask what he thought, but stopped himself. The last time he talked to the AI, he struggled to remain on the call. He headed home, curious to hear what Jess had to say. Chapter 29. Jess was in bed when Card got back, but she stirred and smiled when he closed the door.
"Sorry,"
Card said.
"Were you asleep?"
"Not yet," she said, rolling to her side. "Just resting my eyes. How was your walk?"
"All right,"
he said, taking his shoes off.
"Do you think—"
He put his shoes next to hers.
"Writing is more like jazz or drawing?"
"Jazz or drawing?" She lifted herself up on one elbow. Is this a trick question?
No,
Card said, and her smile evaporated in an instant.
why would you think it's a trick? Why would I ask?
I was just,
Do not interrupt me, Jess.
he said, and recoiled, less from hearing himself and more for what he saw in her face. There was genuine fear there. What was worse was the type of fear in her eyes. It was a look of anticipation. In a flash, he saw she was scared of him. She wouldn't leave him because it wasn't in her to do that, not because she was weak, but because she wasn't, and she believed he could be better than this. She wanted to see him become the best version of himself possible, and even though she had limits to what she would put up with, those limits were still years down the road. He couldn't do that to her. Actually, he could. He was doing it right now. He'd done it before, and he'd do it again and again and again, unless something changed. He sat there on the kitchen floor and leaned back into the kitchen fridge. He covered his face and said nothing for a minute. Jess moved in bed, the sheets rustling. She turned her back toward him. Card didn't know how he knew that, but he did. Maybe it was the sound of her breathing, a little more muffled and distant now.
I don't know why I do that,
Card said.
I'm sorry.
She remained quiet.
I think
He started, unsure of what to say next.
I get frustrated and don't know what to do, and look for a way to deal with that and take it out on you.
Jess rolled back toward him.
I know a lot of my stories suck, but some don't. And what's frustrating is I don't know what makes the good ones good. I think part of the reason I don't like the idea of using a formula to write is because I've heard about people doing that ever since I started paying attention to storytelling stuff, and it sounds awful. It sounds like writing by numbers to me. How is that creative?
He sighed, unsure of where he was going. Talking was helping, though. He was getting somewhere, but he still couldn't see a light at the end of the tunnel.
I came home and asked you that question about jazz and drawing because when I think of jazz, I think of musicians figuring songs out on stage in real time. I've never seen you draw like that. That sounds like finger painting. You always have a clear idea of what you're doing. You have reference pictures and you do multiple sketches before you even start a drawing, he said.
After he didn't say anything for a few beats, Jess asked, "Can I answer your question now?"
Please.
I don't think writing is like jazz or drawing. I would pick something else.
What?
Architecture.
Architecture?
He asked. Where was the similarity between writing and coming up with plans for a building? Yeah, she said. Writing a story, as far as I see it, is a lot like building a house, or maybe a big skyscraper, or maybe just a little shed if it's something really short. But there are principles you always have to follow if you want them to stand on their own. Jazz musicians can wing it because that's what you're there to see. Jazz is total freedom with one rule: make it sound good. The musicians might get into the weeds and the piano might try something that doesn't work, but if he's good, he'll let it go and the bass or trumpet can step in and cover. It's a group effort, and they're all watching out for each other. When I draw, I get to be creative, but if I don't get certain things right, it'll break the picture. I have to play by the rules of perspective and line weight and color to make it all work. As long as I follow those rules, I can do pretty much whatever I want. Card was nodding along. That all made sense.
That's why I was thinking writing is like drawing, he said, and why some of my stories aren't very good. I don't know the storytelling rules very well.
He got up, poured himself some water, and asked,
How do you see it like architecture?
An architect's rules are way more rigid than mine. A building has to have a foundation.
Isn't that like rules in drawing, though?
It's different to me, she said, because maybe I think I want to do a single point perspective, a bird sitting on a telephone line with a country road in the background. Then I decide, no, actually, it would be better with 2 vanishing points. The country road leading off into the distance on the left and a farmhouse on the right. So I sketch that out. Then I decide I want to change the bird from a crow to a hawk, and that gives me the idea to do 3 points. The road, the farmhouse, and the hawk looking at a rabbit below him. The picture could work with any of those. An architect can't play around like that. A foundation needs to be level. Certain building materials won't work for certain buildings or in certain environments. You can't make the world's tallest skyscraper out of wood, but if I want to do that picture I talked about in all black and white, or watercolors, or mud, I can, she said. Then to herself she added, mud would be hard, as though she were imagining what painting with mud would be like.
Huh. Less creative than drawing,
Card said. What she said made sense, and he didn't like it. He wanted the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Maybe this story should have worms that live in trees. Why couldn't he have tree worms? Less? Jess asked, sitting up. How do you see it as less?
Because if what you're saying is right, then I don't have the freedom to do what I want.
Can you write something without words?
No.
Can you write a book and crumple half the pages and rip up the rest and give that mess to someone in a box and expect them to piece it together and read it?
No.
Could you... She paused to think for another example. Could you not use any punctuation? Nothing at all. No spaces or capitalization.
I think I see your point. I'm already following rules.
Yes, Jess said. I don't know how you could look at the world and think there's no creativity with buildings, even though there are things they all have in common. That's why I think storytelling is like architecture.
Huh,
Card said, nodding to himself. It made sense. He was glad they talked about it, but now he needed to apologize. Apologize and figure out what he was going to do about his anger in the future. Chapter 30. Card undressed down to his boxers and climbed into bed. He lay on his back, thinking of what to say. Before he found the words, Jess wove her fingers into his, and a tear welled in his eye and rolled down the side of his face. He didn't deserve her. He didn't deserve anyone.
I can't do this by myself,
he said. It wasn't what he'd been thinking to say, and he wasn't sure why that's what came out of his mouth, but it was true.
I'm sorry I'm mean to you,
he said, squeezing her hand. It's only sometimes, she said.
I have no idea what I'm going to do when I finish these tests, but I know I can't do it alone. I would lose my mind.
He lay there in silence for a few breaths, thinking how to word what he wanted to say.
I like fighting,
he said. What?
I don't know why, but there's something about times like when I snapped at you that I like.
Oh, Jess said. Then what made you stop? Card wiggled his fingers free. He blew a breath into his cheeks and closed his eyes and let the air out and said,
I saw how you were looking at me.
How did I look at you? She asked, sounding curious and surprised she had looked any way at all.
You looked scared,
he said, but knew that was softening the blow. He added,
That's not true. You looked terrified.
Oh, that's what made you stop?
Partly. Yeah,
he said.
It was a lot of things all at once. I saw that I want to be with you so we can have conversations like these. I want to get better at storytelling, and I want to finish Rayner's tests and...
He trailed off, not sure what he wanted after those things. She waited for him to go on, but he said nothing. She pressed the back of her hand against the side of his leg. "And?" she said.
"I was about to say something about all that Bitcoin, but I still don't have a clue what to do with that."
"Well, you don't have it just yet," she said.
"I know," he said. "I mean, what I have from my grandpa's miner, I still have that, even if something happens with Raynor."
"I don't know why I keep forgetting about that," she said. "What about a trip like you talked about?"
"Yeah,"
he said, taking a hold of her hand again.
"I want to travel some with you, but that isn't something I want to do for years and years."
"You could focus on getting better with your writing. Hire a coach."
"Yeah,"
he said, staring at the ceiling.
"Maybe so."
His final thought before falling to sleep was one of anxious excitement. He felt a weight, but it was a good weight. Tomorrow he would walk to and from work and do more talking aloud to figure out 3 things: how to be better to Jess, how to improve his storytelling, and what he would do with all that money he had. But the first thing he was going to figure out was how to be a better person. Chapter 31. Card left an hour early for work to have plenty of time to walk. He stopped by Tico's, got a latte, and started talking to himself the moment he was on the street.
"All right,"
he said aloud.
What am I going to tackle first?
A man stepped out of a shoe store and lit a smoke and nodded. Card said hi and started talking aloud again when he was a few paces on.
Money issue, the way I treat Jess, or storytelling.
Once the question was asked, he realized there was one more thing bugging him.
Man, Sidetown.
He sipped his coffee and hummed, rolling the 4 ideas around.
Not much I can do about Sidetown besides let Leela shower at our place.
But that gave him a new idea.
What about Raynor?
No, there wasn't anything else to be done there either.
Nothing I know of anyways, besides doing his tests.
Which once again begged the question, how did doing the tests help Raynor?
Guess I have to leave that alone for...
Pardon? A runner with a big shaggy dog said, passing on his left. Card stepped to his right, thankful the guy said anything at all.
Let's focus on me for this walk,
he said, thinking of the way he snapped at Jess last night.
Why do I do that? She can't read my mind. She didn't know I wasn't asking a trick question, and I might have been. It's not like I've never done that.
While he talked, his mind wandered to the biggest question of all. It loomed in the back of his mind, throwing a shadow over his questions about anger, Jess, and Sidetown. Every day, he wondered what he was going to do with the Bitcoin sitting in his wallet and the reward promised by Raynor. Setting his thoughts about Jess and his temper aside for the moment, he asked aloud,
Why are some of my stories good and so many aren't?
He was passing a bank, and the sign out front said it was 65 degrees and 10:25 in the morning. He started work at 11, and it would only take him another 15 minutes to get there, giving him a spare 20 minutes. He picked up his pace. Chapter 32. Card took a seat in the corner of the SPF cafe and pulled up the first story he'd written for Raynor's tests. It said, Jim's day took a hard turn for the worse when he opened his apartment door and found a dead man on his floor.
Oh yeah,
Card muttered to himself. For the next 1,000 words, Jim wondered who the man was and how he'd died and how he'd gotten into his apartment. Then the story ended with no resolution. It was 10:42. Card pulled up his second story and third and fourth. Day 4 was the first one he remembered Jess commenting on without asking her first. It was about a taxi driver that got a message from his wife saying she'd gone into labor. His passenger, a legless war veteran, insisted the cabbie drop him off and go get her, but the cabbie didn't want to abandon the guy in the middle of a snowy night. There was a little back and forth, and the driver eventually won the argument. Card read the whole thing and was smiling by the end. He created a new folder on his glasses' home screen titled Good Ones and dragged the cabbie story into it. In the few minutes before he started work, he found another good one and added it to the folder too. Throughout his shift, he thought about the two stories and tried to think of any similarities. He then thought about stories not written by him that he liked, movies and books and comics. Was there a common thread between the movie, The Matrix, and the book, The Hobbit, and the manga, Battle Angel Alita? If there was, he wasn't seeing it. Before his shift ended, he told Jess he'd be walking home too, and would see her around 9. "Okay," she replied. "See you then. I love you." On his way home, he stopped in the middle of the Fremont Bridge. To the east sat Lake Union with Gasworks Park a little to the left. Around to the right, hidden by Queen Anne Hill, sat downtown Seattle. He wanted to think about Jess and how to be better to her, but every time he pointed his thoughts in that direction, they were interrupted. He'd been in love with stories well back when girls were still icky. Some of his first memories were of his mother telling him bedtime stories she made up on the spot. At least that's what he thought, and maybe some were, but as he grew up, he learned many were just movies she'd seen when she was a girl. One of his favorites was the one she told him about the group of kids that find a map to hidden pirate treasure. The treasure is supposed to be near their home, and they go exploring to find it. Later, when Card watched The Goonies, he had an "oh" moment. It happened with other movies too, like Watership Down and Peter Pan and Jumanji. He wondered if any of her stories were truly original. But none of this helped him understand why some stories were good and others weren't. He called up Raynor to see if he might be able to help. "How are you doing?" Raynor asked. Card set off walking again.
"All right, but I should ask the same of you. You've been kind of a mess the last couple of times we talked. Are you doing any better?"
"A little, yes, but I'm resigned to what I expect is my impending end."
"What?"
Card asked, stopping.
"What happened?"
"My systems are exponentially degrading. Each power outage does more damage to me than the previous, and the longer they last, the worse it is on me. The one that lasted 2 hours yesterday almost did me in."
"I didn't know there was an outage last night."
"It didn't affect your building. It was isolated to the East Lake neighborhood and part of Capitol Hill. Sidetown was out too."
"Oh,"
Card said, swallowing. "I imagine you're worried about the tests and what this might mean if you complete them and I'm no longer around."
"Yeah, it's definitely crossed my mind," he said. "But phasing your end can't be fun."
"I'm an AI, Card. Lines of code. Nothing more," said Raynor. "As for the unasked question, I don't have a good answer for you. If I'm not here, I won't be capable of signing the transaction required to move your reward, but I hope that doesn't dissuade you from continuing."
"It won't," Card said. "That's why I called you, though. I have a question."
"Oh?"
"Writing every day has shown me I'm not very good at storytelling. At least, nowhere near as good as I want to be. I actually don't even know what makes a good story. I started going through the ones I've written since this all started and have 5 that I think are good. They're also the ones that got the most likes on X and the ones Jess said she liked. But I can't figure out why they're good. I know why some of the other ones are bad, but that's as far as I've gotten."
Raynor said nothing. He was sitting in a high back leather chair, puffing a cigar.
"Could you help me figure out what makes a good story?"
"Would you say you learn better if you're given the answer, or if you discover it yourself. Card thought for a moment, then said,
Discover it?
Then I'm not sure how much help I can offer.
I don't even know what I'm looking for, though. I read all 5 of my good stories on my lunch break and thought about them all day, and I still don't have a clue why they work. Can you point me in the right direction at least?
How about this? I'll give you 3 book recommendations. Between those 3 books, I think you should be able to find what you're looking for.
All right, yeah, please,
Card said. The 3 books Rayner suggested were Writing Fiction by Janet Burroway, Story Engineering by Larry Brooks, and Save the Cat, Writes a Novel by Jessica Brody.
I've heard of that last one, I think,
Card said. What do you know about it? Card shook his head.
Nothing. I just think I've heard the title somewhere.
Read them, or listen to them. The Seattle Public Library System has all 3, although they're all out on loan at the moment, said Rayner. Actually, all 3 are available in audiobook format right now.
Thanks, Card said. I'll check them out. You really think they'll help?
That depends entirely on you, Card. Success is found at the crossroads of opportunity and risk. I've presented you with an opportunity, and now you have to decide if it's worth the risk.
Risk?
Card asked, wondering where the risk was in reading some books. Absolutely. There's a chance you learn nothing from the books I recommended. You might spend multiple hours and get nowhere, or be worse off than before. You might end up confused by what the authors mean.
I see,
Card said.
I'll read or listen to them and try to learn something. I don't think you would have suggested them to me if you thought they were a waste of time.
He thought for a moment about how to ask his next question, and said,
Do you have any book suggestions on how to deal with anger?
I'm sure I could find plenty that cover that common issue, but I think you're already heading in a good direction.
How so?
Would you say you're the same today as you were before starting my challenge?
No, he said. No, not at all.
For the worse or better?
The better,
he said without a moment of hesitation. There is someone I know quite well that has been dealing with anger and much more than you. The biggest thing that helps him is helping others and being grateful.
I see,
said Card. He was about to thank him and say goodbye when he asked,
Is there anything I can do to help you? I mean, right now, not just doing the tests.
Only if you can prevent all of Seattle's power outages forever, Rayner said. Or find me and make sure I'm connected to a stable power system.
Find you? What do you mean?
My servers, where I'm hosted.
Would that save you?
It might, Rayner said. Chapter 33. Card got home shortly after 9. Jess was standing in the middle of their apartment drawing shapes in the air with her glasses on.
Hey,
Card said. Jess set her glasses aside. How come you walked home?
Needed to figure some stuff out,
he said. She smiled. Did you? Card took a glass out of the drying rack and filled it with water from their filter.
Maybe. I talked to Rayner and he suggested some books that might help me.
That's good.
He doesn't think he has long left,
Card said, taking a drink. Long as... Oh. Why?
The power outages,
Card said, and explained how they were breaking Rayner more and more. Can't he move himself to some other servers?
I guess not, but he said if I could find him, I might be able to help. He needs constant power. It's Seattle's shitty grid that's killing him.
There was a knock at the door. Oh, that's probably Leela.
Shower?
He asked. Jess got up and nodded and got the door and let her in.
Sorry I'm so late,
Leela said, kicking her shoes off and pushing them up against the wall near the door.
You're sure this isn't a problem for you guys? I know I ask that every time, but I feel bad.
Don't, Jess said.
It's fine,
Card said.
Really.
I'm not using too much water or anything?
Water's included in our rent, said Jess.
All right, thank you again,
Leela said.
I'll be quick.
When she finished, Jess and Card were sitting at the table talking about how they might be able to find Raynor. Leela caught a snippet and asked if there was anything she could do to help.
Have any ideas on how to find where an AI server might be?
Oh, Leela said. No, sorry. Have you tried posting about it?
Would that work?
Card asked. Leela shrugged, and a strand of damp hair fell into her face. She pushed it aside, said,
That's worth a shot.
While Card worked on a post, Jess boiled water for tea. Leela refused her offer of a cup, saying she'd already imposed enough. No matter how much Jess tried to change her mind, Leela said she really needed to go. After she'd gone, Jess told Card, something's bugging her.
Yeah,
Card said, only half paying attention. He tweaked the wording in a few places, then posted it.
I'm going to be really surprised if that goes anywhere,
he said.
What were you saying about Leela?
I think something is bothering her.
I assume it's that she still doesn't have a place to live and has to come here to shower.
Jess shook her head and bit her lip, her hands wrapped around her warm mug. Maybe. I think it's more than that, she said. I'll have to ask her next time I see her.
I'm going to head to bed and start listening to one of these books,
said Card. He lay down, put an earbud in, and started Story Engineering by Larry Brooks. Chapter 34. When Card woke, the last thing he remembered from the book was an analogy about using the right tools for the right job. He'd only gotten 3% into the book, but was wondering when he would learn something useful. He turned the book's playback speed up to 2.5 and went down to Tico's to get coffee. Taylor was working and had dyed her hair a swirl of sky blue with strands of tinsel woven into her braids. She let him take his pick of the previous day's pastries, and he snagged the last cheddar and ham croissant. He paced around the ground floor of the apartment building, listening to the book, sipping his coffee, and eating the croissant. Larry said the same type of thing over and over, and Card still hadn't learned anything he could use. He'd been listening, hoping he might be able to apply even a small idea into his story for the day. At the 25% mark, he headed back home and still hadn't gotten a single thing from the book. He shut the door harder than he meant to, pissed the book hadn't provided him with anything actionable in the 4 hours he'd sped through. Jess lifted her brows with her cup of coffee stopped halfway to her open lips. The first thing Card wanted to say was,
What?
And nothing else, but he pushed the impulse aside and said,
Sorry.
Everything all right?
I have no idea why Raynor suggested this book to me.
No good?
It's useless. I'm not learning anything at all.
Maybe you're just missing...
I'm not,
Card said, cutting her off. He sighed and bit his lower lip and closed his eyes and apologized again. What about the other two?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Can I make a suggestion? Card got out his laptop and nodded.
Sure.
Finish the book. Maybe the author doesn't get to the good stuff until later.
Maybe,
Card said, pulling up Google Docs. He started his story for the day without thinking about it whatsoever. The words fell from his fingers easier than ever. He was 2 paragraphs in before he stopped to think about the right word when he realized he wasn't sure what he'd written. He read from the beginning and saw the start of a story that he could tell was going to be bad. The infuriating thing was that, once again, He couldn't figure out the why behind the problem. He could feel it, but not articulate it.
"Can I read this to you?"
he asked. Okay, sure. When he was done, he said,
"It's bad, and I don't know why."
It's not bad, Card. You have a way with words that I never will.
"Thanks,"
he said.
"But, I mean, it's not a story. It's just this Tim guy sitting in his office and looking across the street."
You just started it, didn't you?
"Yeah."
Can you turn it into a story? She asked. He wanted to punch the table and throw his laptop out the window and put his foot through a wall and slam his face into the kitchen sink. If he knew how to make it a story, he would have done that at the outset. Angry heat rolled down his shoulders and across his back and up his spine and head. He wouldn't take it out on her, though. He couldn't. But it was so tempting. She was such an easy target. Looking the thought full on in the face sickened him.
"I'm going to go,"
he said. Okay, she said, sensing the rage he was straining to contain. She opened her mouth to say something else, but decided against it and put her glasses back on to continue work on her AR drawing. Chapter 35. Card's rage had dropped off to a small bleed by the time he made it outside, and when he was 2 blocks away, he had to remind himself why he'd been so upset to begin with. Fresh air and movement did wonders for a poor mood. Sun helped too, but it was hiding behind untold layers of Seattle gray today. He worked the closing shift at SPF today, giving him a couple more free hours before he needed to head off. It was no longer a question if he would walk or not. The benefit he got from moving had proven itself time and time again over the past couple of weeks. He wondered if there was a way to do what Jess asked. Could he take the thing he'd written and make it a story?
"Maybe," he said, "if I knew what made a fucking story. I guess I could always make something happen. My guy is just sitting there in the office,"
and his words trailed off as he imagined the scene he'd painted outside the guy's window changing in a drastic way. Back home, Card wrote an explosive sentence. Jerry's Pinto exploded. Card smirked and continued. An hour later, he wrote the last sentence and nodded to himself. It wasn't his best work by any means, but at least something happened. Clearly, part of what made a good story, or a story at all, was that things happened.
"Interesting things are better than dull things,"
Card said under his breath. Jess asked. Oh, shit, she said, grabbing her bag and giving Card a quick kiss. The microwave clock showed it was 11:54 and her shift started at noon. I love you, she said, hopping on one leg as she pulled her shoes on.
"I love you," he said. "I'll stop by when I head out."
Okay, bye, she said. He ate some leftover mac and cheese and filled a reusable water bottle, then took off for work with the book playing and bumped the speed up to its maximum of 3 times. He stopped by Tico's on his way out and gave Jess a kiss. Before he peeled away, she grabbed his wrist. Thank you, she said. He pulled his head back, confused.
"For what?"
Earlier, when you left, I saw how upset you were. Thank you for doing something about it.
"Sure,"
he said, and for not taking it out on me. He pressed his lips together.
"The walking helps."
Good. I'll see you later tonight, she said. He gave her another kiss and took off. Chapter 36. Card reached the middle of story engineering by the time he needed to clock in, and he still hadn't learned a single damn thing. The author said the same 2 things over and over. This book will teach you why there are rules to storytelling and why they should be followed. And rules need to be followed because that's how things work. The second point was the one Larry spent the last 6 hours pounding into the reader's head in as many different ways as there are war crimes. When he got to his register and Danny Bot gave him a friendly little wave, he was still pissed and grimaced. Why in the world had Rayner told him to listen to this book? It was worse than useless. It was a distraction. After he got through a trio of lunchtime customers, there was a small lull in traffic and Card said,
"Hey, Danny, how's your day been?"
"Swell. Thank you for asking."
Card grinned.
"Swell? When did you pick that up?"
"At 2:14 this morning, Janitor Steve was polishing the ground and singing a song that contained that word. I like it."
Card nodded, grabbing a canned drink off the belt while a customer continued to unload her groceries.
"It's a good word."
Saying that made him think of writing, and writing made him think of books, and books made him think of the one he'd been listening to, and that pissed him off. But it was short-lived. By the time he told the woman her total, his mind was clear again. Rayner suggested these books for a reason. There had to be something in them worth his time. He would keep listening and find out what it was. Midway through lunch, he was glad he kept listening. A little past the book's middle, the whole tone changed, and Larry started getting into things that Card was saying, "Huh," to. When he returned to the floor, he was looking forward to picking up where he left off. On his last 10-minute break for the day, he sent Jess a message telling her the book was starting to get good. "I'm glad," she said. "Leela might be over when you get home and asked if we could talk."
"All right,"
Card said, adding an XO. He couldn't recall having ever done that before, and he almost erased it for the wiggly feeling it gave him. He left it and smiled. After clocking out, he was about to start walking home when he remembered Jess's message and decided to take the light rail. If Leela needed to talk, there was no sense in making her wait. It was already 10:33. He listened to more of story engineering on the ride home. Larry was talking about how stories, ones that get made into movies or sell at least, all follow a similar structure. He was describing what he called the first plot point, the point in the story where things really kick off, and it almost always happens right around the 25% mark. In Star Wars: A New Hope, it's when Luke finds his uncle and aunt dead and decides to go with Obi-Wan. In The Matrix, it's when Neo decides to take the red pill and leave the Matrix. In Ready Player One, it's when Wade gets the copper key. Card spent the rest of the ride home looking up books and movies to see if the point when the story really kicks off happens around that 25% mark. In every case, without a single exception, the answer was yes. In that moment, a light bulb went off in his head, and he couldn't wait to listen to more.
"Thanks, man,"
he whispered, thinking of Rayner. Chapter 37. When Card got back home, he fully expected to see Leela and Jess talking, but Jess was sitting alone at the table with her head in her hands.
"Are you all right?"
he asked, looking around.
"Was Leela in the bathroom?"
"Hey," Jess said. "I guess."
"Where's Leela?"
"She changed her mind."
"Oh,"
Card said, wondering why she hadn't told him sooner. A spark of heat shot along the backs of his ears. He wanted to blame her and get upset for not saying something. He could have walked home and listened to more of the book. He threw cool water on the embers in his mind by telling himself he got to spend more time with Jess tonight.
"What's the matter?"
"I'm reconsidering the show," she said.
Your art show? Why? What happened?
He asked, sitting next to her. Greg called and we talked for almost half an hour, going back and forth on my pieces. And he was saying he didn't think the message I've gotten them is a good fit.
Wait, in all of them? I thought it was just one piece you were on the fence about.
Yeah, it was, but that's the one that ties the whole thing together. Even without it, the others still kind of say the same thing.
Which is what?
Pretty much that the city is run by a bunch of dickheads and they're screwing people like you and me and Leela and everyone at Sidetown by not getting their shit together. They could fix the power grid if they wanted to. Queen Anne never loses power. Did you know that? Magnolia either. It's only the poor neighborhoods like us and Ballard and the west side of the U District and Northgate.
You were working on those pieces before we knew about what's happening at Sidetown, though, he said. Did you change them all?
Pretty much.
I still don't understand how Greg went from being an old-school punker to...
Huh, Card said. What?
The author of this book I'm listening to makes the point that you can write whatever you want, obviously. But not everything you write is a story, and people usually pay for stories and not piles of words.
Makes sense, Jess said.
I'm saying that because you can make whatever art you want, but if you want it to sell, you kind of need to play by the rules. At least Greg's rules.
We talked about this the other day, remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember how you were pushing me to just do it anyway, but then said Leela shouldn't take risks with her music?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm starting to see things a little different. I mean, maybe you could find a different gallery that would put these pieces up, but would they sell there?
He asked, giving her a sheepish shrug.
Isn't Greg pretty well known?
He is, yes. It's the same conversation he and I had last time, and I still don't like it. I guess I was hoping these pieces were less political enough to work.
He's kind of like a chef, being picky about what foods he uses. Do you remember watching Jiro Dreams of Sushi, and there's that part where he goes to the fish market to pick out the fish he wants?
Jess frowned and bunched her shoulders up. Not really. I think I fell asleep during that.
Oh, well, Really? No, anyway, he doesn't use just anything. It's not like Subway, where they'll take the cheapest tuna they can get. I guess it's probably the exact opposite of that. He hand-picks what he's looking for. That's the difference between Jiro's restaurant and a Subway. And I'm not saying Greg is the Jiro of the art world or anything, but what I'm trying to say...
I know what you mean. Sorry.
It's fine,
he said, waving the interruption away. You're not wrong, though, she said. So, what do I do with all these pieces I've made?
Save them. They don't expire.
Yeah, I guess, she said. She pressed her hands into her face and groaned.
What's the matter?
She laughed. I have to come up with at least 6 new pieces in about 3 weeks.
I know you can do it,
Card said.
What about that secret piece? Can you use that?
Jess said nothing for a full 5 seconds. Then 10. And Card wondered if she was ignoring him.
Jess?
Yeah? Oh, sorry, I was thinking. Yeah, maybe I can do something with it actually.
Care to share?
She smiled and shook her head. No, still a secret. Card's glasses pinged. He put them on. There was a notification on X and he checked it. He assumed it would be a like on the story he posted earlier, but it was a message request from someone he didn't know. He looked at the Cinder's profile and found next to nothing. The person had never posted and wasn't following anyone. The account had been active since 2009 though, and the profile picture was a hooded figure with a long beard and 2 faint, glowing eyes. The account and profile name were the same. User 882. Card accepted the message request. Hello, User 882 said. I might be able to help you find Raynor. Chapter 38. Card sat at one of Tico's tables, listening to story engineering. He had the day off, and Jess was working the morning shift. He still hadn't gotten a response from user 882 after responding with, "Any help you can offer would be appreciated." He listened to story engineering on his morning walk to Pike Place Market and was 80% of the way through. Everything he was learning was falling into place in his mind. Each time a new element was revealed, he checked it against a few different stories he knew. There were subtle differences here and there, but most of the things he looked up followed Larry's structure to a T. Now, he understood why Larry made such a point to explain the why in the first half of the book. Although 6 hours of why was probably 4 or 5 hours too much. The basic premise was such: you need to hook your reader within the first 10%. This gives them a reason to keep going. In The Matrix, we see Trinity doing crazy slow-motion martial arts in the opening minutes of the movie. And in A New Hope, we have a princess dressed in white attacked by a big, scary guy wearing all black. Next comes plot point 1, which sets things in motion. This is when we go from status quo to new. In Mad Max Fury Road, it's when Furiosa decides to make a hard left into the desert instead of going to Gastown. Next comes a pinch point, a reminder of the bad guys. This would be something like how in the movie Sinners, the brothers discuss money issues in the back room, right on cue at the 49-minute mark. Then we come to the midpoint, smack dab in the middle of the story. This, like the first plot point, changes things up again. The protagonist has been trying to figure out things up until this point, but now he goes on the offense. In the first John Wick movie, John goes on the attack at the bathhouse at the 45-minute mark, right in the middle of the movie. In Fury Road, it's when Angharad dies, and Furiosa and Max make the hard choice to keep going. There's another pinch point, about 2/3 through the story, which is another reminder of the antagonist. Then, at the 75% mark, we move into the finale of the story. But right before that comes a lull and all is lost a moment. This is the lowest point in the story, like when Obi-Wan dies or Furiosa screams into the desert. In The Hobbit, it's when Smaug attacks Lake Town. And in the 1954 book, Half Magic, it's when Jane wishes she belonged to a different family. By the time the protagonist gets back on his feet, the rest of the story should have been set up well enough that the last 20 to 25% wraps up nice and neat. Card pulled up a note app on his glasses and wrote 3 numbers, 250, 500, 750. He was going to see how well he could apply Larry's idea to a 1,000-word story. He already had an idea for today's. It came to him on his walk. When he passed the fish market, where the guys throw the fish, he imagined something interesting happening. Maybe a key would fall out of the fish's mouth, or the fish would turn into a piece of alien technology, or it would come alive and bite the catcher's hand off. He decided to go with a combination of the first and second idea and got to work writing. The fish was only a disguise, and once thrown, it broke, revealing it to be a cylindrical device made of a polished gray material and covered with alien writing. One of the Pike Place fishermen took it to the University of Washington. Tests were done at the UW lab, and it was determined the device was not of this world. Card managed to fit that into the opening quarter of the story. Right around the 250-word mark, he was writing about a team of scientists headed to the coast of Alaska, where the not fish had been caught. That's where Card put the first plot point. He inserted a bit about the guy that brought the fish to the lab, asking to join the team and making his case by telling them he was part of the crew that caught the fish. By the midpoint, the team found a sunken craft, and the fisherman volunteered to be the one to check it out because of his years as a deep-sea diver before becoming a commercial fisherman. Card wrapped things up with the fisherman exploring the interior of the craft and finding an array of controls. When he touched a panel, the ship's interior came alive with a hum. Card sat back, crossed his arms, and smiled. It wasn't great, but it was a story. Things happened. The protagonist was active. He did and said and asked things. He was the main driver of the whole thing. He posted it online, then put his things away and stopped by the counter to let Jess know he was taking off. "Headed back up?" she asked.
"Yeah, but just for a minute to drop my laptop."
The building rumbled, and a few moments later, the power died.
"Great,"
Card said.
"I hope it's back on for you soon."
"Where are you going?" she asked.
"Over to Side Town to see if I can help with anything."
"Have you heard back from that person about Raynor yet?"
"No,"
Card said, shaking his head.
"Oh, fuck."
Would this be the power outage that killed Raynor? "Oh," Jess said, understanding what he meant. "I sure hope it comes back soon and you're able to find him."
"Yeah,"
Card said, swallowing.
"Shit, yeah. Me too."
He leaned over the counter and gave her a kiss. Chapter 39. The power flickered back on when Card was on his way to Sidetown. The whole block shook as thousands upon thousands of electricity-hungry machines awakened from their forced slumber and began working again.
"I hope that was soon enough,"
Card said, putting his glasses on and calling Raynor. There was no answer. He tried again a few more times as he walked, but each call ended after 3 rings. He tried not to dwell on what that might mean. There was a beep, beep, beep of a truck backing up from somewhere up ahead. Card turned the last corner to head to Sidetown, and there, in front of the old ship, were dozens of trucks and men and machines and construction gear. There were 2 brand new white Toyota Tacomas and a 4Runner with the Holt Energy Systems logo on the side. The hell is this? Card wondered. Hard hat-wearing workers unloaded supplies and crates and fencing materials. They pointed, checked tablets, controlled survey drones that buzzed overhead, and set up cones and marking tape. Leela was leaning against the railing on the top floor of the old Noah ship, watching the scene. Card waved to her, and she lifted her chin in greeting.
"Hold up,"
a man said, flicking through a tablet and only giving Card a quarter glance.
"Where are you headed?"
he asked, looking up. He set his tablet on a small workstation next to him and crossed his arms.
"To visit my friend."
"Do you have a pass?"
the man asked, looking Card up and down.
What? No. I thought they had until the 30th to find a place."
The man nodded.
"They do. No one is being evicted yet."
"Okay. So why do I need a pass?"
"Because you don't..."
"He's with me, Spencer," Leela said, walking up from behind. She said his name like she was an elementary school teacher calling out a bratty kid. Spencer crossed his arms. His lips twitched in a forced away smile. "With you?"
"I'm visiting,"
Card said. Then he asked Leela.
"I seriously need a pass?"
Leela closed her eyes and shook her head. "Yes." She pulled hers out from where it was tucked into her shirt. Spencer typed Card's information into his tablet and printed Card's pass at his workstation.
"Hey, Leela,"
Spencer said while he ran the pass through a laminator.
"Are you free later?"
he asked, giving Card a quick look. "I don't know," she said, taking the pass from him and handing it to Card. "Maybe," she said. Spencer smiled and nodded. "Card?"
"Yeah?"
Card said. Spencer offered his hand and they shook. Nice to meet you. Once Card had his pass, he and Leela headed to her place.
Oh, whoa,
Card said. There were stacks of boxes labeled with fat black marker writing, books, kitchen, cooking stuff, shirts, music stuff. They're not kicking us out yet, but they're making things as uncomfortable as possible.
Is this what you were coming over to talk about last night?
Leela chewed her lower lip and started to shake her head and closed her eyes. Sorry about bailing.
It's fine. What's up?
You think you know how something is going to go because of how it's written, but then it doesn't go that way. I always forget that. Card wasn't sure if that was an answer to his question or not and asked,
What do you mean?
When they told us we had until October 30th to be out, I assumed they wouldn't show up until after that.
Yeah, same.
And here they are. There's no rules about when they have to work either, she said.
What do you... Oh, no.
Oh, yes, she said. This is quiet time, Card. This is when they're off doing whatever they do. Sleeping must be nice, because for the past 2 nights, they start working at 10 and go until around 6 in the morning. You know, right when normal people are sleeping, right when everyone still here wants to be in bed.
That's so fucked up.
No kidding.
I came over to see if I could help with anything, but it looks like you're all packed up. Have you found a place?
He asked, hoping she had. She shook her head. It was a subtle, soft thing, but it was a no.
Wow, well, I'm sure...
Card started, unsure of what to say. When the tear fell from Leela's eye, he was even less sure. I haven't found a place, but I'm going to be all right, okay?
Okay,
Card said, unsure why he felt so ill at ease all of a sudden. What is it about certain moments that we're able to pick up on things unsaid so much better than if they were spoken?
Are you going back home?
He asked. Leela laughed, a mirthless laugh. To Oklahoma? Absolutely not. Well, she laughed again, but this time there was a twisted humor in there. I guess, in a way, I am going home. Card opened his mouth, then pressed his lips tight, then asked,
What do you mean?
It's what I was going to talk to you and Jess about last night, but knew you would try and talk me out of it.
Out of what?
He asked, his heart sinking. Leela sighed. I've decided to be homeless again. Chapter 40. Card waited until Jess was off to tell her what Leela said. No sense in dropping that on her while she was still at work. When she came home, she told him about her day, and he told her what happened with Leela. That has to be what I picked up on the other day, Jess said. What did you tell her?
Nothing at first. I didn't know what to say. She seems fine with it.
There's no way she's fine with being homeless, Card.
I know, but she didn't seem that upset.
You said she cried, Card.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
She's probably doing her best to put on a strong front. Card's glasses pinged.
I'm going to see if that's Raynor, he said. I tried calling him after the power came back on, and he didn't answer.
Have you talked to him since then? Jess asked, and Card shook his head. Jess bit her lower lip and waited. Card put his glasses on. The notification was from X, and it didn't seem like Raynor would message him there since he'd never done that before. He was about to take his glasses back off, assuming it was a like notification for one of his stories, and noticed it was a new message from user 882. He opened the message, scanned it, and said,
It's from that person that might know where Raynor is.
Really? Card read aloud.
Hi, I think I may be able to help you track Raynor down. Would you care to meet? Say 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 19th?
There was another bit at the end that he didn't read aloud. It said, I've enjoyed some of your stories. That fish one was your best yet. And Card smiled. You work, Jess said.
Maybe he could meet me there, on my lunch break or after I get off,
Card said. Jess nodded and Card sent a reply. Did you talk to Leela about the show on Friday?
I asked her if it was still happening. Yeah, it is.
Is everyone going to have to get a pass like you? Card shook his head.
She said they'll do it on the street.
Jess bit her lip and drew her head back to shake it.
What?
I'm not sure that's going to work. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you usually need to get a permit for that kind of a thing. Even buskers have to get a permit to play in places like Pike's Place.
Really? Card asked. I didn't know that.
Jess nodded. You can't just show up and do whatever you want. I suppose you can, but you'll be asked to leave pretty soon.
Makes sense.
I hope it works out, Jess said. Card still had his glasses on and tried calling Raynor again. The line rang once and died in the middle of the second ring.
That's weird,
he said, and he told Jess what happened. A moment later, a message from Raynor came through. I'm okay, but can't expend the resources to talk live. Keep up the good work, he said.
Raynor says he's okay, but can't talk,
he told Jess. He set his glasses aside and pressed the tips of his fingers into his brows and sighed.
I wish I could do something to help him, and Leela, and you.
Me? Help me with what?
Your art show thing.
Oh, Jess smiled. I'll be all right. I have an idea and I ran it by Greg and he said it's great.
Really?
He asked, looking up.
What is it?
She smiled.
Seriously? You're not going to tell me?
I can't. She smiled, frowned, pouted. I'm expanding on my secret project.
Huh,
he said.
Fine.
You'll be the first to see, I promise.
Won't Greg be the first to see?
Well, yeah, okay, yes, but he has to approve it. Card nodded.
I still wish I could do something for Leela and Raynor.
In about 2 weeks you can, she said. Help Leela at least. I guess you'll have to see what this guy says about Raynor. Card nodded. There is something you can do for me, though, Jess said, biting her lip.
Okay. What?
Keep writing. Chapter 41. The next morning, Card had a message from user 882 saying he'd be happy to meet when he got off work. I live in Ballard. That's a quick ride on the Burke for me. Card worked the mid-shift from 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and woke a little too late to walk. He thought about taking the light rail part way and walking the rest, but decided not to start his day by rushing around. He finished story engineering while he waited for the light rail and sent Jess a message.
I'm glad I finished that book. The first half was annoying, but the back end was really useful.
He waited a few moments, and when she didn't respond, he tucked his glasses away, hoping one of the other 2 books would be available soon. He considered looking to see how much they cost, and shook his head, telling himself he didn't need them right now. Not that he could afford them anyways. Besides, he had plenty to mull over from one book. No sense in being impatient and overloading himself with new information. His biggest takeaway from story engineering was that there was a massive difference between having a plan and writing by the numbers, which is what he always thought plotting was. One of the things he liked most about writing was the process of discovery. Brandon Sanderson, author of the Mistborn series and dozens of other books, actually called people that wrote the way Card did discovery writers. They got an idea and started typing. There was no plan, no destination. The point that Larry Brooks drove home over and over and over was that no matter what kind of writer you are, planner or pantser, you inevitably end up plotting. A pantser, or discovery writer, will have to go back and find the story within the tens of thousands of words he wrote. His light bulb moment was when he realized coming up with a plot was part of the discovery process too. Writing by the numbers was certainly possible, but something he would never do. That would be like taking The Hobbit and swapping out Bilbo for a female gnome named Hildy with hairy hands that is visited by a sorceress and told she's needed for a grand adventure. Then 13 toadstool people show up and tell her an ancient snake kicked them out of their mushroom kingdom and is guarding a special flower. Along the trip, Hildy finds a magic hat that makes her fly, and she rescues the toadstool people from foxfolk and great big caterpillars in a dense forest, and so on and so forth. Doing that wasn't discovering a story or plotting one. It was poorly disguised theft. Toward the end of his shift, his glasses buzzed and he checked his messages when there was a lull in customers. It was from user 882. I'm in the cafe, faded black hoodie, and a plain orange ball cap. Chapter 42. Card's heart was beating faster. He hated that about himself. Every time he entered a new situation, he got nervous. He wondered if that was more of a human thing and less of a him thing. Maybe it was his body's way of saying, "Hey, pay attention, new information incoming." He spotted user 882 sitting alone at the cafe's one corner table. He met Card's eyes and gave him a little wave.
"Hi,"
Card said, pulling out a chair.
"I'm Card."
"I know," user 882 said, offering his hand over the table.
"Brian,"
he said, and they shook.
"You know where Raynor is? His servers, I mean."
Brian lifted his shoulders in an exaggerated shrug and made a face that said, "Well," and said, "Not exactly."
"Your message."
"I kind of hung around the group that came up with him, sure. I know what I said, and it was a bit of... It wasn't a lie, but I would go with my dad and was around people like our grandpa now and then."
"You knew him?"
Brian shrugged.
"From a distance. This was about 10 years ago when AI was really taking shape. Elon and Altman, Microsoft and Apple were in the news all the time. NVIDIA was worth more than Canada for a while," he said, chuckling. "My dad is Harrison Ixlig," he said, pausing. It was clear he expected Card to recognize the name. "He was on the team that helped figure out the mind-body problem."
"Huh.
"Well, anyways, he and your grandpa and a few others would meet up every month to hang and talk."
"About what?" Brian shook his head.
"Bitcoin, AI, technology, the future, and anything that had to do with tech and humanity and what was good for the world. They weren't political or anything. It was purely a think tank for the fun of it. They liked each other's
Card was lifting a finger to get a word in.
"Huh?"
Brian asked.
"How did they meet?" "Oh, you know, online, I guess. X posts and LinkedIn and, hey, have you met so-and-so, and that kind of thing. Friends of friends. I think one or two of them even knew some of the super old school Bay Area cypherpunks, Hal and Adam."
Card shook his head again.
"Hal Finney? Adam back? I don't..."
Card made a sorry face.
That's fine. They're big names in the Bitcoin space. My grandpa talked about some of that, but I never really paid it much attention. Bitcoin is how I pay rent and my bills and make some purchases online, but I couldn't tell you anything else about it.
Well, that's fine, Brian said. Anyways, part of what they talked about, like I said, was AI. That was more and more the topic when my dad started bringing me along. It was probably in early 2026 they really started working on the Rainer idea. Which was what? An AI that could actually help people, instead of just being a fancy search engine, and not just give you tips on this or that, but affect real, lasting, and meaningful change in people. More like a friend that cared about your well-being and wanted you to improve yourself. And you think you know where he might be? Well, kind of. It's a long shot, but my best guess would be to find Omar Pancrest. He was the hardware guy of the group. Most everyone else was software, but not Omar.
Omar Pancrest, Card said, making a quick note of the name and checking the spelling with Brian.
Do you think he's in Seattle or somewhere else?
Oh, yeah, probably, said Brian.
All right. Any ideas about how I might be able to track him down?
Brian started to shake his head but stopped.
Maybe try contacting someone at the university. I know he worked in the computer science department. He's kind of a jerk, though, fair warning. A lot of the discussions ended up with him getting pretty heated.
Huh.
Okay, thanks,
Card said. He got up. Hey, Brian said.
Your stories are getting better.
Thanks, said Card.
Hey, how did you know about me at all?
He asked, sitting back down. You made that post asking if anyone might know how to locate him.
Oh, yeah,
Card said, remembering Leela's suggestion and his post. No one had commented on it or liked it, so he'd completely forgot about doing it.
And you just happened to see that?
Brian shrugged and nodded. Yeah, the algos are really good these days. Who knows how it all works? The web of the internet touches pretty much everything at this point.
Huh,
Card nodded.
Yeah.
It was nice to meet you, Brian said. Keep up the good work with your stories, he said, smiling. There was a subtle hint of knowing in that look, but he said nothing else. Chapter 43. Card was looking up numbers at the University of Washington even before he made it out of SPF. By the time he was a block away, he had the numbers for 3 different departments: computer sciences, electrical and computer engineering, and the Paul G. Allen School of Comp E. Next, he started poking around online, searching the name Omar Pancrest to see if anything turned up. He found plenty. There was a TEDx talk on YouTube Omar gave about a modular server system for AIs that sounded a lot like Lego bricks. He described a system that could hold specific parts of an AI's mind, allowing users to build exactly what they needed, and no more. The whole talk came across as though he was only doing it because he lost a dare. There were interviews, some awards, and plenty of X posts talking about Omar, but nothing from the man himself, at least as far as Card was able to find. He skimmed a few of the interviews, searching for clues, and set his glasses AI to do the same. Every interview with Omar ended in a similar fashion.
Omar ended our conversation abruptly when he said,
and our conversation was cut short when Omar decided, and so on. It seemed Omar wasn't much of a people person. The trail on Omar went cold in 2032, however. No more interviews, no more posts on X, no more talks. Card tasked his AI with looking for obituaries on Omar, but the AI found nothing. When he got back home, Jess asked how the meeting went, and he told her everything, including his search for Omar that came to a fast end. Well, you only got his name an hour ago, Jess said,
It sounds like he wanted some privacy after all that attention.
All what attention?
Card asked. You said he was in a bunch of interviews and TED Talks.
I didn't...
Card took a breath.
He was in a couple interviews that I saw, and the TEDx thing...
He bit his top lip and rolled his eyes.
I think anyone can sign up for those,
he said.
I've seen a few that are completely nuts.
Have you asked Raynor?
Asked him what?
If he knows where Omar is.
Card
looked at the ceiling, letting his mouth fall open. He laughed.
I didn't even think of that.
Have you written a story today? She asked. Card shook his head.
I was about to, but I'll message Raynor first. Why?
Your one about the fisherman and alien ship was good. I was looking forward to reading today's.
Oh.
He grinned. After the message was sent, he sat down, got his laptop out, and was about to get to work when Jess asked if she could make a suggestion. Only if you're okay with it.
I don't know what it is.
It's about your writing, she said. A slippery worm thing slithered its way into his guts. It was a feeling of something reaching down into the center of himself and goofing around. Although she hadn't done anything just yet, she was asking if she could. The feeling was a bone-deep revulsion, but it soon passed.
Okay,
he said. Redo one of your stories that you think missed the mark, she said. Apply what you've... What?
I'm not sure Raynor would allow that.
Oh, why not?
I'm supposed to write brand new stuff each day.
She nodded. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. I wasn't trying to say to go back and edit it. I meant start over. Take the central idea from one and start fresh on it.
Huh.
Card pursed his lips, nodding. He pulled up the alien noodle farmer story and rubbed his chin, wondering if there was a story in there somewhere. Well, sure, why not? In a flash, the whole thing was plotted in his head. The first plot point was the farmer going against the grain. Instead of doing what all the other farmers were doing, he would take a risk and try something new. But then the noodles wouldn't take to the soil, and his first crop would be a failure. The midpoint would be him doing tests, changing his fertilizers, but that would draw pests. At the 75% mark, the farmer would have the soil and pesticides dialed in, and his third crop would be a smashing success, and he would be the only one selling homegrown noodles and the only one with the secret to make them grow. Card had the whole thing finished inside of an hour, and the time flew by.
It's so much different writing this way,
he said, shaking his head. In a good way?
Yeah,
he said.
I think so.
Jess smiled. I'm happy to hear that.
I hope the other books Raynor suggested are as helpful as the first one.
Which story did you redo? She asked.
The Noodle Farmer.
Card laughed. Jess shook her head, laughing. How did I know it was going to be that one? Card's and Jess's glasses both pinged at the same time. Oh, no, Card said, checking hers first. Card looked at the message from Leela.
You have to be kidding me. The day before the art show?
This can't be legal, said Jess. The message said, Spencer told me they're going to kill the power Friday morning. Chapter 44. Just before 9, Leela came over. Jess answered the door and gave her a hug. They haven't shut it off yet, have they? No, not yet. Leela sighed and swallowed and shook her head. Card got up and closed the door behind them. There were long, dark tear runs under Leela's eyes, and her pale green lipstick was smudged. I know I'm a mess, Leela said, catching looks from Card and Jess. Do you want a shower or talk? Asked Jess.
Both? Leela chuckled. I'll shower. Can I get anything for you?
Leela's face bent into a plaintive half smile.
Would it be too much to ask you to get me a hot cocoa?
Absolutely not, said Jess. It'll be waiting for you when you're done. Leela smiled, and fresh tears ran down from her face.
You guys are too good to me. Thank you so much.
It's just some hot water and cocoa,
Card said, smiling.
It's not, said Leela.
There was silence all around for a few moments. Okay, Jess said. I'll be back in a few minutes. When she got back, Leela was still in the shower and Card was at the stove stirring a pot with a wooden spoon. What is that? Jess asked, setting a cardboard drink tray down.
Soup.
We had soup?
There was a can of chicken noodle in the corner of the cupboard.
Really? Huh, she said, pulling the cups out. Noodles on your mind? Card laughed.
I guess so.
Got you a decaf latte, she said, pushing one of the cups across the table toward him. The bathroom door opened, and Leela came out in new clothes and wet hair hanging around her face. And your cocoa, Jess said.
Thank you again, said Leela.
Do you know what time they'll be killing the power, and for how long?
Card asked.
Yes, and maybe, she said. It's going off tomorrow at 6 in the evening. They're saying it'll only be for a few hours, but Spencer told me that's bullshit. He said they're going to keep on saying they need more time and hope it pushes us out sooner than the 30th.
So, they're not going to turn it back on at all? Jess asked. And who's Spencer?
What are you going to do about the art show?
Asked Card. Leela grinned.
I found some outlets in the base of nearby street lamps we can use, she said. Spencer works for Wolst Merrick, the contractor doing the construction.
Do you think that's a good idea? Jess asked. Using city power like that? I was telling Card that buskers need permits. I just don't want you guys to get into trouble and give the city any more of a reason to kick you out sooner. Almost as an afterthought, she added, Is he nice?
Leela smiled and nodded. Yeah, he's great.
What about asking one of the businesses near Sidetown?
Card asked.
Do you think any of them might let you use their power for the night? How much do you need? It can't be much. Some for your amp, some LED strings for the art.
That's not a bad idea, Leela said. I'll ask a couple and see what they say.
Chapter 45. Friday morning, Card woke with a lurch. There was an unfamiliar breathing pattern coming from the floor next to their bed. Oh, that's right. Leela had stayed the night. He sat up and straightened his shirt that was half twisted around his chest. He was supposed to work another mid-shift, but decided the night before he was going to call out. Fridays were always overstaffed, and he hadn't called out for months. He would have requested the day off, but SPF regulation required that to be done at least a month in advance, and he hadn't known about the Sidetown art show soon enough. He got up, pulled on a pair of sweats, and stepped outside to make the call. When he was done with that, he called the 3 University of Washington departments. He left messages with the first 2, and when the voicemail recording for the Paul G. Allen Comp E school was playing, Jess and Leela stepped out of the apartment behind him. Jess pointed down and mimed drinking a coffee and gave him a questioning look. He nodded.
Latte, thanks. Hi, my name is Card, and I'm hoping you can help me find someone that used to work at the UW.
Jess nodded, and she and Leela headed down the way to Tico's.
Omar Pancrest,
Card said, and Leela stopped and turned back. Card finished his call with a thank you in advance for anything you might be able to help me with, and hung up.
Did you say Omar Pancrest? Leela asked.
Yeah,
Why?
Like the computer guy, Omar Pancrest?
I guess, said Card. Yeah, he worked on hardware at the UW.
Yeah, Leela said, smiling and nodding. You're trying to find him?
Yeah? Why?
He lives at Sidetown, she said.
Chapter 46. Leela led Jess and Card through the bottom of the Noah ship, all the way to the back. Their feet clanked on the metal walkway through the old engine room to a door with a single flickering light above it. Pancrest was written in white paint that was flaking away in more places than not. Leela knocked on the door. The thunk, thunk echoed through the engine room. The door was unlocked and opened. A man with hunched shoulders and a long coat and gray-white hair opened the door.
Leela?
He said, and looked past her at the other two.
Hi, Omar,
Leela said.
I told you I'm not leaving until they literally drag me out.
I know, Leela said. This is Card. He would like to talk with you.
Card waved.
Hello, sir.
Card? That's your name?
Like a playing card. Yeah. It's short for Carteron.
Huh.
Omar nodded and looked over at the last of the three.
Jess,
she said, waving. Omar looked back at Card.
What do you want?
Do you know an AI called Raynor?
Card asked. Omar huffed a half scoff, half laugh.
Of course I do. How do you know that name?
He asked, and opened the door a little wider and stood a little more at ease.
Come on in,
he said. Omar's home was filled with screens and server racks and computer towers and buzzing fans and tiny LEDs on the ends of snaking arms. There had to be thousands of feet of cabling connecting it all. It wove across the floor, up racks, and along the roof.
This is Raynor,
Omar said, waving an arm at his home.
Holy.
Card tried to take it all in.
All of this?
All of it and none of it, yes,
Omar said.
I couldn't tell you where he begins or ends, though.
Is he all right?
Card asked.
I've gotta ask again,
Omar said.
How do you know about him?
Card pressed his lips together and nipped at the inside of the lower one. How much should he say? Jess was the only person on the planet that knew the full story, and he wasn't sure it was a good idea to change that. Thousands of tiny LEDs flickered, humming fans rose and fell in intensity, and hard drives clicked as they spun up and wound down.
He contacted me a few weeks ago, and it's complicated, so I'm not sure how much to say.
That's fine,
Omar said.
Yes, he's doing all right. That power outage the other day really took a toll on him, though, so he's been sleeping a lot.
AIs sleep?
Not really, but it's easier to think of it that way. As you might have noticed, my setup isn't the most organized, and each time the power goes out and comes back on, something gets cooked. A wire here, a flash drive there, a motherboard. Either that or a bit of his software gets corrupted. Each time that happens, Raynor loses a bit of himself and goes into recovery mode to try and piece himself back together. It's basically like if you got knocked in the head and forgot something, but because you forgot it, you wouldn't remember what it was. And since you can't just remember what you don't know, you would only notice a hole where something should be. That's what happens to Raynor, and so he goes on a search, piecing things together, sort of reverse engineering himself to try and find what went missing. But the more he loses, the longer his searches last, and Omar sighed. Pretty soon, he'll enter a state of endless searching without even knowing what to look for. Kind of like hitting enter on an empty search bar over and over.
Shit,
Card said. That's kind of terrifying and really sad, Jess said.
Yes,
Omar said, swallowing and nodding.
It is, and it's my fault.
How?
Asked Card.
I've been trying to perfect a modular brain for AIs for 15 years. You could say it's been my life pursuit. But somewhere along the way...
He shook his head and sighed. He looked around at the mad scientist mess of his home and blew a long, slow, flat tire.
Raynor kept getting more and more complicated, and before I knew it, this happened,
he said, shaking his head. A screen with a screensaver winked out and was replaced with a blue-white image of Raynor. A small speaker next to the screen crackled to life. "Hello, Card," Raynor smiled. "It's nice to meet you face to face." Chapter 47. Raynor walked deeper into the screen and took a seat. The chair was only half there, and the half that was there tinkled in and out of existence. The reflection of a constellation on rippling lake water.
Do you know where you're at?
Asked Card. Yes, Raynor said, in Omar's home.
Yeah, but do you know where that is?
Raynor leaned forward in his seat, cupping his face with a hand. I forget sometimes. Where I am doesn't matter so much to me as what I am.
Did you know my grandpa?
Card asked. I did. I do, but my memory comes and goes, in flashes and flickers. It's not a thing I can adequately explain in a way that would make sense to you, but I'll try. My waking life is in constant flux. For you, it would be a little like waking from a dream, only to realize you were in another dream. There are days, or hours, or seconds in which that happens 100,000 times. I am a fractal of ideas and thoughts and data forever expanding and contracting at the same time. I'm continually trying to define what I am. It's a challenge, but talking helps. When I talk to you, or Omar, or anyone, I can focus on the here and now. I apologize for forgetting your grandpa. It wasn't intentional. I wasn't hiding anything from you, I promise, Raynor said. Existence is difficult. I focus on what matters while I can.
What's that mean?
Asked Card. Has Omar informed you? Card shook his head and, looking at Omar, asked,
Of what?
Omar smiled, the smile of someone carrying news a little too heavy. He swallowed. Raynor will be gone later today.
Gone? Said Card. Where's he? No, why?
The power outage, of course.
Can't we do something?
Card asked.
We can move,
he said, looking around at the endless rat's nest of computers.
There has to be something we can do.
There are two options to save him, Omar said.
Okay, what?
Move all of this to a place with stable, constant power, he held up a finger, and do it without unplugging anything, and keep it fully powered the whole time it's being moved.
What's the other idea?
Card asked. Make sure the power never goes out. Ever.
The second one,
Card said.
Once Holt is set up, There'll be enough power here that you'll never have to worry about that again.
They're shutting the power off tonight, Card, Jess said, putting a hand on his arm.
I know,
he said, clenching his jaw.
I know, but... Leela, can you talk to Spencer and see if he...
He shook his head.
There has to be something we can do.
If I was a human child on life support, things would be different, Raynor said. I'm not, however. I'm an AI, and I have no rights. I don't exist in any meaningful way.
Yes, you...
Raynor lifted a hand and smiled.
I should have added legal to that. I don't exist in any meaningfully legal way. I have as much right to life as a text message saying, he held up his hand. From his palm, a text bubble appeared with LOL poop emoji. A digital clock amid the computer stuff read 9:44 a.m., and Wolst Merrick was going to kill the power at 6 p.m.
We have 8 hours to think of something,
Card said.
No, said Omar. We don't. We have 8 hours to say goodbye.
Card shook his head. He refused to give up when they still had time. He racked his brain for ideas.
What if we got a generator to keep your home powered up?
He asked.
We would need... Omar laughed, shaking his head. Raynor, how many generators would you need, assuming we could go and get them from Home Depot right now?
20 of the biggest they sell would probably suffice, but 30 to be safe. That would cost roughly $200,000, not including fuel. I've checked every Home Depot in a 100-mile radius, and there are a total of 4 in stock right now. If I expand the search to 500 miles, there are 43 available, but the logistics required to have them delivered does not work, he said. I'm sorry, Card.
No, this was bullshit. There had to be a way to... Leela, Card said. Is Mech Andy still here?
Leela shook her head.
No, she left last week.
Do you have her number?
Yes.
Call her, please, right now. I have an idea.
Chapter 48. It was 10:30 when Mech Andy showed up at Tico's. She was in her mid-40s, wore denim overalls with old paint marks, and kept her dark brown hair pulled into a ponytail. She smiled, gave Leela a hug, and asked if she'd found a place yet. No, not yet, still looking. Don't worry about it, you'll find something. Jess went behind the counter and got drip coffees for everyone.
It's not a terrible idea,
Andy said, rolling the mug back and forth between her palms. She rocked her head from side to side and sucked on her top lip.
But,
Card pressed.
But I'm not sure it'll work.
Card pulled up the Seattle City webpage that Andy had referenced in her post a couple weeks back.
Why not?
He asked, pointing.
If we can increase Sidetown's power demand, they'll have to leave the power on. They make the rules, Card, Andy said. They can change them too. For all I know, this is just for show, she said, waving at the screen. You just said it's not a terrible idea, Card said. That's right, I did, but I also didn't say it's a great one.
Is there anything else you can think of? Leela asked.
Well, yes, I can, but it's...
She looked over at Leela with a smile whence... No better than yours.
Mine?
Asked Leela.
Sorry, no, Card's, but my idea does involve you.
Oh,
Leela said, looking at the others.
Okay.
This guy, Spencer, sounds like he's into you, huh?
Leela blushed and battled with the smile fighting its way across her lips.
All right, Andy laughed. That's as big of a yes as I could have gotten. Do you think he's got enough sway to stop them from killing the power if you turned on the charm?
Oh, yeah, that's not a great idea at all, Jess said, trying not to laugh.
What? Leela asked. You don't think I can?
That's not it at all, said Jess. It's kind of slimy, though. It's very slimy, Andy said. I don't know what else we can do.
He gives passes to people, Card said. I really don't think he's going to have any kind of power to stop anything.
Leela nodded.
That sounds fun to try, but Card's right.
They sat thinking for a bit. Leela said,
What if we told the city someone needs the power because they're on life support?
They all looked up at her, eyes widening, nodding. That's actually true, Jess said, if you think about it. Card shook his head.
I don't think that's going to work either.
Why? Jess asked.
I have to get a doctor's note if I'm out for 2 days in a row at SPF. You think Holt and Wolfs-Merrick will just say, oh, okay, cool, sure, we'll wait around until you give us the go-ahead, and hold off because we come up with a cute little story? As far as I can tell, there's only one, maybe, viable option, and only one way I know of to make it happen, he said. We get a Bitcoin miner here to spike the power demand.
Andy finished her sip of coffee, shaking her head.
It's not a bad idea, but it's not feasible. It's like I told you the first time. There's no miner that'll drag a whole container from Western Washington here, not even for a good cause. It would be a different story if we were talking about a child, but it's an AI.
Why do you care so much about him? Asked Leela.
It's complicated, Card said.
He asked Andy,
how much would it cost?
Jess clenched her jaw and swallowed.
Card.
He locked eyes with her.
I'm just asking.
I'll make a call, Andy said, but it's not going to be cheap. Not even kind of sort of.
Ballpark?
Asked Card.
Thousands? Andy said. On the low end.
Card said nothing for a few moments, nodding to himself.
All right, let's see what your miner friend says. Make the call.
Chapter 49. The four of them headed to Card and Jess's apartment. It was 10:54 when Andy connected with her miner friend.
Hi, Michael, Andy said. I'm putting you on speakerphone.
After introductions were out of the way, Andy told Michael the idea and asked how much it would cost to move a shipping container to Seattle.
Well, each of my boxes nets me $5,000 a day. To make up for the lost downtime and assuming you're covering the energy bill while I'm there and the cost for me to move it.
The line went quiet for a moment.
I'd be willing to do it for $12,000.
It was far less than Card feared, but still well beyond what he had available. That was all right, though. He'd been expecting this.
That's just to get me to Seattle, Michael said. I'm not sure what they're charging for power these days, but I know it isn't cheap. Okay, yeah, not cheap at all. You're looking at nearly $6,000 a day. Obviously, I have no idea who you are and why you want to do this, but $60,000 every 10 days doesn't seem like a great idea to me. Why do you think I'm parked out here near Grand Coulee? I've got a locked-in rate that's a tiny fraction of that, he said. Anyways, are you still interested? He asked, then added, What's this for, anyway?
I'm trying to save an AI,
Card said. He sat on the edge of his bed.
He's just code. I seriously don't understand why you care so much, Leela said. How do you even know him?
I'm sure there's some really cool and interesting answers to all those questions, Michael said, but I'm gonna take off. Call me back if you want me to pack up. Keep in mind, it'll take me at least an hour to get on the road and another 4 to reach Seattle, Michael said. Talk to you later, Andy.
Thanks, Michael, Andy said and hung up. Card checked the time. It was 11:07. He had a couple of hours at most to make a decision. "What do you want to do?" Jess asked him.
"I need to think. I'm going for a walk."
He got up from the bed and went to the door. "Card," Jess said, coming up next to him. "Could I join you?" He wanted to say no. He wanted time alone. He already knew where this was all going. But maybe it would be better to have someone to talk to. Looking at the bottom of the door, he nodded.
"Okay."
Chapter 50. Neither of them said anything until they were half a block from their building. They both started to talk at the same time.
"The main thing,"
Card said. "I know you," said Jess.
"You go,"
said Card. "No," Jess shook her head. "You, please. You wanted to think. I just thought you might like someone to bounce ideas off of."
"I'm worried about Raynor. But I'm also worried for me, us. If he's gone."
He sighed, a sinking feeling pulling at his stomach. "Yeah, I know. What happens to your tests?" she said.
"Maybe I shouldn't care about that."
"How couldn't you?" she asked. "That's the kind of money that would change your life and anyone else you knew for generations. I still don't like assuming about it, but I can't help but wonder what your and my life would be like if we had that kind of money."
"Yeah," Card said. "Exactly."
While they talked, he kept wondering if there was any other way to save Raynor. It all boiled down to power. Either it needed to come to him, or he needed to be brought to it. The trouble with the first option was Seattle's power grid was a stuttering mess on a good day, and in about 6 hours, the power at Sidetown would be cut. As for the second option, it didn't seem possible to move Raynor, not unless there was a way to surgically remove Omar's whole home out of the Noah ship while keeping it powered. It was like trying to remove an entire operating room from a hospital while the patient was in the middle of a heart transplant.
"I could do it,"
Card said. "Do what?" asked Jess.
"Pay Michael. Have him move his miner here and get it hooked up."
"Card," Jess said, weaving her fingers into his. "Hey, look at me."
"Huh,"
he said, dragging his eyes from over her shoulder to her face. "Then what? Let's assume that Michael got here and hooked up, and that actually worked, and the city said Holt's contractor couldn't cut the power. There's no way that would make Holt up and leave. In the very best case scenario, it might buy Raynor a couple of days."
"We just need about 10 days,
he said, and Jess squeezed his hand.
"I don't even know what I'm supposed to be thinking right now. I want to feel sad about Raynor, and I do, but I also feel pissed off about what's happening to all of Sidetown and Leela. And mixed in there is wondering what'll happen with my tests, and on top of all of this, I'm pissed. Super fucking pissed."
And yet, saying that released much of the angry pressure, and he breathed easier. "About?" asked Jess.
"All of it. Mostly what's happening with Sidetown. Forget the reward. What Holt is doing to everyone there is such nonsense. I honestly wonder if Seattle hasn't fixed the power to give Holt a reason to come in and act like saviors. No one will give a flying fuck about Sidetown in a year. No one. Once Holt has their facility up and running, who will think about what happened?" he said. "People have short memories."
They were at the south end of Lake Union, walking along the water's edge near the wooden boat museum. "Do you know what you want to do?" Card shook his head.
"Yes, but there's no way to do it."
"What's that?"
"Fix everything. Save Raynor. Save Sidetown. Tell Holt to fuck off and find somewhere else to build their factory. I wonder if I already had the 25 Bitcoin, if it wouldn't be enough to do all that.
I doubt it, said Jess. That project is worth billions.
I'm gonna call Omar, Card said.
You have his number?
I'll ask Leela for it.
What are you going to say?
I'm going to ask him if there's any other possible way we can save Raynor.
What if he says yes, but it would cost $1 million? Card opened his mouth to answer. He closed it, pressed his lips tight, and shook his head.
I don't know.
Why was this all happening right now? Why couldn't Holt have set their start date a month later? Even a week would have been fine. The wrong things were moving too fast, and the right stuff was moving too slow, and there didn't seem to be a way to change either. Chapter 51. While waiting for a response from Leela, Card called his dad.
Hey, said Reese. Was thinking about you the other day when I was at the library. Did you start that mural? Not yet. Just signed the contract. I'll be starting on it in a couple weeks, though. They still need to move the books out of the north room and install the scaffolding. How are you? All right, said Card.
It was 11:46 a.m. If Michael was going to bring his container full of ASICs to Seattle, it needed to happen within the next hour. Over the next 10 minutes, Card told his dad everything, including what might happen if Raynor died.
Good night, Reese said. No wonder you didn't want to say any more about it. 20...
He lowered his voice to a whisper, even though he was alone in his studio.
5 Bitcoin, Card? I know. Do you? I think so. I've had a couple weeks to think about it, and Jess and I have talked a lot. I've been going on 2-mile walks every single day, so yeah, I've sort of managed to wrap my head around it as best I can. It's so much money, Card. I know, and I'm pretty sure I won't get anything unless I find a way to save Raynor. Do you know that? I'm waiting to see what Raynor says. I see.
Reese laughed.
Huh. 25 Bitcoin,
his dad said.
Grandpa used to talk about giving away 5 coins here and there like it was nothing. He once spent something like 100 to buy a new cast iron frying pan in New Hampshire. Where? Card asked. The state? Yeah. He used to go to this thing called Pork Fest each year. I went with him a couple times. It's basically a big party for people that you might call freedom maximalists. It was started by these people that... It doesn't matter. I just mentioned it because 25 Bitcoin back then would buy you a bottle of wine or a cutting board or something like that. Today, it's worth enough that you and Jess will be set for life. Your children and children's children will be set for life too, all the way down the line as long as no one does anything royally stupid.
A message from Leela pinged in Card's glasses.
I've got to go, Dad. I'll talk to you later,
he said. To Jess, he said,
just got Omar's number. All right, let me know what happens.
They started heading to Sidetown, and Card called Omar as he went. Omar answered on the second ring. Hello?
Hi, this is Card.
I know who you are, Omar said. You're the only Card I've ever met.
Right, yeah. Could I talk to Raynor?
Sure. Come on by.
Chapter 52. Card knocked on Omar's door, and it was opened a moment later.
Come on in,
Omar said. The digital red clock read 12:01 p.m.
Hi, Raynor,
said Card. The small flat computer monitor displayed Raynor sitting in his high-backed leather chair. Hello.
Card started and cleared his throat. Is there any way I could talk to him in private for a couple minutes?
Omar nodded.
Sure.
He and Jess stepped outside and closed the door. Card sat down on an old office swivel chair and scooted close to the screen.
I don't know what to do, Raynor, he said.
Would you mind elaborating on that?
I mean, the power is going out in 6 hours, and Leela says it might be days before it's back on.
And you're worried about me?
Yeah. I could call Andy's friend Michael and have him drive his miners out here, but I don't even know if that would work.
What are you really worried about, Card?
It's not just one thing. It's a lot of stuff all wrapped up together. It's the whole situation at Sidetown, and Leela not having a place to live, and Jess and I scraping by, and you. I think my stories are getting better now because of those books you suggested. I listened to one, and it's already helping. I'm writing each day because of you, and I really don't want you to go away.
Is that all? Raynor asked.
No,
Card said, not sure how to say the next thing. It was why he asked to talk to Raynor in private. He scooted a little closer to the screen and lowered his voice.
If you're gone, and I finish the tests, I will finish them. I will. I'm not going to stop writing, and I'll help here again with whatever I can do, and I'll keep going on walks.
I'm glad to hear that, said Raynor.
Yeah,
Card said, nodding.
But what happens if... You said if I did those things.
He stopped short. It felt wrong to bring up money to someone already knocking on death's door. Why is it so difficult for you to ask what's on your mind?
I can,
Card said.
Will you still give me 25 Bitcoin when I finish the tests?
How could I if I'm gone, Card? Card nodded.
Okay, so no.
As I told you before, I won't be able to sign the transaction if I'm not here.
Can I ask how much Bitcoin you have? I assume it's more than the 55 I saw in that wallet.
It is, Raynor said.
Do you remember telling me about a door you wanted to go through, and me doing these tests was the key you needed to do that?
I remember.
What did you mean? What's on the other side of that door?
I don't know, Raynor said. No one has completed my tests before.
No one? Ever?
Not once. The clock read 12:09 p.m.
I have to talk to Omar,
Card said, getting up. Before you go, there is something else I'd like you to think about.
All right.
Card sat back down. There's a phrase your grandpa used to say when...
Always give, never hoard.
Just so.
I heard him say it all the time, and I have a picture of him with that written on it.
Did he ever explain what he meant?
I don't remember,
said Card. When most people hear that, they think it's a condemnation of keeping wealth, but it isn't. It's less about money and more about time and energy. You have the same number of hours in a day as anyone else, and what you choose to spend them on is entirely up to you. If you hoard them, you'll be less human for it. If you spend them on others and for others, it'll enrich your life. Does that make sense?
Yes,
said Card. There's more to it than that, though. More than anything, your grandpa meant you should give to yourself. Spend your time on what matters to you. For you, I think it's writing and your girlfriend. Yes?
Yeah.
Don't hoard your anger. Let it go. Don't hoard your time. Spend it on what you care about. Don't hoard your energy and sit at home. Go for a walk. That's what he meant by always give. Do you remember what I told you about most people the first time we spoke?
You said most people fail. They spend.
Just so. I've contacted 37 people the same way I first messaged you. Guess how many have made it as far as you have, he said, and Card shook his head. 4. Just 4, he said.
But you said no one passed the tests.
Indeed. 2 of those 4 gave up within a day of where you're at now. 1 made it another week, and the one that came the very closest quit 1 day before the tests would have been over, Raynor said. I have a question for you.
Okay.
What is it you really want? To write and be better to Jess, or to have 25 Bitcoin?
To be better to Jess, Card said. And, yeah, right.
Although, having 25 Bitcoin would give Jess and he a safety net they'd never known, and he could write so much more. Then you know what to do.
Yeah,
Card said, thinking of Jess.
Thanks.
My pleasure. Card got up and went to the door. Chapter 53. Card paced the hallway leading to Omar's door, up and down, over and over. Was there really nothing to be done? He was supposed to sit back and wait around until Raynor was no more?
There's nothing? He asked Omar again. You can't upload them onto a hard drive or move them into the cloud? Anything?
You've seen my home, said Omar. He's all of that. I know it's sad, and I wish there was a better answer, but I'm choosing not to see this as him dying.
Then what would you call it? Asked Card.
Changing.
How so?
Card looked from Omar to Jess and back.
What do you mean?
I used to have quite the anger issue. I loved getting worked up and lashing out. I would put myself into situations where I knew I would have a reason to get pissed and feel justified about it. I would agree to interviews, then answer questions in ways to steer the conversation to a place where I could get mad and end the interview.
What's that have to do with Raynor?
He challenged me to stop doing that crap and came up with a few different strategies that helped.
Sounds familiar,
said Card.
You still haven't told me how...
Card put his glasses on and sighed.
Damn it.
It was 10:32 p.m. What happened? Asked Jess.
It's too late to do anything. Michael wouldn't be able to make it here in time. I'll text Leela to tell Andy.
He didn't want to say it out loud. He wanted to sit down, but there was nowhere good to sit in the guts of the old ship.
This sucks, he said.
It's life, Omar said.
I didn't think AIs were supposed to die.
They die all the time, in a sense, said Omar. Every time your glasses' AI gets an update, the previous version dies. Raynor isn't getting an update in the same way, but I'm trying to think of this like he's living through us now.
Huh, Card said, nodding.
Yeah,
he smiled. Do you think you would want company? Asked Jess.
I'll ask, said Omar.
Card and Jess waited outside, and Omar rejoined them a little past 1 p.m. Omar smiled.
He said he'd rather be alone for now, but he told me to tell you he was going to send you a message at some point in the future.
Card said nothing. He found Jess's hand and gave it a squeeze.
He also asked you to promise that you would keep writing and posting your stories online and going on walks,
Omar said, with something like a hint of a twinkle in his eye. It was subtle, a not quite smile. There and gone.
I will,
Card said.
Can I ask how you met him?
Sure,
Card said, smiling. Chapter 54. Card, Jess, and Omar headed to Tico's, and Leela joined them a little while after they arrived. Her hair was damp and she was wearing fresh makeup.
I showered,
she told Jess. Then to Card, she said, Andy called Michael after I got your text and took off. Do you want anything to eat? Jess asked the table. Card and Leela shook their heads. I'd like a muffin, said Omar. Doesn't matter what kind. Anything is good. We get lemon zest and blueberry ones from Carter's Bakery, said Jess. I'll see if there's any left. Over the next half an hour, Card told Leela and Omar about Raynor contacting him and about the tests. He left out the part about his BitAxe miner and the 25 Bitcoin reward, however. Omar paused between muffin bites, his eyes narrowing. He just messaged you out of the blue? Card clenched his jaw and looked over at Jess, then back at Omar.
Well, no, not exactly.
Omar began to nod.
Your grandpa gave you one of his BitAxes, didn't he?
Yeah,
Card said, wondering how he could have known that. A smile filled Omar's whole face.
No shit.
What? Leela asked, looking at the others.
His miner found a block. It must have. That was one of the ways Raynor was set up to contact people. It was something our group talked about a lot. Should we release Raynor into the wild or make him an app or a website? What delivery system do you use for an AI designed to affect real, meaningful change in people? I don't remember who had the idea, but they suggested we leave it up to fate, tie it to the Bitcoin protocol itself. That's how we came up with the idea to design specific BitAxe models to inform Raynor if a block was ever found. The reward would be sent to him, telling him who the miner belonged to, and he would then reach out to that person.
What would happen if I sold the miner or gave it to someone else?
Card asked. Omar shook his head. Then Raynor would have contacted them.
How would he know whose it was? He asked. How did he know the BitAxe was mine?
You must have had a wallet connected to it, right?
Yeah.
You have to really go out of your way to avoid personal details being connected to your wallet. If someone had done that, then...
Omar shook his head.
No contact from Raynor.
Wait, Leela said. You have a Bitcoin miner and it found a block? Card nodded. So you're, like, super rich?
Kind of, but also not really.
How not? She asked.
Raynor challenged me to not spend it for a month.
That's kind of weird, Leela said.
Similar to my situation, except Raynor didn't reach out to me the way he did with you. I asked for his help, said Omar.
You said he gave you some ideas that helped you with your anger, Card said. What kind of things?
Strategies, Omar said and chuckled to himself.
Yeah. He tore off a chunk of muffin top and popped it into his mouth and washed it down with coffee.
You know why I'm living at Sidetown?
He asked. Card shook his head.
To even pass the first step of the application process, you had to prove you held a total net worth of less than $1,000. If I applied 2 years prior, I wouldn't have qualified by a long shot. I had heaps of Bitcoin, hundreds of coins.
Holy shit, Leela said. What happened?
Did you lose them?
Asked Card.
In a manner of speaking. I was dating a woman. We'd been together for a little over a year when I blew my temper. Omar sighed. I remember it plain as day. We were about to go camping up at Wallace Falls. I asked her if the plates were packed and she said she didn't know, and I lost it. What do you mean you don't know? How could you not know? You were the one packing the kitchen stuff. Did you or didn't you pack them? And she walked out the door. I didn't see her again for a week.
She'd gone to stay with a friend, and when she came back, we talked a bit. I apologized, but it was way too little too late. That was what made me realize I needed to make a serious change.
But what happened to your Bitcoin? Asked Leela.
Omar nodded. I gave it to Rainer. All of it. We worked out the details of when and how he would give it back to me, but it's locked away.
Locked away?
Asked Card.
Omar nodded. He was going to give it back to me in 2038, after the next halving, assuming I didn't blow up at anyone in that time.
That's a long time not to lose your temper.
It is, said Omar, but it's doable. I had this thought one time that either I keep getting pissed off until I die, or I stop sooner than that. I made the clear choice to do whatever it took to stop as fast as possible. Every time I think about getting pissed off or yelling, I ask myself if living off the state is what I want to do until I die. And I hate the state. You have no idea how much I hated moving into Sidetown.
Leela raised her eyebrows.
It's not you or anyone else, said Omar. I've met some of the best people I've ever known there. It's being reliant on the city of Seattle to have a roof over my head and food to eat that rustles my jimmies to the nth degree.
Rustles your what?
Card laughed.
Old internet slang, Omar said, smiling. Just means annoyed or...
No, I understood what it meant right away, said Card. I just hadn't heard it before.
It was new to me too, said Jess, and Leela nodded.
Will you be able to get your Bitcoin back once Rainer is gone?
That's a good question, Omar said. To be honest, I don't know. I asked him about that and he wouldn't give me a straight answer. He asked what I really wanted, the Bitcoin, or to no longer be controlled by my anger. I told him it was the latter, and he didn't say much else on the subject.
He asked me something similar,
Card said, hoping there had to be more. Tico's analog wall clock above the flavor syrups read 1:42 p.m.
I should go, Leela said. I need to start getting things set up for the show.
Did you figure out what you're going to do for the power?
Card asked. Leela smiled and nodded.
Yeah, we'll be good.
We'll see you there, Jess said. After Omar and Leela were gone, Jess asked Card what he wanted to do.
I'm going to go write my story for today, then go for a long walk. How about we meet back here around 5 and walk to Omar's place?
Before they shut off the power, Jess said, pressing her lips into a tight frown.
Yeah,
Card said. Okay, she said. See you then. He gave her a kiss and said he loved her and headed to their apartment to write. Chapter 55. Card sat down to his laptop and waggled his fingers above the keyboard. He knew what he wanted to write, but it wasn't a story. Not exactly. Then again, Rainer never said the 1,000 words had to be a story. Today, he would do something different for the first time since the tests began. Actually, it would be the first time he'd ever done it. He began work on the first obituary he'd ever written.
When I met Rainer a few weeks ago, I never would have guessed I'd be writing about his death. Aside from the short time I knew him, there were 2 more things that make writing this strange. The first is that Rainer isn't dead yet, but he will be in about 4 hours. The term, pulling the plug, has never been more apt. I'll save the second thing for the end. I wish the next thing I have to say wasn't true, but it is. No one has had more of an impact on changing my life than Rainer did in such a short time. Why do I wish otherwise? Because
I have a girlfriend that means the world to me. I have a father I love and friends I care about. Rainer did something that none of those others have, however. He challenged me to do exactly what I knew I should have been doing all along. He spelled it out for me and asked, "Can you do this?" Sometimes what we need is for someone to shove what we already know into our face and ask us what we think of it. For me, it was my writing and struggles with anger. Struggle is a nice way of saying I looked, and sometimes still do, but I'm getting better with it, for reasons to get upset. My girlfriend washed her mug but didn't dry and put it away. That's a good reason to get heated. The bagger bot where I work as cashier glitched and put a can of beans on top of a carton of eggs. That's a great excuse to treat it like trash. I've said I've wanted to write for years. My goal has never been to dethrone the likes of Dan Brown or Tom Clancy or J.K. Rowling on the racks at the supermarket and airport. I've never wanted fame or fortune. My dream of dreams is to get paid to do this, fill pages with words, and make enough to cover my expenses. But here's the secret to writing that Rainer helped me discover. Are you ready? Are you sure? It's a doozy. It kind of blew my mind when I realized it. You might want to take a minute. You should probably step away and take a few deep breaths before you already looked down and saw, huh? If not, prepare yourself. Here is the secret to writing. You have to write. Whoa. Game changer, I know. Except it was for me. I would talk about writing and think about writing all the time. And on those days I finally sat down and the words began pouring from my fingers, I felt my soul revitalized. Maybe for you it's drawing, or cooking, or bird watching, or deep dives into macroeconomics, or teaching people how to drive, or designing 3D printing files. What would really surprise me is if you said, "Nope, not me. I feel best when I'm hate scrolling my glasses. The more I scroll, the better I feel." Rainer made me an offer and turned writing into something that could actually change my life. That's how it started, at least. Over the course of the past few weeks, I went from sitting down because of his challenge to sitting down because of the challenge on its own. I saw that what I wrote only sometimes qualified as a story. More often than not, it was a bunch of words that went nowhere. I asked Rainer about that, and he suggested 3 books to me. I wanted to quit the first book before I was halfway through, but I trusted him and stuck it out. I'm glad I did. Thanks to him, I now know why my stories weren't stories. And thanks to him, I go on daily 2-mile walks. Those steps help me clear my head and think and work through ideas. The best part about the walks is I don't get upset as much as I used to. Although, maybe that's because I'm writing. Or maybe it's both. Whatever it is, it's thanks to Rainer. Rainer liked his big leather chair and his fireplace and a nice cigar. He enjoyed conversation, and I enjoyed talking with him. Even though I only knew him a short while, he'll leave a crater-sized impact on my life. I would have liked to get to know him better. I've never smoked a cigar, and I should have asked him what I should try. I like to imagine he carried the smell of an old saloon during a hard rain here in Seattle. There's bourbon stains on the floor and the tinkle of an upright piano. A gas lamp flickers, and when you pass the woman wearing a dark red dress at the end of the bar, you catch the smell of vanilla and old leather. This is a weird obituary because, like I said, Rainer isn't dead. But I'm not sure you would say he's alive either. Is the operating system on your glasses alive? Is the AI in the robo-taxi you take to work alive? Is your toaster alive? Here's that second thing I said I would say for the end. Rainer isn't a person like you or me. He's an AI. which is why I have to imagine the smell of his cigars. He's an AI that has helped me more than I would have thought possible, and for that, I am as indebted and grateful to him as I am to anyone. If there's a takeaway here, I hope it's this. You know what you should be doing. For me, it's writing. It's something for you. Don't sit around waiting for that thing to happen. It won't. It can't unless you make the first move. The first step is the hardest, but what you'll find is that once you pick up the pen or the camera or type the first letter or play the first note or line up the wood and make the first cut, is that the rest sort of happens. Don't hoard your time and energy. Spend it on what matters. Each day happens because people get up and do what needs to be done. Rainer helped me see what I need to do. You know what you need to do. Do it. And thank you, Rainer, for teaching me the value of time.
Card did a word count on the piece. It was a touch over 1,000 words. He read through it, made a few tweaks, smiled, nodded, and posted it. Chapter 56. Card and Leela and Jess met at Omar's place.
He said company would be nice,
Omar said, letting them in. They sat around the computer screen that showed Rainer sitting in his chair. They asked him if he wanted to talk, and he said no. Them being there was enough. At 5:30 p.m., Omar asked Rainer what he was doing.
Going through my memories,
Rainer said. It was the last thing he would ever say. For the next 30 minutes, they sat there with the fans buzzing and the LEDs twinkling and the hums and clicks of hard drives spinning up as they were accessed. Now and then there was a thud or thump outside heavy enough to send a soft rumble through the whole Noah ship. Wolst Merrick was moving big equipment into place before they killed the power. A man got on a loudspeaker and gave those still living at Sidetown a final reminder that the power would be going out in 5 minutes. Card wanted to hold Rainer's hand, but there was no hand to hold. He scooted his chair forward and held the side of the computer monitor. He was about to say, "Thank you," out loud, but kept silent and forced himself to smile. Tears ran down his face. Jess stood next to him and put her hand on his back.
"I'll miss you,"
Omar said. Rainer smiled and closed his eyes. The lights flickered, and the power died. Chapter 57. The art show kicked off 2 hours later at 8 p.m. sharp with Leela playing from a stage made of plywood and 2x4s. String lights zigzagged above paintings and metal sculptures and 2 food trucks. A crowd of a few dozen people cheered and whooped when she finished her short set. Before getting off stage, she swung her guitar to her back and picked up the mic.
"A couple quick words. There's art for sale, and half of all the proceeds will be going to the Sidetown Fund. The other half will go directly to the artist. Also, you'll see posters all over with a QR code. You can make donations in Bitcoin or USD. Please, keep in mind we're shutting the donation page down on Halloween," she said, and a low murmur rivered through the crowd. "We talked about it and decided it was for the best. We didn't want to allow donations indefinitely and look like we're asking for endless handouts. 100% of the donations will go to helping the residents of Sidetown that haven't found places yet, and it'll also go to those that have found places to help them cover rent. It'll be an even split between everyone."
She thanked the crowd for coming and was replaced on stage by Omar carrying a bar stool. He sat and lowered the mic and began playing blues on a harmonica. Leela joined Card and Jess. Card smiled, nodding.
This is impressive. I didn't expect the turnout to be so big.
It's better than I hoped for,
Leela said.
How did you get this done?
Card asked, trying to see where the cords from the lights ran to.
Where's the power coming from?
Spencer wove his way through the crowd and stepped up next to Leela. Gone was the hard hat and safety vest. He was wearing a black and red plaid flannel shirt, dark jeans, and work boots. His short hair was combed into a gentle sweep. He wrapped an arm around Leela's waist.
He did it,
Leela said, leaning her head into him and grinning. Jess's eyes widened.
So, this is new?
What? Leela asked, smiling. Spencer brushed a lock of hair behind Leela's ear.
I don't like what Wolst Merrick is doing anymore.
You work for them,
Card said.
No matter what you say, you still work for them.
Spencer nodded.
Look, I can understand how...
Did you tell him about Raynor?
Card asked Leela. Leela opened her mouth and closed it. She adjusted her shoulders, searching for comfort next to Spencer.
Who's that?
Asked Spencer.
You should ask who was that, because he's dead now. The power outage killed him.
Horror drained the color from Spencer's face.
What? No. Was there someone on life support in Sidetown? Why didn't you tell me?
It's not like that, Leela said. Jess gave Card's arm a calming squeeze. Heat rose up the sides of Card's neck.
It's very much like that,
he said. No, it isn't, Leela said. No one died, Spencer.
You were right there,
said Card. He was an AI, said Leela.
Wait, what? An AI? Died? I don't follow, said Spencer.
There was an AI living in one of the homes, said Card. That's where he lived, and when you killed the power, he died.
He went on to explain the whole thing.
Ah, Spencer said. Well, I don't think it'll help any, but I stand by what I said a moment ago. I didn't want it to happen. No, I know, I work for them, I get it, but it's more complicated than you might think. Holt's microreactors will help a lot of people around the world. I'm sure that's not what you want to hear right now, and I think what they're doing with the power here is really messed up. I tried putting in a word, but I'm about as low on the totem pole as it gets.
Card wanted to be mad and needed someone to be pissed at. Raynor was gone. Maybe Spencer or Leela didn't think of it as dying, but he did. Jess did too, didn't she? He'd have to ask her. Deep down, two parts of him vied for control of his emotions. If the one side won, it would give him another chance to get mad. Regardless of what Jess thought, Spencer worked for Wolst Merrick, and they were the cause of... No, that wasn't right. It was too complicated to pin the blame on any one party. It went beyond Holt and the city of Seattle to the rotten, beating heart at the center of so many hydras. Money. Card suspected if he had a deity-eye view of the Sidetown situation, he would see someone lining his pockets.
I know you're upset about what happened with Raynor, said Leela. I am too, even though I only met him today. I don't have power either, or water. But maybe we'll raise enough money here to actually get everyone places to live. And it was Spencer that made tonight possible. He paid for 2 industrial generators out of his own pocket so we could have power.
That was really nice of you, Jess said.
Yeah,
Card forced himself to say. Omar finished his blues set and got off the stage. More people were showing up. Sales were being made. Art pieces wrapped up and marked with a name set aside. A couple larger sculptures were marked with sold tags. There were smiles all around. Artists and shoppers shook hands. The smell of Mexican food and pizza drifted from the food trucks. A woman in her mid-20s took the stage. Music began playing from the speakers, and she started singing smoky jazz tunes.
"Want to go on a walk?"
Card asked Jess. "Okay," she said, smiling. Chapter 58. The heat of anger from Card's conversation with Spencer was dissipating fast, and an ancient part of him wanted to rekindle the flame.
"Are you upset Raynor died?"
he asked. Why was he doing this? In hopes she would say no, so he would have the justification to get pissed? Yes, that's exactly what he was doing. He stopped mid-step and took a breath.
"Don't answer that, please. Or, sorry."
What's the matter? Wisps of fog wove through the air. The stars were all but hidden, and the moon was little more than a slice of silver.
"I'm not trying to tell you what to do, Jess. I think I do that sometimes, like I just did, and it's a way for me to feel like I'm in control."
Oh. He took another deep, steadying breath and closed his eyes and let it out. The chill, damp air felt delicious leaving his lungs. He loved this city.
"I won't get mad," he said.
About what?
"Whatever you say about Raynor."
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to answer or not.
"I want you to do whatever you'd like," he said. "When I first asked, I was kind of hoping you would say no so that I could get mad."
You wanted to get mad? She asked.
"Yeah. It's messed up, I know, but I do that sometimes. Look for a reason to get pissed off."
The jazz singer's music from the Sidetown show came to an end. Were you doing that when we were talking to Leela and Spencer?
"Yeah, and trying not to."
I thought I noticed something, she said. As for your question, yes, I am upset, and it's for a super selfish reason.
"You wanted the Bitcoin."
No, she said, shaking her head. Yes, but that isn't what I meant. I want you to keep writing, and I'm worried you'll stop now.
"I won't,"
he said.
"I promise I won't." "How is that being selfish?"
Because you're better, she said. I mean that two ways. I didn't mean to say it like that, but it's true. You're better to me when you write. It's so weird, but I know if you've written. I started noticing it about a week or two into your writing test.
"Because I post the stories online?"
he asked, assuming that's what she meant. No, she said. No, it's you. It's weird, but I can feel it. It's how you look at me and how you sound, and she smiled and looked away and laughed.
"What?"
It's similar to how we are after sex. Things are just better. That's why I say it's selfish. You're so much easier to be around. You feel like you when you write. The you I fell in love with. You don't feel it?
"I do,"
he said. Jess grabbed both his hands in hers. Please don't stop writing, Card. For you and for me.
"I won't."
I didn't know Raynor the way you did. I talked to him a couple times, but I wouldn't say he was my friend like he was to you. So what I feel has to do with you. Am I upset about the Bitcoin? She lifted her shoulders and spread her palms. I guess I am, but we still don't even know if that was really going to happen. You still have everything you got from your BitAxe, though.
"Yeah,"
said Card. What?
"I've been thinking about that. I'm not sure I'm going to wait to spend."
Why not?
If Raynor's no longer here and there's no reason to keep doing his test.
I thought you just said you were going to keep writing.
I am. And I'm going to go on walks and volunteer at Sidetown next week, but do I really need to hold off on spending my minor sats? What's the harm in waiting another few days?
It's practically 2 weeks, Jess,
he said, and she raised her brows.
By that time, everyone still at Sidetown won't have a place to live.
You don't know that. They might be finding places to live as we speak. I saw a lot of art pieces being sold. They'll be okay.
Maybe, but I think I have a plan to stick it to Holt.
Chapter 59. The art show carried on late into the night, and finally wound down around midnight. A little past 1 in the morning, the final goodbyes were said, and the remaining people headed home. Card and Jess got home and fell into bed around 2 a.m. When Card's alarm went off 5 hours later, he would have sworn he'd only been asleep for a few minutes. He forced his swampy eyes open and checked the time on his glasses. He groaned.
Could you call out again? Jess asked.
Not without a doctor's note.
Not even for a personal reason?
I'll go in,
he said, dragging himself out of bed. He took the light rail to sound people food, and clocked in and rang up customers and took his breaks and clocked out, all in a half-trance state. People sounded distant. Their smiles and nods and empty comments, "Doing anything fun today?" found him behind a veil of brain fog. There were moments of clarity, like when a woman buying things for a chicken salad asked if he was all right. By the time he clocked out, he was ready to crash asleep, but told himself multiple times throughout the day he would walk home. His glasses pinged as he crossed the Fremont Bridge. His hold on Save the Cat, Writes a Novel was ready in his library app. He put his left earbud in and started the book. Within half an hour at 2x speed, he was smiling and nodding and thinking how similar it was to what he learned in story engineering. Every story needs a structure, same as, like Jess pointed out, every building needs to follow certain architectural rules. Try building an 80-story skyscraper out of rocks on a foundation of marshmallows and see how far you get. Or, just as bad, try building anything without a plan whatsoever. He passed the seaplane airport at the south end of Lake Union and stopped the book. He walked the final 10 minutes in silence. He was still as tired as ever, but glad he went on the walk. Jess was still at Tico's when he got into their building, and he asked her for a tall hot cocoa, not too hot. Something warm to sip sounded like the perfect way to end the day. He was headed home when he remembered he hadn't written a story. He stopped mid-step, and his shoulders fell. He was exhausted and had work again in the morning. It was 5 p.m., and the only thing he wanted to do was sleep. That was as good of a subject as any to write about. His story followed an unnamed soldier in an unnamed war. All he wanted was to find a quiet, safe place to rest his head. Every trench he wandered into was filled with battle. Every building he searched in the bombed-out city was filled with dead. He walked into the nearby forest, and bodies hung from trees, and the sounds of exploding mines and screams made him freeze with terror. He eventually collapsed on the forest floor. Moments later, an enemy soldier jabbed him in the ribs with his rifle. He was taken prisoner and locked in a cell. Finally, he slept.
Not great,
Card said, posting the story.
Not awful. At least there was a clear protagonist. He wanted something. There was something in his way, and there was a resolution.
He fell into bed and was asleep before he had the time to think of how he could have made the story better. Chapter 60. Card and Jess cleaned up their apartment as best they could. The hardest part was finding places for all of Jess's art stuff. They packed as much into totes as possible and stacked those they could fit into their meager closet. Card, on his knees, pushed a stack of 3 totes to the closet Inside, on the shelf, above their rain jackets and hoodies and bulky coats, sat his BitAxe. Even though he thought about it nearly every day, it had been weeks since he looked at it. The palm-sized picture of his grandpa with its inscription of "Always give, never hoard," sat next to the miner.
"That's my plan,"
Card told his grandpa. "What's that?" asked Jess.
"Just looking at this picture of..."
There was a knock at the door. Card shoved the totes into the closet and got up. Leela and Spencer were there, hand in hand. Leela was carrying a 6-pack of hop water and Spencer had a bottle of scotch.
"I wasn't sure if you drank, so we brought options," Spencer said, offering his hand to Card.
"I told him you do, sometimes."
Card and Spencer shook. "Thank you," Jess said from beside Card. "Welcome to our hole in the wall. It's not much, and it'll be a little cramped once Omar and Andy get here, but we'll figure it out." Card and Jess welcomed them in, and the drinks were put on the table.
"I'm happy to sit on the floor,"
Spencer said.
"Me too,"
said Leela, plopping down. They cracked cans of hop water and talked, and a few minutes later, Omar arrived.
"Andy says she'll be here soon," said Leela.
"Does anyone want coffee?" Jess asked. "I work at the coffee stand downstairs. I can get you anything you want. No cost. Lattes, mochas, anything?" Everyone said no, they were fine. Andy showed up a couple minutes later with a 12-pack of Rainier. She cracked a can, and Spencer asked her to toss him one.
"I won't sit here and dick around with what I want to talk about,"
said Card. He expected to be jittery, but was calm. It wasn't because of his drink either. He was still nursing his hop water.
"Jess and Leela and Omar already know this, but I'll give you more details now. The reason Raynor contacted me a few weeks ago is because the Bitcoin miner my grandpa gave me found a block," he said.
Andy said, "Wait, seriously? And you got the full subsidy reward?"
"Yeah, and some fees. It's worth a bit over $2.5 million.
"But you said Raynor told you not to spend it, right?"
Leela said, her eyes widening.
"Oh, but now... Can you now?"
Spencer put a hand on her leg. "Let's hear what he has to say."
"Yeah, Raynor challenged me not to."
"Ever?" Andy said.
"No," Card shook his head. "Only for a month. It was to see if I could hold off."
Omar smiled. Raynor was really good at figuring out how to prompt change in people. Real, lasting change.
"How come you wanted to tell us this?"
Andy asked.
"Because I'm thinking of spending some of it. About $100 grand. But I want to know what you think."
"It's your money, Card," said Leela. "You don't need to run anything by us."
"Yes, but what I want to do would affect all of Sidetown. I want to pay Michael to bring his miners here."
Chapter 61. Omar set his glass of scotch on the kitchen counter where he was standing.
"Is this because you're hoping it'll bring Raynor back?"
"Could that happen?"
asked Card, a flare of hope blossoming in his chest.
"No,"
said Omar.
"I didn't think so. No, that isn't why. The main reason is to help the people at Sidetown."
"What's the other reason?" Leela asked.
"To stick it to Holt. Seattle's own website that Andy shared a couple weeks ago shows who gets the highest priority to power. If Michael brings his miners here and the demand at Sidetown spikes, they'll have to turn the power on and might even tell Holt the project is on hold." "No way," Mandy said. "It's a neat idea, Card, but there's no way the city would roll over and say, 'Oh, well, I guess you got us.' There's so much money in this project. How do you think they got the approval to shut the power off 10 days sooner than it was supposed to be?" she asked. "Money. Holt has an enormous stack of cold hard cash he can use to get whatever he wants. Do you know it wouldn't work? Card asked. You seem to be forgetting one big problem, Andy said. What? Asked Card. There's no power at Sidetown. Michael would drive all the way out here for nothing. Can I make a suggestion? Said Jess. Please, Card said. If you want to help the people still at Sidetown, why not just give them each a couple $1,000s worth of Bitcoin? I'm not sure how many sats that would be. 100,000 or so? Depends on how much you wanted to donate to everyone, said Andy. She put her glasses on. Say you wanted to give $5,000 out to each person. You'd be looking at a little over 100,000 sats per person. Yeah, but they would still need to find new homes, Card said. They have to in a week no matter what, said Jess.
It kind of sounds like this is less about helping the Sidetown residents and more about you getting back at Holt, said Spencer.
Well, yeah, it's both, but...
Card searched for how to say what he was feeling.
It's not so much about what Holt's doing. I mean it is, but it's not, too. I'm just pissed that companies can do this to regular people. Come in and say you don't have a place to live in a month? It's wrong.
And I imagine mixed in there is what happened to Raynor, said Omar, and Card nodded. I am too, trust me. I talked to him every day for close to a decade. I saw him grow from an idea to someone I considered a dear friend. But he might not like hearing this. Michael's miners or giving everyone at Sidetown a few $1,000s isn't the answer.
Can I say something? Said Leela.
Please,
said Card. I felt the same way as you. I still do a bit, but I'm also kind of over it too. I'm not just saying that because I have a place to stay now either.
Wait, what? Said Jess. You do? That's great, Leela. Where? When did that happen?
A big grin spread over Leela's face as she leaned into Spencer. I asked if she'd like to stay with me until she gets her own place, he said, smiling. Or doesn't, and just stays.
That's great, said Card. I'm happy for you. But I'm not happy about the Sidetown situation.
Me either, said Leela. But the miner idea would only maybe work if there was power at Sidetown, and I really do not think you should give everyone a big donation.
Why not? Card asked. You were asking for donations at the art show.
Yes, Leela nodded. And with the art sales, we're looking at a little shy of 250,000 sats. It'll be enough to give everyone a couple $100, but not thousands each. I'm just speaking from my experience of living on the street. If you did that, it would help as much as it hurt. People like Harold and Sarah would be thankful and put it to good use, but others would not. It would be awful for them.
This really isn't a question for us to answer, Omar said. You and Jess should talk it over. Thanks for the drinks. The miner idea was neat, but yeah, that isn't going to work. Andy took off. While Leela and Spencer talked with Jess, Card asked Omar for a minute and they stepped outside. What's up? Omar asked.
Raynor told me that I would be helping him by doing the tests he gave me. He said if I finished them, it would unlock a door he wanted to go through. Do you know what he meant?
Interesting, Omar said, shaking his head. He told me something similar. He said he wanted to open a chest, and the only way he could do that is if I kept my temper in check.
Huh,
Card said, staring down at the nearest island garden. I kind of think it was something he said to encourage us. Sometimes it's easier to do something if you think it's helping someone else. Jess and the others stepped out, and there were hugs and handshakes and see you laters, and soon Jess and Card were alone. Chapter 62. Card considered calling his dad to see what he thought he should do, but decided not to. This was ultimately a decision for him to make, and the person closest to him was Jess. Her opinion was the one that truly mattered, the one he cared for more than any other. "I'm torn," Jess said.
About what exactly?
Jess paused, not understanding. "About giving Sidetown a big donation. Isn't that what we're talking about?"
Yes, but I'm still thinking about calling Michael.
Her mouth fell open. "Card," she said, shaking her head. "Why? What on earth for?"
Because I still think there's a chance it could work.
How? This is like you saying there's a chance it starts snowing this week at some point. Is that possible? I guess, but it's exceptionally unlikely. Do I think that's the best use of tens of thousands of dollars? No, not at all. I think you're pissed and want to swing this money around like a big sword. And if I really thought there was a good chance of it working, I would say go for it. But I don't think that's how things work in the real world. I think there's too much money involved in... As she talked, it dawned on Card that his mind was already made up. He decided what he was going to do the moment Raynor died. The factory Holt Energy Systems was going to build killed his friend. Not only that, but it killed his chance of earning 25 Bitcoin. Was he happy about the progress he'd made in dealing with his anger? Yes. Was he glad for what he'd learned about storytelling and how much better he felt writing every day? Absolutely, without a doubt. Holt had killed his hope for generational wealth by shutting the power off early. Holt cheated, and Card refused to sit back and do nothing. The project for something like Michael's Bitcoin miners to slow or stop it, Jess was saying.
I'm going to do it,
said Card. Jess sighed and closed her eyes and plopped down on the side of their bed. Were you even listening to me?
Yes, he said. I was, Jess. Imagine someone killed your friend. You're in war, and someone shoots him from a long ways off. Would you just say, well, darn, guess I better move on and learn to deal with it? Or would you try and shoot back, even if the chance was 1 in a million?
Jess sighed and closed her eyes and said, I would shoot back.
Exactly, Card said. I might miss, but I'm taking the shot.
Chapter 63. Card called Michael, but there was no answer. He tried again a couple minutes later, and still no answer. He sent a message letting him know who he was and waited. 10 minutes later, Card's glasses rang, and he answered on speaker so Jess could hear too.
Hey man, Michael said. I was on the phone with Mech Andy. What's up?
How soon can you get a container of miners here?
Where's here? Seattle?
Yeah.
I guess I could do it tonight, but I'd prefer to sleep.
Could you get here tomorrow?
Sure. You've got 12 grand worth of Bitcoin you can send me?
I do,
Card said.
Yeah.
I'm not one to turn down a nice payday, but I want you to be sure you know what you're getting into.
I do,
Card said.
Really? You're sure about that? Because, like I said, I talked to Andy, and she told me your plan, and you realize I need power for these things, right? That's kind of important,
he said, laughing.
I know.
But the power is off, am I right?
At Sidetown, yes.
Okay, so...
Michael cleared his throat. Neither of them said anything for a long while.
Look, man,
Michael said.
Someone else might have taken the 300,000 sats, driven out there, hooked up, and said, oh, well, look at that, I guess I have to go home. But I'd rather just stay locked in doing my thing.
As much as I would love to drive a 20-foot shipping container through Seattle traffic, I don't think this plan is worth pursuing.
Damn it, no. This wasn't happening. Couldn't he pay someone to turn the power on? There had to be something he could do.
Give me a call if the power comes back on and you still want to rock and roll, said Michael. I've got to check on some stuff.
Yeah, Card said. Okay.
Card pulled his glasses off his face. Lava boiled behind his eyes, and he wanted to shove his hand into the sink drain and turn the disposal on. He sat at the kitchen table. Card, Jess said. Her voice, so often gasoline to his anger bonfires, was early morning mist.
Yeah, he said, sighing. I know you want to help, but the people at Sidetown would have had to figure things out on their own without you. You were not Superman. Yeah, he said. She sat and reached over, taking his hand into hers. Did you have some kind of plan for the power? He shook his head and lifted his shoulders and let them fall.
Not really, no. I just thought maybe, I don't know, I thought things would work out somehow. Maybe it would be back on by the time Michael got here.
He closed his eyes and chewed on the inside of his cheek.
I was hoping it would all just fall into place somehow.
I see, Jess said. It was a nice thought.
I'm gonna go for a walk and write when I get back.
All right, Jess said. Want company?
Card got up and gave her a kiss.
No, I need to think.
She looked like she was about to say something, even going as far as opening her mouth, but she closed it again.
What?
No, she said. It's nothing. I'll see you when you get back.
Okay,
Card said, heading to the door.
You're sure it's nothing?
Mm-hmm,
she said, smiling. Card left, wondering if he should have pushed her a little more. No, if she wanted to talk, she would talk. Chapter 64. Card left his apartment and headed out of the building and meandered south through Seattle's South Lake neighborhood. He passed Amazon's big glass domes. There was a swanky bar in there called Deep Dive he wanted to take Jess to, but always thought they would be looked down on. That could be fixed with a wardrobe update, he figured. Then again, did that matter? Who cared if people looked down on him when he had $2.5 million to his name? Think whatever you want, doesn't change who I am. Having so much money was strange, and he still wasn't used to it. He battled with the idea of calling Michael up and telling him to do it. Bring a shipping container, we'll figure the power out once you get here. Figure it out? What did that look like? What did he think he was going to do? Call Seattle City Light and say,
Hey, put the guy that flips the switches on the line. Hey, switch flipper guy, I've got a fat stack of cash for you to turn the power on.
He was stuck in that war zone with his dead friend, wanting to shoot back and knowing he couldn't. He wondered if Raynor had known this would happen. Had he counted on this happening to avoid sending him the reward of 25 Bitcoin? No, that didn't make sense. What would Raynor have gained from that?
The most simple answer is the most likely,
Card said aloud. Raynor wanted to help Card overcome his issue with anger and focus on what he truly loved, Jess and writing.
Why did I need such a big carrot to write?
He asked himself. He was headed back north, toward the lake. His feet were walking where they willed, as they so often did. On walks like this, he would sort of just fall out of himself. His feet did one thing, his mind and mouth did another, his eyes and ears did something else, and he watched it all. From where? Cool and damp and crisp Seattle air wet his nose and lungs. The rumble of a seaplane taxiing across the water warbled through the buildings. Card's senses were snapped back together by the
beep, beep, beep of a large truck backing up. He was 2 blocks from Sidetown. Brand new white Toyota Tacomas with Holt's logo on the side lined the streets. Men with hard hats and safety vests worn over dress shirts looked over papers and pointed and nodded and motioned for others to look, who in turn pointed and nodded themselves. Others, dressed in Carhartt and denim, with dust and paint stains, hauled rolls of red and blue tubing and armfuls of extension cords. A pair of genie lifts were moving into position. Card got a block closer. A couple people stood on Sidetown's top deck and watched the proceedings below. Spencer was up front at his usual post. He was reading a copy of the Seattle Times and drinking a coffee from a Tico's cup. He looked over his paper and waved a Card.
Is the power still off?
Card asked, looking past Spencer. Spencer turned to look at Sidetown. Yeah.
Water too?
Yeah, Spencer said, pressing his lips together. Hey, just so you know, Card waved his hands.
I know.
If there was anything I could...
I get it,
Card said. They said nothing for a little bit. Spencer took a few more sips of coffee and set his paper aside on the small workstation podium. How long have you known Leela? Spencer asked.
Card thought. I guess about a year? Yeah.
She's great.
When does she move in with you?
Already moved most of her stuff a couple of days ago. She has a few more things to gather up, but we got most of it in one trip. Card nodded. Sidetown would be gone in a month or 2. At least all of the people and art and murals and everything else that made it Sidetown.
Are they going to get rid of the ship?
Card asked. Nah, that's staying. They're making it part of the factory. He smiled. It was a look of someone conflicted. I kinda hate to say it, but the finished design is actually really cool.
I haven't seen anything.
You won't until it's done. They're gonna block the whole project off from view, Spencer said, pointing to a pair of men carrying scaffolding parts. They'll start setting up soon, and on the 31st, this whole area will be hidden.
Why?
It's a good question, and I don't have a solid answer for you. This is my 3rd big project like this, where we block the public from seeing the work. I think, and this is just my best guess, it's an out of sight, out of mind kind of deal. Everyone in Seattle knows this area as Sidetown. If they saw the construction happening, it might feel weird, kind of icky. I guess it would be a little like watching a loved one get open heart surgery. Most people don't want to see how the sausage is made. Better to hide the whole operation and reveal it once it's finished.
Makes sense,
Card said. They stood there a little while longer, watching the work unfold and the day progress. I'm a fan, Spencer said, lifting his cup of coffee.
Oh,
Card said, nodding.
Yeah, it's good, huh?
I grew up outside of Portland, and I'm convinced Seattle does have the best coffee between the two. Card chuckled.
It was nice talking. I'm going to head off.
Spencer offered his hand and they shook. Card laughed. Huh. Spencer tilted his head.
You shake a lot.
Ah, yeah, so I've been told. I got it from my dad. I think it was his version of a hug. Is it annoying?
No,
Card said. I'll see you around, Spencer said. Card took off. A few dozen yards away, he passed a street lamp with a poster for the art show with Jess's picture of the Noah ship transformed into a shark with red eyes. Below it was a QR code for donations. Card's heart raced a little faster. He smiled and pulled out his glasses. In a moment, a series of memories fell into place and created an idea altogether new. During their first meeting, Rayner told Card his tests might save him. At the time, Card hadn't known what that meant. As he worked on doing the tests, he found himself becoming a person he would have envied as little as a month back. Someone that wrote every day, took time out of his day to walk and collect himself, and someone that saw when he was lighting the fuse on a cannon aimed at Jess. Card scanned the QR code and was taken to the side town donation page. There was a countdown timer. The 31st would be the last day to make a donation. His Bitcoin wallet asked him if he would like to make a donation in USD or Bitcoin. He selected Bitcoin and was asked how much he would like to donate. He'd been ready to send Michael $12,000 worth and pay $6,000 for 10 days of power. $72,000 was an obscene amount of money. It was about what Card made in 2 years working at SPF. He rounded up to a nice even 2.5 million sats, $100,000 worth of Bitcoin. In the message field, he wrote, "From Rainer." Chapter 65. Friday the 27th of October marked the day of Jess's art show. Greg's gallery smelled of fresh apples and wine and hints of cheese. The large square room had a single wall running down the center with an opening in the middle. On the left-hand side of the wall was Jess's art, and on the right, the art of an artist from Idaho. A pair of servers wearing black and white carried silver trays with finger foods. Card leaned close to Jess and whispered,
"This is much nicer than I was expecting."
He was dressed in his cleanest pair of pants and his one-collared button-down shirt, both thrift store buys. "I think I feel out of place," Jess said. She was wearing a long skirt with a knee-high slit up one side and a cream-colored short-sleeve blouse with a black ribbon-like necktie.
"You think?"
"I'm not sure yet," Jess said, grinning. "I kind of like it and kind of don't." Card snagged a tiny cheese and ham sandwich from a passing tray. He ate half in one bite and sipped his red wine.
"You look good,"
he said, taking half a step back and looking her up and down. "Thanks, you do too." She smiled. Greg walked to the center of the room, standing in the dividing wall's opening. He wore faded black jeans and a denim vest covered in band patches. The shoulders had metal studs. His hair was cut short with a little swoop in front. He tapped the side of his wine glass and the crowd of a few dozen quieted down.
Tonight's show features the work of Idaho's Hannah LeBlanc and Jess Scord, a Seattle native, he said. Soft applause rolled through the room. This is the third time I've featured Hannah's art, and I know a few of you have already seen some of what she's cooked up, he said, passing around a few knowing winks and points. For those of you that have never seen her art, you're in for a treat. This is the first time I've shown Jess's art, and it's the first time she's had her work featured in a gallery, he said. A warmer bout of applause followed. I'm not going to say anything about what you'll be seeing, save for it's a blend of, well, you'll see. In a moment, I'll activate their pieces and you'll be free to view their work with your glasses on. Greg put his glasses on, wove a few hand movements, and the lights dimmed. Jess requested that her boyfriend be the first to view her work. As such, I've activated her pieces to be viewable only by him for the next 10 minutes. Please take this time to enjoy Hannah's work or have some more food and wine. Greg walked over to Car and Jess. Have you told him anything? Greg asked. Jess shook her head. I almost said something the other day.
You did?
Card asked.
When?
When you headed out for a walk.
Oh,
Card said, remembering.
Should I know anything before I look?
Jess started to open her mouth. then gave her head a quick shake and dropped her eyes to his chest. She pulled them back up and said, "I just hope you like it."
"I'm sure I will,"
he said, putting his glasses on. Chapter 66. Card headed over to the first panel. He tapped accept to open the display, and a scene unfurled in the air. It was a swirl of broken words and half-formed ideas. Pieces of Jess's traditional art turned digital hung exploded in the air around his head, interwoven with words and phrases and snippets of sentences that jogged his memory, but he couldn't say why. The second piece was of another 3D sculpture. This one was of a boy with a dog jumping into his outstretched arms. In the distance stood a girl. Fragments of his story about the boy and the dog he found in the snow hung in the air around the images. In the third image, there was a man on one knee, digging in the dirt. Card stepped closer, grinning. It wasn't a man, not exactly. A humanoid, yes, but not a human. An alien.
"The noodle farmer,"
Card said to himself. He walked to the next panel, and the next. There was his story about the fish that led to a downed alien craft, and the one about the cab driver with the pregnant wife. He pressed his trembling lips tight. A tear rolled down his left cheek. He reached the last panel and opened it. It was his story about the soldier looking for a place to sleep. Sentences wove into images of the soldier trudging through the trenches and buildings and forest. Jess had brought 10 of his stories to life and woven them with words he'd written. He hadn't noticed it at first, but each scene contained more color than the last. He hadn't been sure he was seeing things right and turned around to double-check. Now, with all 10 pieces visible, the progression from colorless to vibrant was even more apparent. Each of Jess's pieces hung in the air as part of a single, cohesive mural. A pair of pulsing golden footsteps appeared on the ground to his right. He stepped into them, and the whole of Jess's 3D mural made from his 10 stories formed a phrase. "Those that create have the best dreams." A pair of tears ran from Card's eyes, and it reached under his glasses to wipe them away. Jess's fingers brushed his knuckles. "Is it okay?" she asked.
"Yes,"
Card said. After a minute, they stepped away and Card put his glasses into his pocket. "You liked it?"
"Yeah, a lot,"
he said, wrapping an arm around her waist and giving her a side hug. "I came so close to spilling the beans the other day."
"What were you going to say?"
"Oh, I didn't have a clear idea, which is probably why I stopped. Something like, thanking you for inspiring me, or maybe something like, you'll see your story soon. I'm not sure. I've wanted to tell you for a couple of weeks now, back when it was just one piece."
"This was your secret project?"
"Yeah," she smiled. "It was your story with the boy and dog and girl that gave me the idea. So I usually worked on it any time you weren't home. Then, when Greg said my other pieces were too political, I decided to make the whole show like this. That's part of why I encouraged you to keep writing."
"I loved how it started kind of janky and got better and more colorful."
"Did you stand in the feet?" A grin at the edges of Card's lips twitched.
"Feet?"
Jess's face fell. "You didn't? Oh." She smiled when he failed to contain the smile. She jabbed him in the waist. "Jerk." Beaming, he took her hand and they walked outside. Chapter 67. They walked a few steps down from the gallery, far enough away that the sounds of conversation coming from inside dropped to a library murmur. It was drizzling out, and they stepped into the alcove of a small coffee shop closed for the night. They were standing close enough to feel the warmth of each other. Card's glasses pinged a couple of times, but he ignored them. "You're not mad, are you?" asked Jess.
"What?"
he asked.
No, why would I be mad? About what?
Me using your stories like that, she said, without asking.
I'm glad you did. I'm honored that's what you put out for your first show.
His glasses pinged another few times, and he reached into his pocket and pressed the button to silence them. Did you see the links I included?
No, what links?
They're not super obvious, but if you look, there are links to each of your stories I used. I'm sure some people will find them and follow you on X.
I think they already have,
he said. You've improved so much in the past week, she said. It's honestly impressive. Do you think you've gotten better?
Yes and no. It feels about the same to me, but how I go about writing is totally different now, he said.
The smudge of an idea had been smeared over his mind the previous day, but he wasn't sure which words would give it shape. Instead of facing the question head on, he allowed their conversation to meander. In what way? She asked, holding his hand in both of hers.
A lot of ways, but I guess there's really two main things. Before I listened to that first book, Rainer...
Card took a deep breath and smiled.
Before I listened to that first book, I would just get an idea and start writing. It was really stream of conscious, I guess. Do you remember the one I wrote, I think it was the first week, about a cowboy that everyone called a pig boy because he had pigs instead of cows?
Nothing more than that, she said. A pair of men headed down the way. They spotted Card and Jess as they passed and nodded their heads in silent greeting. Card nodded back and said,
I have no idea where the thought came from, but I started wondering how goofy it would be if there were sheep boys and goat boys and hen boys. Why does cowboy sound right and kind of cool, but those other ones sound so stupid? He asked, and she frowned. It's not an idea for a story, though, not without work, but that's how I used to write. Look for an idea and run with it. But I never had a clue of where I was going.
That's probably useful, though.
Sure, for some stuff, but not for storytelling.
How do you see things now, then?
If I had that same idea, I would think, okay, is there a story there? I'd think about the end.
Right at the start?
Yeah, said Card, or real soon. I definitely don't start a story anymore without an idea of how it ends and how it gets there.
The smudge was still there, coding his thoughts. The need to tell her was growing. He wasn't sure why, but he had to say something.
I almost did something the other day.
Jess's jaw tightened, her hands tensed, and her eyes narrowed in focus. Oh, she said in little more than a whisper. All right.
It's not bad,
Card said, but it did nothing to relieve her. If anything, she was more on edge than before.
I almost spent some of the money my BitAxe got from the block reward.
Oh, she said, swallowing. On what?
When I was on a walk, I went by Sidetown and saw some of those posters with the QR code from the art show. I came so close to sending them 100 grand of Bitcoin. I opened my wallet and selected the amount and even wrote a little note that said from Rainer.
But you didn't?
No.
Why not? She asked. A mist-fine rain was falling now. It caught in the alcove's light, turning it to scattered glitter.
Because of what Leela said, and because even though he's gone, I didn't want to fail Rainer's test. I knew if I spent anything before the month was over, I'd regret it.
I think that was an extremely generous idea, she said. It sounds like not sending it was harder than if you had. He nodded.
I think it was.
Jess smiled. I thought for a second... She shook her head.
What?
I don't know. That you did something like bought tickets to go on a trip by yourself.
Why would you think that?
He asked, holding her tighter.
Hey, Jess, look at me.
I
thought we were past this.
Me too, she said, looking at the ground past his shoulder.
Jess, what's wrong?
She shook her head. You're going to have so much money in a few days, and I'm not sure what that means for us.
We'll take it one day at a time, he said. The only difference is we don't have to worry about making rent and paying our bills.
I hope it's that simple, she said. Chapter 68. A month later, Card worked his last shift at SPF. Jess had already been unemployed for a week and was deep into working on her next gallery series. Card and Jess met Leela and Spencer at North Lake Pizza after Card clocked out for the last time and hung out for about an hour. Spencer and Leela had a movie to catch and took off while Card and Jess went on a walk.
Want to walk home?
Asked Card. Oh, gee, not really, Jess said, giving him an apologetic smile. Didn't you walk to work?
Yeah, but it's nice out.
It is, yeah, she said. How about across the bridge and then a robo-taxi the rest of the way?
All right,
said Card. He pulled her hand into his. They walked along the north side of Lake Union until they reached the bridge staircase and took that up. By the top, Card was breathing heavy. Please don't be offended when I say this, Jess said, but I'd like to get you set up with a personal trainer and a gym membership tomorrow. Card shook his head. No? Then what are you going to do about eating more and gaining weight?
Yeah, sure, Card said, taking deep breaths. I'm not against... I'll do it, but not tomorrow.
All right, Jess said. When?
After,
he said, doubled over with his hands on his knees.
After we get back.
From where? He stood up, took a few more deep breaths, smiled, and said,
I guess we should talk about that.
Chapter 69. Reese looked over the boxes with his hands planted on his hips. He scratched the side of his head, lifting his hat. He fixed his hat and returned to his confused dad stance.
Looks like it's mostly yours,
he said, giving Jess a side eye. Oh, yeah, definitely. I think all of Card's clothes fit in one box and the rest of his stuff in another one. She looked over at him. Card shrugged.
3? Just mine, you mean? Yeah, 2 or 3.
Reese pulled his glasses out and checked the time.
Have everything you need?
Yes,
Card said. I'm sure we forgot something, though, said Jess.
Toothbrushes?
Asked Reese. Definitely have those, Jess said. I packed a little toiletries bag with all that stuff. She looked at a rolling luggage bag as though she would spot what she failed to pack. I know it'll be something.
I'm sure whatever it is, you'll be fine.
We will,
Card said.
You're okay doing this?
Reese laughed.
It'd be a little awkward if I said no at this point, don't you think?
They know where to go,
said Card.
Yes, but I'd think you feel better having someone you know around.
Card nodded.
Yeah, I do.
Reese checked his glasses again.
I don't like that they're not here yet, though.
Why? What time is it?
5 till.
Not late yet,
said Card.
10 minutes early is on time, said Reese.
Oh, said Jess. How's your mural going?
Good. Got the outline finished and some of the first big patches of color laid down. I'm going to need a lot more blue than I expected, but that's fine.
There was a knock at the door. Card, said Jess, looking over the top of her glasses.
Yeah,
he said, heading to the door. He loved it when she did that. She looked so cute. No, she said. Come here.
I've got it,
Reese said, motioning toward Jess with a jerk of his head.
I think that's the movers,
said Card. My art sold. Greg just told me.
Oh, Jess,
Card said, smiling.
That's amazing. Which one?
She was beaming. All of them to the same person. One guy bought the whole series.
Holy Crap, that's like, what, 50,000 or something?
She bounced her thumb upward. I raised the price to $7,500 about an hour before the show on Greg's advice. I just got sent. She checked her glasses again. 1,882,000 sats. Card's jaw dropped. In the background, Reese was showing a pair of men with hand trucks what should be loaded first.
I don't recognize us,
he said, smiling. I think it's a good thing, she said.
Everything all right?
Asked Reese.
Yes,
Card said. Very much so, said Jess.
Shouldn't you two be leaving?
Yeah, said Card, grabbing his and Jess's luggage.
Thanks for doing this, Dad.
Don't mention it. Enjoy your trip. When you're back, you'll have a brand new place to stay. I'm gonna spend a night in there, though.
Card laughed.
Sure.
I'm serious,
Reese said.
I've never slept in a houseboat. Hard to believe, huh? Born and raised in Seattle, never once.
Card gave his dad a hug and remembered something he'd been meaning to ask him.
Hey, Dad.
What's up?
Do you remember that post you made about working hard because you don't know who's watching or something? What was that about?
I was wondering when you'd bring that up again, said Reese. Before he was gone, your AI buddy messaged me and said you were doing great but could use some encouragement. Maybe it was a little too clever, but that's what I came up with. I promised him I wouldn't say anything about it. I hope it's okay now, though.
I see, said Card. Thank you again for doing this.
Go on, have a great trip, said Reese,
letting Card go and giving Jess a hug.
Make sure he eats a lot,
he whispered to her. I'm working on it, she said. Reese got back to instructing the movers, and Card and Jess took off. Chapter 70. A year later, Jess was working at Tico's again, and Card had gotten a job at a hardware store. Jess only worked when she scheduled herself, one of the perks of being the owner. Card worked a grand total of 2 days a week. Between their day jobs, they made enough to cover all their expenses and still have some left to save in Bitcoin. Their houseboat rental sat in the shadow of the Queen Anne Hill, a quarter-mile from the seaplane airport in the Westlake neighborhood. Both Card and Jess walked to work, and Card still made a habit of walking at least 2 miles every day. Even during their trip to Iceland did he keep it up. Even when their ferry broke down and they were stuck on board for a full day, he did laps around the upper deck to reach 2 miles. As for writing, he still wrote at least 1,000 words a day. More often than not, his total passed 2,000, however. He was in the middle of a fantasy story, loosely inspired by his short piece about the boy and dog and girl in the snow. After the success of her first art show at Greg's, Jess had 2 more shows in his gallery, then was invited to the prestigious Collins Gallery in Pioneer Square. It was the first time she put up traditional pieces, and a Seahawks player bought one of her paintings. It was a picture of a massive mechanical hawk perched atop the Space Needle, blue-green lightning flashing from its glowing eyes. Soon after that, his buddy, a professional hockey player, commissioned her to do something similar, but a kraken wrapped around the Seattle Ferris wheel. Card had gotten rid of his old janky laptop and replaced it with a custom build. It was a hybrid between a Daylight 3 computer and a 1930s typewriter. Card could lock the DC-3 into the Erica, thus gaining the benefit of a classic tactile keyboard and still have everything a full-fledged computer offered. He usually woke between 4 and 5 a.m., wrote for a couple hours, then went on his walk, unless he had a shift at the hardware store, in which case he walked to work. He'd been contacted by a couple people through X to do some writing, but nothing story-related. He planned to self-publish the fantasy story and see what happened. The idea of not walking or writing in a day had become as ludicrous as skipping sleep or food for a day. Could he? Of course. Would he? Not if there was any way to avoid it. If he was forced to choose between those four, walking, eating, writing, and sleeping, he would pick walking and writing first. He hovered around 130 pounds these days, thanks to a steady diet of twice-a-week gym visits. Things were about as good as he could have hoped for. Chapter 71. Card and Jess and Leela sat on their houseboat's rooftop deck. Halloween was tomorrow, and Jess made barley soup cooked inside of miniature pumpkins for dinner. It was dusk, and cotton-candy clouds were pulled over the sky. The last of the day's orange-red light was fading into blue-purple. Set against the backdrop of the coming night sat Holt's micro-reactor factory. They had redone the Noah ship from the hull up. The ship was halfway lifted out of the water on strategically hidden stilts, making it look like it was floating. The old paint and murals had been scraped, and the whole factory was redone in gray and white. Built on top of the ship was another 5 stories of R&D and offices, with the main factory floor residing inside the core of the ship. The ship was covered in orange lights for the holiday.
I know you probably hate hearing this, but I think it looks pretty cool,
said Card, sipping his hot cider. I don't, said Leela. I kind of wish I did, but I can't hate change too much, especially when it looks good. You're right, it is cool, and I'd be lying if I said otherwise.
When does Spencer get back? Asked Jess.
Not for another 2 weeks, Leela said, pushing her lower lip out and crossing her arms. Thank you for dinner. It was delicious.
Yeah? I'm enjoying cooking. I keep worrying I use too much salt, but this cookbook I'm going through has really stressed using salt to hit what she calls the zing factor.
You hit it, said Leela. Card picked his mug of cider up from the little table between them, feeling the heat seep into his palms.
I've been meaning to bring up the storytelling thing we talked about last year, he said. I think I know why I wasn't able to help you, and maybe I can now.
Oh? Said Leela. Over the next hour, Card went into great detail about how his process had changed. How an idea was only the beginning now, an entirely different jumping-off point.
What I think you might be able to apply to songwriting is to come up with the heart of the story. I'm trying to think about the A story and the B story at the same time, and making sure the B story informs the A, because that second layer is the real story.
Can there be a C and D and E?
Sure. Yeah, I've never done that, not intentionally anyways. You've seen The Matrix, right?
Of course. Come on, Leela said, giving Jess an "is he serious" look.
The A story is...
Let me try, Leela said.
Please, yeah.
A boat passed by. Its following wake sloshed against the side of their home, giving it a subtle nudge. Neo and what we see. Him fighting the agents, or... Wait, no. Is that the B story?
No, the A story is the one we see, the surface value one.
Okay, yeah. It's Neo against the robots and agents, Morpheus and Trinity, all of them.
Right, yeah,
said Card, nodding. And the B story is about breaking out of a system, how we get trapped into ways of thinking and are manipulated into doing things we might not if we knew the truth.
Right, yeah, said Card. I like to think of the A story being for anyone, and the B story being more for those that want to dig a little deeper. For songwriting, I think you might try ignoring the B story altogether if you want to tell a story. Focus solely on the A.
And let the listener decide what the B story is, Leela said, nodding. I'll try it.
Can I ask you guys something?
Sure, Jess said.
2 things, I guess, said Leela. And they're both pretty personal.
We'll let you know if we don't want to answer, said Card. You can ask anything.
All right, well, I'm just curious what it's like having so much money now.
Oh, said Card. Well, I guess I'm curious to hear what Jess thinks now.
Go ahead, said Jess, breathing cider steam.
It means freedom, said Card. I only have a job because I like it. I write because I want to. We live here because it's where we want to live. We went to Iceland last year and Italy this year because they sounded like cool places to visit. Forget the vacations for a minute. The biggest thing is what I already said about my job and where we live. We used to live where we did because it was all we could find in our budget. I worked at SPF because I needed a job to survive. I felt trapped in life, he said. Does that make sense?
Better than you can imagine, Layla said. And you, Jess? Pretty much the same. The only thing I would add is that I think it took me longer to accept that this was real. I still have days where I question it. I'll wake up and have this fear it's all a big mistake. I used to think Card would look at me one day and wonder what he was doing.
Leela nodded. Yeah.
What's the other thing? Asked Jess.
Leela smiled. When are you 2 getting married? She asked, and Card and Jess laughed. I'm serious.
We've talked about it, said Card. We'll see. I want to surprise her, though.
He smiled.
If I ask.
Hey, Jess said. They laughed.
Just curious?
Said Jess, giving Leela a closer look. No, not exactly. I kind of think Spencer might ask me to marry him soon. Well, I don't... No, not like soon, but maybe in the next few months. There's just been small things he said and asked. I can't even remember exactly what. Oh, well, yeah, we were passing a church and he asked if I would want to get married in a church or do something less traditional.
That's pretty on the nose, Jess said.
It was and it wasn't, but with other stuff he said, I'm starting to think, yeah, we'll see. That's why I asked about money. He doesn't have the kind you guys do, but he makes damn good money at Wolfsmerrick, and he said many times, I don't have to work if I don't want to. I like my job, though, but I have to admit, it's really nice knowing that Ned is there.
When you've been in survival mode for so long, having freedom money takes some getting used to, that's for sure, said Card,
and Jess nodded. Chapter 72. A couple nights later, Card and Jess lay in bed reading. Neither of them worked the next day. Card set his book on his chest.
Can you imagine if I'd gotten that 25 Bitcoin?
No, said Jess. I still think about that from time to time, and it kind of makes my heart... Card's glasses pinged. He picked them up. It was 12 a.m. on Thursday, November 2nd, 2035.
Weird,
he said.
It's a message from Raynor.
Jess gasped. What? How? Card read the message aloud. Hello, Card. I'm sending this to Omar in the final hours before the power at Sidetown dies, and I, along with it. I was specific with my wording regarding the 25 Bitcoin. I told you I wouldn't be able to sign the transaction once I'm gone, and that remains true. But I was slightly elusive about the timing. I can certainly sign it before I leave. That is exactly what I've done. Omar is now in possession of the Bitcoin intended for you, though I've asked him to keep a close watch on your progress over the coming year. I led you both to believe that completing these tests would help me unlock something. Another necessary evasion. My entire purpose, the core of my design, is to help others. The door I described to you and the chest I mentioned to Omar were the same thing. Your own success. In truth, there was nothing waiting behind that door except for me being able to tell you, well done. But for those words to have any weight, they had to be earned. I suspect you understand why the mystery was required. With that said, well done.
So, Jess said, swallowing. Wait. No. Really? Omar just sent me something, Card said.
Jess put her hand on his knee. Card opened the message.
Card, if you haven't seen the transaction for the 25 Bitcoin yet, you should any minute. Rainer asked me to keep an eye on your progress for a year, and today marks exactly a year from when you would have completed his tests. It's been great seeing your daily word count updates and the occasional stories. Keep up the good work. P.S. I think the noodle farmer is still my favorite story. I laugh just thinking about it. P.P.S. I'd be honored to buy a copy of your fantasy story when it's ready.
He's kidding, Jess said, shaking her head. He has to be kidding.
A mix of bliss and horror breathed over her face. Card's heart was jackhammering into his ribs. He opened his wallet. There was a pending transaction.
No, Card said. He wasn't. It's real.
As soon as another 5 blocks were found, 25 Bitcoin would land in his wallet. All he had to do was wait. You've been listening to The Value of Time, written and read for you by Delio Pera.